Two, 1 2, check Chuffy 1 2. 1 2, check Chuffy 1, chuffing 2. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. 1 2, check Chuffy 1 2. Let's go. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the fastest ride on the fair. Step right up for the fastest ride on the fair. Let's go. Let's go. It's a laugh, it's a scream, it's a spinning machine. Let's go. £5 each for a ticket, please. Step right up for the fastest ride on the fair. Let's go. Let's go, Vinnicombe. Big ups, everyone in chat. It's a big night of content, isn't it? We've had Slinky Socks. Hello, Slinky Socks. She did a big face reveal. Nice to see her. Good to see her. Pushing forward with the editing and the filming and everything. Like, definitely developing along the right lines there. I think Slinky Socks did a good video today. And we've got Super Alan, Armchair Detective. I dropped a premiere earlier, which is still probably playing, to be honest. I'd encourage you to watch that after this as well if you didn't see it. We've got Big Up Armchair Detective. Sorry, big ups you in chat. Regardation, please. Jigsy Wigsy Gandalf, Enigma Star, Slinky, Manuela, Andy, Saz, Coco's Mummy, Rachel, Vicky, Claire, Debs. Like, big ups all you in chat. I can unpin that message now because that one's done. And pin my message now. Okay, unpin message, that's gone. Right, we can get rid of that. Armchair Detective is going to be changing the case. Big night for Alan. It is a big night for Alan. I'll tell you for why. Okay, we're going to be watching and restreaming his new proof, what really happened between Chris Watts and Shanann on the 13th. Okay, we're going to be restreaming that and having a watch. I'm going to try and keep it light, try and keep a laugh, you know, try and keep jokes, having a laugh, but it will be kind of dark content from Alan's end. Here's what it is. I want to sort of cover it for a certain reason though, because big night for Alan, big night for Alan. This video that we're going to watch, that he's going to go live on, he's already dropped as a video. Look, AD Watts case, coming new Friday, 2.3 thousand views. The most views he's got on a video drop for a good long while out of any of this rubbish, apart from Kessinger the Dam's going to burst, 7,000 views 2 weeks ago. So bear that in mind, it will come back. But big night for Alan. He's had a bit of a shit week otherwise, though, when you think about it, because his lives have been god-awful. He had a big number of viewers for the... Well, for Alan, a big number of viewers for the debunking the Frankie Rusick one. People wanted to see that, see what awful things he'd say. The Ultimate Karen 8 Passengers didn't go well for him. We covered that. He looked like a nonce, 1.7k views. McCann's... He got completely confused. There was football on the night. He made a big thing, stole the content from someone else, got confused because of some comments, and got eggy about the poll at the end. And we covered it, and we did a restream. So things are not going well for Alan, right? But I noticed something, and we're going to have a little watch of some Alan from the past in just a minute. And we're going to watch Alan today, of course. I've got this video about the red car in case we need it. I'm battery exhausted. Make sure you subscribe if you're not subscribed. What are you doing not subscribed? It's just a thumb button. It's just a thumb button, for crying out loud. It's just a thumb button. And I've got one of these pages, which is coffee.com, which you can buy me a coffee, which means it's like tippies. And we've got members and we've got super chats. And the members, they got a new video today, secret members video, because I didn't think it was appropriate just to put it on the normal YouTube. So secret members video went up today. How about that? You get things. It turns out you get things. I didn't say you would get things, but you do get things. So that's up. And then I just want to take a little look down memory lane before we get started with Alan, because I don't know which of his channels was the first channel, but a little look down memory lane involves, for all the channels, like, for example, this red channel. This is the continuation story of Alan. Look, this week he uploaded... Okay, memory lane's coming in a second, but look, this week he uploaded, like, on the red channel... In a day, he uploaded 5 or 6 videos in a day. And then the next day, he uploaded another 3. I don't know if it's him doing this. I think he might have someone on his team that's doing editing for him, making little clips of his old content. Or at least here, it was clips of children. And it didn't go well. It didn't go well, but I noted what was happening. Alan was desperate for algorithmic traction, for some of this to go viral, to get a couple of videos. He sees it a bit like a casino. You know, you chuck up 5 videos about Ruby Frankie and these 8 passengers while it's trending. Maybe one of them will go viral. A little cheeky clip video. Don't have to do any work. Just get a clip off someone else's channel and then just throw it up there. And then maybe if it goes viral... You're right, cat. Maybe if it goes viral, then you get loads of monies. Yeah? So throwing up these clips, but it didn't work. So he stopped 2 days ago. I thought he was going to like throw up like 20 clips about this chat. Like, no, it didn't work. He stopped. Okay. So that was interesting. And then I was reminded, I was thinking about it. You know his Green channel, Alan Green. I'll get the Firefox up so you can actually see these channels a bit better. Alan Green, which used to be called lots of different things, but is now called Nicole Kessinger Living in the Shadows, of all things. Yeah. This is the channel that he was using for his Patreon streams and stuff. It's got the Patreon link on it. And then it says, what happened to Nicole Kessinger? And it's the old channel, though, Chelsea Pensioner 402. For anyone that doesn't know, a Chelsea pensioner is a war hero. A Chelsea pensioner is a war hero that lives in Chelsea. Alan is not a Chelsea pensioner. Alan is a cock that, despite not coming from that area of the world, supports Chelsea and is a pensioner. So anyway, there's this channel, this Nicole Kessinger. What happened to Nicole Kessinger? Kessinger 32 took on a new identity and moved home. Oh, AD Patron Podcast, AD merchandise. Like what? You've rebranded this Green channel as a Nicole Kessinger channel. It's weird, isn't it? And then you look at the latest uploads and it's the same thing here. It's what we call on YouTube spam uploading. So 2 days ago, we've got 2 videos 2 days ago. And then the next day, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos in a day. 5 videos in a day there. That's 5 videos in a day, 5 clips in a day. It's a bit weird, isn't it? And then I look down further and we had a little look at this. I've cut it as a video. It can go up on the YouTube. AD waffling. We'll have a little quick look at this though. I did do it I did react to this already. Yeah. So, I'm going to put it up as a video, but there's a jokes moment in it that I just wanted to quickly bring to our attention where they say that his screen is blurry because like he's got bad internet. And this is from 2 years ago, this video.
Back now, looks like. Oh, Mia says not better. I'm not going any further until we clear this up. To me, it's one of the best pictures I've seen. Maybe it's having a bad day. I know you're here for the content, but I don't want it to be blurry.
That'll fix your bit rate. So we've got a whole episode of that. I've already recorded it. We did it on Twitch last night. We were just like chilling. I just happened to be watching it. We did some of that. So I noticed though, what the basic point is here, that his Green channel is now getting lots of uploads about Chris Watts all of a sudden. And they're old content that Alan's already done in the past. He's been doing it for years, hasn't he? And someone's clipping them and uploading them to this channel. Okay? And it's an interesting concept because it's not yielding the views. It's not getting the algorithmic traction. It's not working, essentially. And what I perceive this to be, I've called tonight Angry Alan's big night. It's a big night for Alan, like I said, because I perceive this to be free fall spiraling, like of the worst order. Instead of creating new content, it's like someone's desperate. And what can you do instead of like thinking of a longer term project like he did earlier, like, you know, I want to do my study groups and this and that, but this is just desperation. This is get my old content overnight, ravage 5 clips out of it and then throw them up on the internet and hopefully we'll get a winner. Like this is desperation content. Big ups Keely in chat, big ups. This is desperation content. And it made me think, like when I said about a trip down memory lane, yeah, it made me think. So you go on the Red channel and you look at the oldest videos and they're the same as what he's putting on the new channel now, aren't they? Like it's all Chris Watts spam, isn't it? It's like fucking loads of Chris Watts spam. Like Alan's going back to his old ways. Loads of Chris Watts spam. He stopped for a bit, didn't he? But Armchair Detective Blue, oldest videos. Loads of Alan. Loads of Alan. It's all Chris Watts stuff that he's talking about, isn't it? And I noticed this one. I killed the girls twice, shock, third confession now. This video, unlike the others surrounding it, got 89,000 views. That red thumbnail there, Chris Watts, I killed the girls twice. It got 89,000 views, this one. It was a stream, sorry. This stream got 89,000 views. And then the other one didn't do so well. And then this one with the red thumbnail, with fucking loads more words on it. Unable to note what was successful about the first one, he made it worse and got slightly fewer views, but more views than usual. So this worked in the past for him, didn't it? Look, the red thumbnail and all that. So now, these days, modern times, this is Nicole Kessinger living in the shadows, modern times, 2 years later, Chris Watts, The Last Hour's red thumbnail. Desperate, isn't it? It's desperate. Big ups Kooky Wookie, thank you for the £5 super chat. I've got to celebrate the first super chat from Kooky Wookie. It asked me to celebrate it. So YouTube's telling me to celebrate it. Alexa, play a celebration song.
To listen to specific songs anytime you like, just say try Amazon Music Unlimited. Shuffling Celebration and similar songs on Amazon Music.
Yeah! The window's open. The neighbours will hear that. Alexa, stop it now. She's behind that curtain, like the Wizard of Oz. She's behind that curtain. AD's going back to old ways, isn't he? But a new form of old ways. He's going over his old content, he's editing out clips, and he's desperate for an algorithmic traction. He's desperate for an algorithm boost, for a bit of one of these to go get some views. He's been doing it on his... Which channel am I on? I'm confused about all the channels now. Fucking hell. On Armchair Detective Blue, the videos, same thing. Dumping these videos up there. This one about Nicole Kessinger got some views. The oldest, it's all this spam, isn't it? McCann's, this one on the Blue channel. McCann's. There's Chris Watts. There's Chris Watts. Like, we know he's been spamming the internet for this one goes back to 4 years, yeah? So we know he's been spamming the internet for 4 years with this stuff. Like, absolutely spamming it, hasn't he? And we know he's gone back to his old ways recently talking about the case, but nobody realised that he was going to go back to spamming the internet with this bollocks for another 2 years, 3 years. But the difference is, back then, 4 years ago, it was a trending thing on YouTube, you know? So Alan was able to get the algorithmic traction. Today on YouTube, not so much. Alan tried recently, I'm getting confused between my channels now. Here's the red channel with its latest videos. Alan tried to do something that has got algorithmic traction, that other people are doing, that is algorithm trending. Like, this is like proving it to himself. If Alan can't get views with something that everyone else on the internet is getting algorithm views on, what's the common denominator? It's that Alan's shit and his channel's shit and YouTube doesn't want to suggest it to people. Big up Sally. Everyone's Alexa now playing Celebration. The power flows through me. But yeah, so Alan is definitely failing, isn't he? Like, and it's, I said big night, I think one of the end times, it like heralds the end times in a way, because if this were getting views and money was coming in, he can say, well, you know, I can always fall back on doing clickbait, but he can't fall back on even doing clickbait. Alan even can't fall back on doing clickbait. Do you know what I mean? It's just very, very bad. So it's an interesting thing to have seen that. I want to take us back, because he's not on yet, of course. Live Armchair Detective. 27 minutes. He's got a few waiting. Like, he's promising to change the case. We, watching Slinky Socks' video earlier, I'm glad you did that video, because I've been looking at those videos and thinking similar sort of thoughts. I think there will be ways that you could take little snippets out of that interrogation and say, it sounded like he was talking, like, he said he was having an affair, and then he said she. Maybe he's talking about Nicole Kessinger. Maybe he says, like, you know, she was downstairs, or there's something about downstairs, and, like, you know, and Alan might try and pin it in, and it doesn't matter, because we know Chris Watts was lying in those interrogations. Like, we know his story changed multiple times, even after the interrogations. So definitely a liar. So I don't think it's going to matter too much. I doubt that all these years later, after four full years of talking about it daily, Alan can change the case. I think this is just clickbait. Everything else he's done recently has been clickbait. And this is like a last hurrah, because, like, you do the clickbait, people see you've got nothing, Emperor's New Clothes, you're done. Like, you're going to be, anyone that wants to hear you talk about Nicole Kessinger in the modern times, and he thinks there's a load of new people on the internet, a new wave, and there kind of are, but they can all just ride that for views in the same way as he rode it for views in the past, can't they? So they kind of are, but I think this is going to be bad for Alan, like particularly bad. That's what I think. So it's going to be interesting. I'm going to try and keep it light, like I said. And with all that said, that being said, big shouts out, that being said, shouts out to Hate. This is Can You Handle the Truth? Chris Watts Did Not Act Alone. And this was streamed 3 years ago. So my guess, right, is that it's going to be very similar to stuff that he's done years ago. So I picked a random one to line up for tonight because let's be fair, I'm not going to watch through years and years of his stream to pick up the very best one for tonight. Picked a random one, but I love this one for so many reasons. I've only watched a minute of it. We can all watch a bit of it now. You ready?
Good evening. Welcome to the Armchair Detective. No hiding place. Thank you for my spanners. Thank you for all your support. And we're going to need it, by God. You've got an angry owl here tonight.
Did he say angry owl or angry Alan? Did he say angry owl or Alan? That's why I love it though, is because he say I'm angry at the start, and don't we call him Angry Alan? I fucking love that. I think it's brilliant that I didn't know this in the past, but like he was owning the meme back then. Like it's like we've gone around in a time loop or some shit, because he is Alan is in a time loop. That's what I figured out. He must be some sort of time traveller. Do you know sometimes he talks about getting younger, about how he looks younger on streams? You know that? He talks about how he looks younger on streams. Like, Adam is in a time loop. That's what's happened, isn't it? And if we watch enough of his stuff, maybe we can maybe we can wake up in 2015 as well.
Good evening. Welcome to the Armchair Detective. No hiding place. Thank you for my spanners. Thank you for all your support. And we're going to need it, by God. You've got an angry owl here tonight. Angry AD. A few things before we start. They found my luggage.
Glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear they found your luggage. Glad to be cleared that one up. The mystery of the missing luggage at the start of the stream. That's important stuff on the old Nicole Kessinger front.
It's been flown out from Malta today.
Oh, God help him. I wasn't following him back then. Openly admitting to going out to Malta to gamble with the Pokemonists. Openly talking about it on his streams. I would have had him over the coals for that.
Hopefully get it back tomorrow. My better clothes, my watch, my trainers.
Is this why he's wearing this rubbish?
My treasured hats that are irreplaceable. I know it wasn't an insurance scam. Well, I'm just pretending I lost it so I can claim a Rolex watch. People are so cruel, aren't they? I found it. Well, they found it. It's coming back, I'm pleased to say. So it's cheered me up. But what hasn't cheered me up, people, is that...
Did he say he had a Rolex watch? Now, many of us in the crowd will say, hang on, wait, you don't have a Rolex watch. You're a liar. It's a fake watch. But I'll tell you for now, right, if he has got a Rolex watch, that could be considered an asset, couldn't it? Like, for example, if you went to court and lost and they wanted to take money off you, like, if your watch was worth in the region of some thousands of pounds, if you took all the monies that you were getting, and this is exactly the way they do it, isn't it? You take the money you're getting, you don't declare it, you buy something like a Rolex watch with it, you put it through the tax in some way, boom, you've got the item, you've got the value, you've got the thing that appreciates in value or doesn't go down in value, but you don't have to declare the money. It's like money laundering. You've got a Rolex watch, but you didn't pay loads of tax. Like, that's happened. So, like, either he's got a nice watch, a real one, and he is going to lose it when he loses the court case because he's put his monies into items like that, assets they call them, or he's just got a fake and he's just talking shit.
I'm afraid the powers that be can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. What? You can't literally speak in film script.
We've gone too far. They're starting to retract files from the discovery.
I don't know anything about this. This is 2 years ago.
NK no longer says pawn the ring. NK no longer says this, no longer says that. The powers that be and the power of money is speaking as usual in these cases.
Angry Alan.
That I've had to deal with over the last few years. I knew what was going on when we started this case. That's why I won't give up, because I knew what the dark forces were up against.
Psychic. You don't have to do this, Alan. You don't have to do this.
Money talks.
Did you order the code red?
And you gradually see. It's the same in the Madeline McCann case. You gradually see things disappear off the internet. Proof will disappear bit by bit.
He's not wrong there, actually.
It will say this has been retracted. The interest of individuals, this, that, and the other, and it'll be gone.
The McCann lawyers went around fucking taking loads of shit down.
It's the time we have to strike. Now is the time I'm calling on you to be strong, because there's people out there that can't handle the truth.
They can't handle the truth. You need to be strong.
But before that, I have to thank my fellow creators that have helped me with that program you just saw.
What program?
I mean, there's too numerous to mention. I mean, I don't do all this myself. A lot of that was sent to me by my subscribers. And a lot
I imagine. Yeah.
of it is from other creators, so I don't know.
Other channels, yeah. I don't know what video he's referring to because he doesn't link it in this, so I don't know. You know, there's no way of me knowing exactly what video he's referring to, but he's obviously recently put out a video 2 years ago when we watched this, and it was a good one because it included loads of other stuff from other people.
I know who or what, they just comes in a mismatch over the years, you know. I'd like to thank all those creators that found some bits and pieces of that, along with individual members of the public who found bits and pieces of that
It came in over a mishmash over a number of years, so I can't credit anyone with it.
pieced together as a puzzle. I'm like the circus master of it, if you like. I'm not claiming I found all that myself. I didn't.
Obviously not.
Put it together for you.
At least that back then he used to at least say, I didn't, this isn't me. But today he's like, I've cracked the case. I've come up with something big. Look at this video. I've discovered something no one else was talking about. And then it's like, hang on, someone else was talking about it 5 years ago.
So we're going to need your help because they're taking away stuff.
Licking the lips. Remember, licking the lips, right? He does this all the time. On the video that we watched on Twitch last night, he was talking about lies. It's going to come up on our channel. I'm going to upload it soon. The lies he was talking about. He says that when people are lying, they lick their lips. So from now on, every time Alan's licking his lips, we're to assume he's lying in his own words.
I'm not seeing any comments. Oh dear, I've gone on rattling on. I'm not seeing any comments.
No comments, look.
Take it. You're here, are you?
Are you here?
I'm not getting any comments.
Okay, no comments. Am I getting comments?
Someone just say they can hear me? Just one person.
My comments. Can you say you can hear me, please?
I'm not seeing any comments. I'm not getting the comments through. Don't know why. I'm sad. I don't know what you're saying. Yeah.
And he's refusing to just move on from this. I've noticed this about Alan now. In the past, Alan, it might still be the case.
Redfern 30-cent tippies. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Doing that tonight. Big up Snood. Big up Snood. Nobody's talking to me. Exactly. This is so Phil as well, right? This is the narcissist at play. I watched, again, I'm going to keep shouting out this video that I watched yesterday on Twitch, but I will upload to this channel in the next coming days. He had a technical problem on that. He refused to go on. He was like, I'm not going on until the screen is fixed. But he didn't know how to fix the screen, so he just sat there until people in his chat told him how to do it. Here again, he's not like, no chat, no, it's not working. Right, I'm angry and this cannot continue. I can't just carry on the stream for a bit. Oh, okay, the chat isn't working, but I'm just going to carry on talking. I'm sorry that I can't hear you. We'll maybe cut this stream a bit short and I'll fix it offline. No, this has to be like, right, problem of all problems, needs fixing now, live, right now.
Upload.
And it's fixed itself, look.
If you are giving super chat, I don't know it. It's gone back to that again.
He's angry.
Support when we need it. We're on our own now. I haven't got any of this chat coming through, which is sad.
Sad.
I'll just have a look on YouTube.
We need the super chats. We're on our own.
YouTube. Second.
This is past Alan. We're waiting for real life Alan to hurry up and come on.
I guess I get a different picture.
There's Peggy.
Is there a problem?
You right, Peggis?
Are we having a problem?
You're having a problem? Sounds like you're listening to Darth Vader's pornos.
Okay, well, I'm struggling, but you're not. That's the main thing. I'm not getting any messages through. Sugar.
How did you read that? That they're not struggling.
See comments. I'm going to switch to my phone, which is desperation stakes, to see what you're saying.
Desperation stakes. It's desperation stakes. Code red. Damn. Desperation stakes. I need to use my phone to look at chat.
Because I've got my luggage back, I suppose. Let me see. I'm going to have to go into YouTube.
God, you're going to have to go into YouTube. It's god awful. This. Running your own stream. Disaster stream.
The same. No. Live.
Raining again.
Sally
I'm
loves
following you.
your
I'm following
tippies.
you online.
First time watching on the telly. Your voice sounds deeper on here.
1, 2, check,
Super
tellis,
Chuffer owes
tellis.
5 hugs.
1, 2, check, tellis, tellis.
Moves.
Do you want me to turn down the bass?
Just try doing that,
Moves.
and then back into that. Right,
One,
okay,
two,
I
check,
can read what you're
tellis,
saying here,
tellis.
so that's the main thing. Let me put you here so I can see you in the right place. Good evening, everybody. Everybody's
Good
here
evening.
now. That's good.
Everybody's
Give you a
here
chance
now.
to pop in, didn't it? 300 of you now.
300. There were 300
yeah.
watching that back in the day.
Just got to get myself sorted out, or I can click things.
What are they watching?
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Right, so I was saying, thanks to all the creators who made this film. The police, I don't know who's doing it, but they're attracting pages of discovery, which is real bad.
Real bad.
Real bad news for us.
Real bad news for you.
What can we do about it? Nothing.
Nothing.
But you've got this film now.
Got it now. You've got it now.
This film I'm giving you tonight.
Gail, that is done.
proof.
That said, Gail, that is done. I don't know why that got the. He does this all the time with his comments. He doesn't know how to click off a comment, so instead he clicks on another comment and then it disappears. But Gail, that is done. Managed to make it through from this. I don't know.
Tonight is absolute proof. Okay. Now I'm not even like speculating or conspiracizing.
No,
I've shown you.
true.
You see it in the same frame. It's like so you never see like James Bond and Sean Connery in the same picture. No, you can see the red car
Oh, it's not the red
as
car.
Betty drives off in another direction.
Right, yeah, no, that's rubbish, apparently. And I got a video open, like I said, about it. The red car. If we want to, like...
Chris Watts. Red car, red.
This guy basically, the red car, and he does it...
Keep an eye out where that
I don't
line
know
is,
about
and
this. I never looked into it before today because Alan's talking about it in this video. But he basically lines up the house, look in the background, and shows where the car comes out, and shows where Betty's car is, and show where the other car is. Apparently, the red car here is just some rubbish. But don't worry about that. This is the past.
It's as clear as me talking to you now. Now, I'm really mad that there's creators out there that because they don't like me, which is okay. If I say black, they say white. If I say yellow, they say pink. I can't. They won't work with me
Pink being the opposite of the natural opposite of yellow.
or help me in this desperate, dire situation. This is our last chance to get an arrest. I appeal to those creators: drop your prejudice against me.
It's your last chance to get an erection.
Watch this film
Okay?
without thinking of me.
Please tell me what film to watch. It's not listed in the comments. It's not listed in the description of this video. Please, while you're talking now live, tell me what it is and I would watch it. But unfortunately, this video is 2 years old, Snoot. I'm doing a detractor beam. And the great thing about it is this is what he's going to do tonight anyway. He's going to be well on the same sort of tip.
Watch the
He
film.
never changes.
Watch Betty turn
Watch
left.
Betis.
As you see her headlight turn, it hits the roof of next door neighbour,
Right?
which proves it's her. What isn't? As she goes out the picture, bang! It's like Clockwork Orange. It's like the casino affair or something. It's like, wow.
The casino
Okay.
affair.
Start the engine in the red car. Chris, who's the blocker, starts his engine, moves out the way. Red car, Batmobile, whoo, like a bat of hell, straight across Steeple Drive. Now, if it's Betty's drive, she has to go. We see the headlight. The same way you saw Betty's headlight go left, Betty has to go right, and you see the headlight in the street.
The thumbnail alone is
Which means-
worth a tippy tonight. Love it.
Ooh,
Super
the thumbnail's a
Chuffer
good
owes 5
thumbnail, isn't it?
hugs.
We were talking about thumbnails last night on a stream and I just thought I'll do a good one.
At speed, straight across the road, and runs straight into the house opposite and smacks into the door of the house opposite.
I don't know about all this red car shit, yeah? Like, this guy's saying it's not.
you see that line? There's no way that car was there. No way. And let's take it a bit further. Let's go back to the original footage and let's watch where that car starts coming into view. Okay, now we're gonna put a line there. Now let's fade it back to daylight. You see? You see what was hiding the car? And you can also see a portion of Betty's house too. That stone, that's not more of Chris's house. That's not how Chris's house is built. That little bit of stone there, that's Betty's house. You can see the
So it seems like the red car was debunked. So I don't. Anyway, this is the past.
Because of the speed
I just want to see him get angry, which he's going to do in a minute.
Now, if you want to believe that's possible, if you want to believe Betty can drive a red car like the Batmobile straight through the house opposite and out the back door without causing a massive explosion, then you're right. You've debunked AD for good. You've debunked him. You don't know what he's talking about. Because you want to debunk him. You don't want to help the frigging case. And I am angry. You creators out there debunking me for no reason other than you don't like me. Get a life. Look at this film. There's 2 cars in the same frame. In the same frame of Nate's CCTV.
Got it.
How can that be?
I don't know.
You cry, Chris worked all alone. He worked all alone. He had no help. There are no accomplices. But who the flip is driving the red flipping car in a straight line into the house opposite?
Sorry, Dad.
Who? Betty? No, she's turned left. I friggin' proved it. Then it must be someone else. And unless they are some magician, they're working to the click, click, headlight click of Chris Watts's blocker truck. Flashing, I'm leaving, you drive. It's as simple and as hard as that to grasp. I can't help you anymore. I can't help my detractors. I can't help people that can't see what's in front of them.
Detractors. I love it. I love it.
I can't help my detractors. I can't help you anymore. I can't help my detractors.
I mean, I don't know about the red car. I'm not detracting him on the red car. I'm just detracting him on his fucking delivery, on his own stream. What he said today on this, or today in the 2 years in the past, you know, he's going to come on tonight. We've got new proof. He's going to change the case again. That's happening in 10 minutes. So I'm just like building up to it, yeah. 2 years ago, he was changing the case. 4 years ago, he was changing the case. He's been changing the case so often, they don't know what they're like. No wonder his luggage was lost. He keeps changing the case so often, no one knows whose luggage is what. They get off the aeroplane, the carousel's going around. They're like, that's not my bag. No, Alan's changed the case. That is my bag now. That's my suitcase, is it? I didn't realise. Sorry, Alan's changed the case. Like, imagine going on holiday with him. You're like, you know, let's get packing our clothes. Oh, we can't. Our dad's changed the case. What do you mean? He's changed the case. He's swapped it with the man up the road. We're not going to fit all our clothes in here. Obsessed with changing the case. He's consistently changing the case over years. The strange thing is the case never fucking changed, never changes. It's just him going on the internet for years and years. It's a grift and a grind. And Snood, big ups in chat. If Snood's still here, I want them to see this because I was just talking about it earlier. I don't know if they caught it. Is that what he's done recently is he's uploaded YouTube spam, like Dark Side Phil style. He's uploaded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 videos about the Ruby Frank kids, the 8 passengers, the 8 prisoners. He's uploaded them all on the same day to try and get traction on YouTube. And on his other channel, and for anyone who's not spotted this, YouTube, Nicole Kessinger, Living in the Shadows, Alan Green, this channel's been banging up old Alan content, clipped, thrown up onto YouTube like somebody having a YouTube vomit. They've been doing it, and like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos in a day, 1, 2, 3, 4 videos in a day, 5 videos in a day, sorry, 5 videos a day on his channels now, just getting 100 views. Just fucking what? Eventually you'll see this uploaded on his channel as a clip. It's like, what?
I can't help people that can't see what's in front of them. You bring somebody on here, Spanners, now, and tell me that Betty was driving that red car, because I'd like to speak to them. Because they're fucking deluded. There's no such thing, because I'd like to speak to them.
You were going to have a good word with them. What did you say? Did he swear? Alan's known for not swearing. His ladies don't like him doing the swearis. Oh, he must be cross.
Because they're fucking deluded. There's no such thing as Betty driving a red car. She hasn't got a friggin' red car. It's grey. This is your last chance to nail these people. They're taking it down from Discovery Now. They're dismantling your case. They're dismantling justice for Shanann as we speak. And what are you doing about it?
Shanann came up there. Didn't realise this was about Shanann. Forgot about that. Alan was getting well eggies.
Making videos, parodying AD. Clever. Fantastic.
Oh.
I'm sure it'll get you 50 views. Yeah, I'm angry. I'm angry with other creators. I'm not even going to mention them. I don't mention any of them because they haven't got a life. They can't be bothered to see beyond this nose and see that the red car, which is the most important, that the red car is his innocence. The red car is no accomplices. If you other creators really believe that Betty drove that red car, I want you to prove it. Because I've just proved Betty drove off to the left while your red car was driving straight across the road 100 miles an hour into the house opposite. Bang. Where's the ambulance for Betty?
Where's the ambulance?
Sort it out. You people can't handle the truth. You people that don't believe in me can't handle the truth. You couldn't handle the frigging shadows. You still can't handle the shadows. You're still saying the shadows aren't real. You're still saying the children were killed on the night. You're still putting Shanann in the shade as a possible murderer of her children because you won't admit that AD's right, because you can't mentally take it, can you? You can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
At least one of the girls went to the orphan alive. But you can't handle that truth.
You can't handle
the same way as you can't handle...
Has he watched that film recently before he did this one? Do you think he did? Do you think he watched that film? Do you think he watched that film? I want an ice cream. You can't handle an ice cream.
But he didn't work alone. The same way you can't handle that the red car is not Betty.
Yeah, fuck you. Who's Betty again? So he's still not on. 5 minutes, don't worry, we're not going to miss him. This is the past. Betty lives next door. She goes out every morning at 15 at 5 o'clock of the hour and 15 of the minutes. At 5 o'clock of the hour and 15 of the Queen's finest minutes, I did take my morning perambulations around the block. She doesn't perambulate around the block. She gets in her car and goes to the gym every fucking morning, 5:15. And so there's a car leaving on the CCTV from Betty's house at 5:15. And that's the car that goes off, right? And then Alan's saying that there's another car that must be parked and it comes and it leaves right after. Very close to, very soon after. And no one else has seen that, I don't think. I might be wrong. Like I said, because I was doing this today and I was looking into the past Alan and it came up before, I was doing a bit of preparation, you know, I'm not just stupid. So I opened a video that just said, Chris, what's the red car? To see, you know, what the most popular video, well, this is not the most popular, this is 4.9 thousand views. Just, I wanted a straight up, like, you know, opinion on the red car. And this guy's just like, everyone keeps fucking going on about this red car. Look, this is what the house is like. Where is the car going to be parked? Like, if there's another car, where is it parked? Because Betty leaves from here. So they're not parking on this drive here. There's the truck. You think it comes out from round... Like, Betty's car comes from here. Like, you know, he's basically debunking it. He's put the lines on the screen where the car comes from. So he's basically happy with that. I don't know. I'm not going to nail my flag to the mast. But Alan's really excited about this fucking car, isn't he, that he thinks he saw on CCTV?
And never has been. And never has been. I need you on my side. I'm rallying AD's army. Sort this out. Sort this out with these other creators who are talking bullshit. Sort this out with your police force.
I mean, I might do what you say, but you seem quite angry. So I might leave you to sort your own shit out.
There
wasn't a red car. It was a reflection of Betty's red lights, says Sally Lovejoy. Yeah, if you can tell me in chat whether you think there was a red car or not. I don't know. I'm not angry about people's conspiracy theories about this crime that happened years ago. Like, it's not really my wheelhouse, but the more I look into it, you know, the more I'm interested in some ways. We're going to be talking about it tonight because Alan is going to be talking about it tonight. He's going to be changing the case again. And what we expect is that he's going to twist the words of some things that were said in the interrogation, like where the word she comes up. It can be now ambiguous, and she can mean my fucking cat's mother, or it could mean Nicole Kessinger, and it proves everything. And I also think personally as well that he's going to be doing some slandering of the name of Shanann Watts, some slandering of the name of the family, like some basically casting aspersions over their characters as well, which is going to be tragic and horrific. But if we can all remember, it happened a long time ago and we've all been sad for it, but we're here to ridicule Alan, so let's make sure we're here to ridicule Alan.
The person who's got that red car and talk to him, please, before they shut down all Discovery Files.
So angry.
That's what they're doing, bit by bit.
He's angry because they haven't found his suitcase till he's just been on the phone. Where's my suitcase? Angry Alan. You all right? Where's your super chats?
Betty and the red car cannot be in the same time frame. And yet, magically, they are. How do I know? Because I friggin' proved it to you. I'm not having anybody debunking that. You see her headlight. You see her turn left. You see the reflection of that turning left on the next door neighbour's roof for a second as she drives off. As soon as she's out of the way, click, click, click goes Chris's lights. He removes the blockage of the truck. The red car goes straight across the road into Steeple Drive. Off his gravel, like it or not.
Off his gravel?
Because it can't come from anywhere else.
So there's a car parked on his drive the whole time. But Yeah, but yeah, this is the past anyway. He's very eggy about it.
What do you think? Am I wrong? Have I spent thousands of hours studying that thing to be wrong? Was I wrong about the shadows?
Thousands of hours. We've done this again. Do you know how many hours 1,000 hours is? Like, do you know how many hours is in it? Like thousands. We did this the other night, but I love it. It's one of my favourites of Alan's. It's such a strange hyperbole. How many hours in a year? Thanks, Google. Google me up thousands. So a whole year, like in a total of a whole year, is 8,000 hours. So like, how many hours have you spent studying this? Because like 24 hours a day for a full year isn't 10,000. At some point he said hundreds of thousands one of the times, but this was only thousands, so we're okay with thousands. You could have, for the last, like this is 2 years ago. I mean, how many hours are you putting into this, Alan? Have you got time to do anything else in your life?
When I was facing huge controversies, was I wrong? When I tell you 100% I'm right, I'm sure. Controversies, was I wrong? When I tell you 100% I'm right.
I don't know. Is this gaslighting now again?
Facing huge controversies, was I wrong? When I tell you 100% I'm right, I'm sure. When I'm wrong, and I'm not sure. I'm 100% sure that red car is not Betty. 100%, not 99, 100% sure, because I see Betty drive off to the left. And Betty cannot go in a straight line without smacking into a house opposite. Now, anybody want to argue with that? Come on here and argue with me. Go and debunk it. Make yourself look clever. I'm debunking AD. Big deal. Try solving the case for a change. Try do something positive. Try making some content that people can agree with, rather than go, oh, look at that AD. Isn't he got big glasses? And he got funny this, funny that. Fucking children.
Sorry,
we need an arrest. Adults, I'm talking to adults now.
I couldn't help it. I had to go to fucking children.
Isn't he got big glasses? And he got funny this, funny that. Fucking children.
Fucking children. Look at him. Nasty old man.
We need an arrest. Adults, I'm talking to adults now. We need an arrest before they take away the discovery files for good.
So if you can arrange that for me. Whoa!
Just read a few.
The
Be like
blind
water.
leading the blind sent tippies. Alan is nothing more than an irrelevant, narcissistic, uneducated, impotent, flaccid, misogynistic bully. Time to pull his panties down and give him a swift spanking, Scotty. Big ups all the MIMPS chuffers.
Big ups.
Super chuffer owes 5 hugs.
He's going to get a spanky tonight. I mean, I'm just, like I said, I don't know how I'm going to necessarily talk my way through not the Nicola Puddy case, the details of the Chris Watts case, but I've had a bit of a look at it, so I know some stuff. But the other thing, right, is like a quick overview of the Nicole Kessinger situation. Like, she was sleeping with Chris, and behind the scenes she was a bit interesting and a bit dark sometimes. So like, there are some question marks over her, aren't there? And she was in that interrogation room, and she was not forthcoming with the idea that she was like basically the other woman, because Chris murdered his family. So she wasn't going to be in the interrogation room saying, oh, by the way, did you know that I was encouraging him to leave that family? You were you? Would you like to come and talk to us more in the interrogation room further? Not really, but so she wouldn't volunteer lots of stuff, would she? But there's a lot of question marks around that. I get that. I understand there's question marks. Alan asks a lot of questions, okay? And he likes to assert a lot of weird shit. But this is years and years later. I'm going to be really assessing him on his character, taste, decency, handling of the situation, temperament, the amount of joy we can take from enjoying him as a lolcow. Like, he is now scraping the barrel. I showed you the numbers on those videos. I showed you the upload schedule. He is scraping the barrel. He is in free fall. Like, he's been Angry Alan years ago, hasn't he? Like, I like Angry Alan. He's been Angry Alan. Angry Alan is defeated. The other day he said that YouTube channels that, what did he describe me as? A YouTube channel that had smashed him to bits. I think he's holding on to the last of the money for the old rope, you know? I think he's grifting and grinding at the hardest at the moment, clutching at straws dramatically. Like, it reminds me of someone, all those video uploads reminds me of someone who Like, if you've ever been, I've been there myself actually, personally, in a situation where like you need money sort of quickly, and like, you know, you don't have any, and like, you know, you've got bills to pay or debts to pay or whatever it is, like, and the time is coming, and you start thinking outside the box almost, like, because just working at work for the next week isn't going to provide me the amount of money I need, so I need a bit extra money. So what can I do to try and make some extra? Like, you might think of some like outside the box ideas. You might be a bit desperate, and you might turn, like, at that moment you might think that an idea that wasn't such a good idea in the past seems like an option. Like, let's try this. And I think that's what's happening with those multiple uploads. Alan's a bit desperate. And the best thing about it is it proves, and especially tonight when his big night with his special evidence, like, he thinks that there's other YouTubers out there getting hundreds of thousands of views doing content like he's about to do tonight, and when he doesn't get it, and when it doesn't come his way, and when changing the case, which is already late, we are waiting, when this doesn't go his way, he might get a few views on this, maximum of 4,000, I think 5,000, you know, total. But when it doesn't go his way longer term, like, how far can you scrape the barrel? Big ups, Karen, big ups. Like, how far can you scrape? Thank you very much for the 199 super chat, Karen. Big ups, thank you. How much of the barrel can you scrape? Like, how long can it go on with you looking in the mirror and knowing how fucking bad it is? And the super grift of the multiple uploads, that was supposed to yield at least one viral thing for him of like 10,000 views or more that he could get his hooks into and say, right, let's go down and do some. We've done what's on this channel. We've done what were they called? Eight passengers on this channel. Whichever one of these catches fire, I'm going to go. None of it worked. None of it. And so tonight, Friday night, big night for him. Built it up over the week. It's got to be big. It's got to be big. You know, there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure on Alan tonight to perform, to do well, because his study groups are shit. This is his back to his rock. This is his fallback plan. You know, we're now scraping the barrel, hitting the fallback plan. That's not a good place to be if you're a narcissist who feeds on all this stuff for emotional support and to prop up your personality, you know, to fix this broken shell of yours. And it's not good as well if you're financially struggling because the last month was bad and Nancy hasn't been around in a while. We're all on tenterhooks to see whether Nancy's going to turn up and drop 100. Alan certainly needs the monies, you know, so he's doing this. So it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Like, this could go badly. A lot of pressure. Like, you add up the things that could make it go badly. A lot of pressure. No fallback plan after this. Needing the money. Like, how did you come up with a case break? It's almost like a magician, as shouting out Trisha and her cards. It's almost like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat. He needs a big moment on YouTube. He needs this to be a big thing. So lo and behold, he's found a case-changing moment. That's lucky, isn't it? You know, in the very week that you need something big for your channel, you've managed to discover something that no one else has found. That's lucky, or it might be bollocks. So I'm looking forward to this in a way. I also really do believe that he might just, you know, fly under the radar with it, get away with it for a bit longer. Like Darkside Phil, the narcissism will be its own engine in some ways, and he won't face the truth. So no matter how badly it goes, or average it goes, or mid it is, he's going to try and claim it to be some sort of success. And as long as someone drops him a hundo.
It's raining again. I couldn't
It is.
be happier.
Big ups, Jessica.
And then whoosh.
Jessica sent tippies. Hey everyone. I am organising a GoFundMe. Raising monies for a handcuff license. Citizens arrest anyone? Alan's an arse. Big ups, Mimps.
Big ups.
Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Yeah, it could well be a nothing burger Doden, I agree. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the tippies. And should we turn up and do a citizen's arrest at his door for chatting rubbish? I wonder if he's asleep. You know, he's notorious for this now. He's 10 minutes late on his own channel. 10 minutes late now. 8 minutes, but I'm, you know, rounding it up. I wonder if he's asleep. I wonder if behind the scenes he's having an argument with some of the spanners. Are all the spanners in his chat? I don't know. Are there any notorious spanners missing there? Behind the scenes kind of spanners? Are they missing from his chat? Because are they having a row behind the scenes? I wonder. Where's Kaka? Alan and Kaka right now having a row. Is that what's happening, or is she just trying to wake him up? What would you like? I tell you what, the moneyest Alan could make if I just set up a webcam. This is all I want, Alan. Is I'll set up a webcam in your lounge where you, or the room that you do your, a couple of webcams. Big Brother style, 24/7. Big Brother style. I'll give you £1,000 per webcam per week. They have to work 24/7. They have to be on 24/7. I will give you £1,000 per webcam per week. You don't get any of the monies. I own all the rights. But I give you £1,000 per webcam.
I'd just like to say that I've heard all this information that's been put out about me, about my family, about my friends. And
Chris Watts is talking.
I want to refer people to talk to Armchair Detective, who knows more about me, more about this case than anybody else. And I just want people to trust.
Chris Watts is asserting me that Armchair Detective knows more about this than anybody else.
This mindset to spread propaganda, to spread hurt, to spread accusations. I'm not in support of it.
We shall overcome.
Mistress Nicole know more about
That's
his
Dr. Phil from the deleted episode.
The idea that Chris would soon end the lives of the people who loved him the most. And Chris was about to come clean with what really happened to his family.
Dr. Phil.
The story of Chris and Shanann Watts.
Shanann.
It wasn't
Oh,
over.
she's dead.
In fact, it was just starting to unfold.
Several years ago.
Suspicion. That made some people really nervous.
Sex, lies, and videos.
Of armchair detectives who passionately
Armchair
followed the
detectives.
story.
It must be him. Dr. Phil was talking about him.
Explanation on to police of
There's
her
that
own free
hottis.
will to speak to them about her involvement with Chris. But was she?
There's that hottis. Look at those titties.
Is it possible, like Shannon's parents believe to this day, that she tried to help Chris? And when it all started coming unraveled, when it all started hitting the wall, she got scared and bailed. Was she actually helping him and got cold feet and decided, save yourself, girl? She was never arrested.
That's the narrative. She was never arrested, never really questioned.
The eye.
Well, they questioned her a bit. Thank you. It's over. Although this is the start sequence that Alan uses. It's an end sequence that Alan uses at the start. There's the copyright disclaimer again for a second time, just to make sure you've had it. Da, 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 da. It's time for the shit detect shit. Here he is.
Good evening, my name's Alan and I am the Armchair Detective. Never has that intro been more relevant than tonight.
It's quite loud tonight.
I stopped playing
The mic's
that a long
closer.
time ago. Because when I saw that episode of Dr. Phil,
Yeah?
with Shanann's mother and father and brother, I was so much on their side. I couldn't be any more on their side. I wanted to vindicate Shanann and save her family from all these groups that were saying that Shanann did the murders, and she didn't. And I had to prove it. And I was so pleased when Dr. Phil spent a lot of time.
You don't work for the American police. You had no obligation to do any of that. They were quite busy trying to make sure that Chris Watts went down for the murder.
With Shanann's family. And those words he spoke, they're not. It's like learned behavior. It's what he learned from the family, right? That was his conclusion after talking to the family. Has Shanann's mother, Sandy, believes to this day, she was helping Chris and got cold feet. And it was a matter of save yourself, girl.
Actually, what I think you'll find, Alan, is that in America, when they do tell this, they have an angle and they have like a story they want to tell. So it might be that they don't just do the interview and then say, right, whatever comes of this, that's the angle we'll put on it. They might say, we're going to ask questions about this to try and put this angle on it. So that could easily be done. And then in the end, the Dr. Phil episode where all this was said was removed because things changed, didn't they? So I don't know about this.
Now you understand the words.
No, it's like the unbroadcasted Dr. Phil, it's known as, like the one that got, removed because things were said and, turned out Chris Watts murdered his family.
Dr. Phil.
I mean, I'm not going to critique Alan on the idea that Nicole Kessinger might have some way in the behind the scenes, you know, people might think she's implicated in some way, and she might. I've seen no evidence, not this funny, you know, shadow stuff and all that, like no evidence that she was actually there. But I'm willing to have that proved to me if she were. You know, I'm open-minded to that. I'm not saying, oh, she's completely innocent, get away from Nicole Kessinger. She was shagging Chris behind the scenes. She knew that Chris was married, and in some way she wanted to have her own like future. Like she envied the family in the house and all this sort of stuff. Like you can see the build-up and the motives, but whether she'd crossed the line and do the murders herself, or whether Chris did that, that's a different story, isn't it? And again, I'm not even prepared to like, you know, nail my flag for the mast. I don't need to. It's just interesting that Alan, coming on 5 years now, is using this as his, like, for Dark Side Phil plays video games, Alan talks about this fucking dead family.
NK save herself. She got a deal. And that is brilliant. I mean, those words, I can't. It cheers me up. It cheers me up to hear those words again of Dr. Phil. And
Really?
I'm proud to have been the man who found the shadows.
You weren't the man who found the shadows. Somebody else found the shadows in a Facebook group. Her name was Diane, and then she forwarded the idea to you, and you deleted her from you banned her from your chat, deleted her from your group, and used her content on your channel. And then everyone else that's looking at it also saw similar different kinds of things. You were certainly not the first person to discover the shadows, and you seem to claim something that's on CCTV that you weren't there, you didn't film the CCTV. Like, you can't claim it as yours.
Got them to go back to Wisconsin and make him admit that the girls were alive. And he said, if you'd have told me the girls are alive, I couldn't have lied to you about it. But you didn't tell me. Because they didn't know until I showed them the little girl under the truck.
A shadow.
Oh, it all went wrong.
Which could be disputed. Now, I have looked at that myself, and I have questioned it a bit. You know, because of the way shadows cast, and like we could look into it deeper, but it's not a massive thing.
From there, it all went so. I don't know what NK did to her parents. I don't know what they did to Shanann's parents. I don't know what they did to get them off, but they flipped away and said she's done nothing but sleep with a married man. That's it. Like,
this is. Let me get this clear, Alan. Right, you have been talking about this 4 or 5 years now. We do know this story now. Like, the narrative you seek to portray does exist on your channel. You refer us to every other video in order to get an overview of this. I got it, yeah. Please continue.
We all know that now. I mean,
we all know that.
That's their story. But I'm not that sort of person to go, all right then, nothing to do with NK. It made me more determined to prove her that she knows more than what she's saying. Maybe more determined. Okay, I'll do it without the parents.
So naturally, you flew over to America and investigated the crime scene forensically, and then started conducting interviews, people she knows, like friends of friends, before circling around to try hard and actually approach her for a direct one-on-one. Naturally, you did that then, yeah?
I didn't expect to get destroyed by the parents. To where I am today, well, there's a fund up for 2.5 years raising money to take all my money that I haven't got. And they don't want to close me down. They want recompense. They want every penny I've ever made out of their family and la la, you know, £100,000. I don't have a penny. I'm near enough broke.
Did you just put a figure? Did you just put a figure? Did you just say £100,000? They want the money you made out of their family. So what they're going to say is that the money... Oh, this is great, actually. I didn't know he was going to talk about this tonight. Big up Screener Jones with the comment, Noncy. Quite like that. Noncy, the battery boy. Noncy, the battery boy. Look, he just said 100 grand. They want recompense. They want the money that I made out of talking about their family. So that means this is worse than ever, actually. I thought what they were going to go for is take down the videos where you talk about us and then, you know, some damages. But what it means is, and if this is right, you can't trust Alan, of course, but if this is right, then, and he just dropped it there, and it's like new story for the court case, new information, and the court case is amping up and rolling forward, so maybe it's, you know, he's had word. If that's what they really want, then that's brilliant, because what they're going to be able to do is they're going to be able to go over his heyday. They're going to be able to go, and you know what I said at the start of this, you know, I built up today's episode by saying desperate man doing desperate things for monies. right? If you go back to his heyday when he had 100,000 views on a thing and whatever, and you add up the super chats back then, and then you take into account the patrons, like when you add that up, that's quite a lot of monies. And if you haven't saved it, and if you're going to be end up liable to pay it to somebody else, you're going to have to find it, aren't you? It's like monies. And like, it's, imagine that. Imagine having to pay back the money that you had in your heyday that you frittered away whilst things are going at their lowest ebb. That would be awful, wouldn't it? Like, he keeps saying, I've got no money, you can't get any out of me. But you've had money. So it doesn't matter if you're not, like, now you've not got little money, but back then you had big money. So we're going to want the big monies. But I've only got the little monies. Yeah, but you should be earning the big monies, but you're not. Well, you've got big monies to pay, so little monies isn't going to do it. Like, this is cool. Julie DJ has some information she wants to share with me, in chat. I'll give you one idea with that comment when he asked my husband, who's a teacher, when he was writing a book about policemen telling children what to do when they leave school, primary school age. Somebody give Julie the mod's email address, the team email address, get her in the Discord.
I don't care if I'm in it, bro. I'm in a great life. Doesn't matter. I can survive. I'll do something.
I will survive.
But I can't stop this. So I said, right, 8 months ago, I said to my spanners, I'm dropping the watch case. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. There's no point. But they didn't drop the fund to raise money to get me, did they? The fund is still there today.
I love it, the way he contrives the idea of being sued for defamation as a fund to get me. There's a crowd fund to pay for the legal costs. It doesn't say to get Alan Vinnicombe. Just get Alan Vinnicombe. Can we get him? Yeah, get him. Go and get him. What do you mean? It's like talking to a child.
Asking you for money to get me. Now, like a sword of Damocles just above my head. Every day of my life, it goes up. So I stopped talking about the case. They didn't close the fund. They continue to this day to say that I'm going to prison, I'm going to court, I'm going to be this, I'm going to be that. Do you know what that does to me? Do you know what mental health the 68-year-old has?
We're talking about you being sued for defamation for talking about the family of Shanann Watts, a woman who was tragically murdered along with her 2 children, and the family that are suing you, their mental health concerns are slightly more legitimate than yours. And the reason they're suing you is because of their mental health concerns that have been exacerbated by your bad behaviour, the defamation. And you're crying about your mental health on a public forum like YouTube. After having, as well, on top of, Your Honour, I also put it to you that on the night of the 14th, Alan Vinnicombe did say that me personally, Scotty Hottie, was like crazy, like a nutter, like, you know, madman. He beat me about with the mental health thing because I talk about having used or coming off antidepressants, you know, going through a process of having used antidepressants for a while and coming through that period in my life where I felt like I needed them. And we did a mental health channel for a year, and like, he used it against me. And now it's Pity Party Alan on like, his episode today is called New Proof, What Really Happened Between Chris Watts and Shanann. And he's saying this in today's episode as part of his overview of the backstory of his relationship with the story. Oh, dear Alan. Oh, no. Oh, no. You're doing it again. Relax, Alan. We need like, Darkside Phil's got a code word when he's doing it again. They're supposed to tell him to relax. Alan needs a code word. Alan needs a code word. We need a code word. People need to put it in his chat. Alan, you need to relax.
Do you know what that does to me? Do you know what mental health the 68-year-old has to deal with that on my own here in England with this? You're going to the Old Bailey. You're doing. I know it's not. It doesn't matter what's true and it's not. It's in my head. Just like Dr. Phil believed that NK was involved, I believe that I'm on the road to ruin because of this story.
Yes.
And all I tried to do was help her parents.
You are on the road to ruin. Yes, I would actually, for the first time in a long time, I would say that sounded actual real from Alan. Yes. Although he could just be grifting this up hard for a big beg so that he gets more monies, and he could have more monies than you think behind, you know, if he says he's got a Rolex.
The road to ruin because of this story.
But there's no big smile after that one. This sounded more
I
like...
believe that NK was involved. I believe that I'm on the road to ruin because of this story. And all I tried to do was help her parents. But that's been forgotten.
You know, there's no licky lips. There's no... You know, this seems a lot more honest there. Road to ruin, yeah. Yes. Let's celebrate. I'm not going to shout it again. I'm not going to have the Alexa do it again. But yes, the road to ruin.
Oh, yeah, that's all been forgotten. I'm an evil man.
Big ups on the rocks, who says, I can't believe anything Frankie Jr. says either. Frankie Jr. hasn't said anything. I'm not, like, Frankie Jr.'s sister was murdered in a horrible way, and so were his nieces. I think he's had a fucking horrible tragedy to deal with. My heart goes out to the man, no matter what, yeah? Like, well, no, not, obviously, if he's a fucking, like, you know, horrible molester or something, obviously my heart does not go out to him, but do you know what I mean? Like, he's gone through this tragedy in his life. I don't care if he smoked a bit of weed or, like, you know, whatever, like, my heart goes out to him on that front. And then he's not, I don't, like, Alan's saying all this bad stuff about all these people. Like, I've seen him do it about the family, about Shannon. Like, you know, I don't know the exact particulars of the court case and what they're going to say in court is the defamation. I'm not party to that. Alan might even fucking win the case for all I know. He might have been telling the truth for all I know. I don't know what the case is exactly, you know, but like, I hope that Alan gets taken down a peg or two by this man, because he's just the most awful. I said I'd talk about tone and decency today. Like, Frankie Rusick's gone through a horrible tragedy. Alan's on the internet talking about his business and talking about their family and saying all this bad stuff. Like, the other day he said Shanann's no saint. You know, going on about these videos that she made for this company and, like, you know, neglecting the kids. Like, I mean, what's he on about? Like, he's saying bad stuff about innocent people who were victims of a crime. Like, he's a bad chuffer. So I don't see Frankie Rusick doing any of that. I don't see him doing any of that. I see him having to sort of defend himself on the internet a little bit, maybe. And like, I like the fact that he's gone after Alan with legal, like, action. I'm keeping a good eye on it, and I'm interested to see how it pans out, because I could also go after Alan for defamation. I've also talked to solicitors about the situation and the position. I know where I stand on that and how, like, I can definitely win. So
Makes money out of the death of the family.
Well, there he goes again. Makes money out of the death of the family.
But that's been forgotten. Oh, yeah, that's all been forgotten. I'm an evil man who makes money out of the death of the family.
I proved that tonight. Like, we just looked at it. Like, you spent 5 years making money out of the death of the family. You know, there is no way Alan is on any sort of campaign for justice here. No way at all. Like, you've got to consider this. If you were on a campaign for justice, you wouldn't have spent all this time desperate for clickbait views. Like, what would you be talking about the 8 passengers story for? Why would you be doing all those clickbait videos about that? Like, you are on a gravy train on YouTube, and you will say what you think needs to be said to get the views, to get the tippies, to get the clicks, to get the views. Like, there's no fight for justice here, but you can dress it up behind a fight for justice, so then no one can accuse you of being a grifter. It's just fucking disgusting. It's the worst thing in the world. Like, it's horrible.
They make money out of Shannon. They are monetized.
Actually, there are worse things in the world, but Alan is probably guilty of all of them too. Bear in mind, we've got videos of him singing with kids on Smule, waving. The kid waves at him. I bring it up. I'm bringing it up again. I can't. You know, why not? Send trees. Send trees. For anyone that's new to this, this is the reason. Like, the other day, they asked, on that being said, what's the thing that makes you most cross with Darkside Phil? And they all had answers. For me, it was the racism. It's the instance. I actually feel angry when he does the racism. With me and Alan, this is the thing that makes me most cross with Alan, is when he was caught on his Smule account singing with kids, and he said they weren't live. They weren't live, but this kid waves at him. That kid waves at him. So don't tell me that wasn't live. Singing with kids on the internet. Nancy behaviour. Yeah. Good old Alan. Good old... There's your microphone. Where are you? Why is your microphone over there and not in front of your face? That really needs to be addressed. Someone needs to sort that out. One of his spanners needs to have a good word with Alan about where he puts his microphone. It's gone beyond a joke now.
They've made loads of money, which is fine. Good luck to Sandy's Cooking. Give us super chat. Good luck to the great bit of marketing that Frankie did, was to get the updated video of NK and make a lot of money. Fine. America, man. We're all supposed to make money. What is this destroying one person over a case that everyone talks about? It's not fair. I stopped talking about the case, and do you know what happened? The abuse got worse.
No.
The abuse built into crescendo so high that they attacked my family. They had one guy writing songs. They stoked them up.
This is ridiculous. They had one guy writing songs. This is ridiculous. He's now living in a fantasy world. The abuse did not... From the Chris Watts case and this stuff, I'm not involved in the Chris Watts case. He stole my content. I asked him kindly if he would not do that. He continued to plagiarise my content. That was game on. Welcome to the internet. Now I talk about him and cover him as a lolcow. He's a lolcow. He's an idiot on the internet who makes fun. We make fun of him. He's a laugh. Like, you know, we can have a laugh at him because he's a fool. Remember, this is his Chris Watts episode. What are people going to think when they tune into this? This is his big moment. I thought it was going to be his big moment. I thought he was going to blow the case open. Instead, it's another Alan pity party. Oh, Alan, don't do this. This is not going to look good for you.
So much he wrote songs about having sex with my children, and then he...
You should talk about me. We can come on a stream together. That really needs to happen. Eventually, that's going to be your only straw you can clutch at. I'm going to offer you £1,000 for webcams in your house. Each room that we put a webcam in, and you can't choose, I choose. Thank you. First webcam in the lounge where you do whichever room you do this in, first webcam, right? Webcams in each room, £1,000 each webcam. They're on 24 hours a day, £1,000 each. That's the deal, right? Second deal, £1,000 for an hour on a stream with me on my channel. I call the shots. You come on the stream. You get paid £1,000. You are on the stream for a full hour. You have to talk. There's no, we're talking for the full hour. Yeah, you can't just sit there and say, right, I'm on the stream. You have to talk. You have to engage. Big ups, Karen Tree Birch, $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat, Karen. If you don't engage, thank you for the carrot. You're going past in blue now. Wee blue. If you want to play the game, Alan, you can come on and do it properly. If not, you don't fuck about and just come on and just sit there and pretend and then get your £1,000 in good faith. They're going to be your options for monies. I'm going to be the one that you can come to for monies. And £1,000 for sitting on a stream for an hour and talking. What's wrong with that? Are you so scared? With this man who writes songs about my daughter, are you so scared?
They put my picture on the screen and put his willy into my mouth on a picture.
Got me a working day and night. This is so good, isn't it?
He wrote songs about...
He can't help but talk about the chuffer. He needs the chuffer. Alan needs a bit of chuffer in his life. You all need a bit of chuffer in your life. Is it the weekend? Is it Friday night? It's 10:30. It's Friday night. We all need a bit of willy in our mouth on the video.
They had one guy writing songs. They stoked him up so much.
And again, I just, the point I'm making here before we get me all hyped up about him doing the songs, is that he's trying to pretend that because he said some stuff about Chris Watts.
I couldn't be happier. Swish, and then
It's on.
Body Sculpture sent tippies. He is the biggest grifter and con man I have ever heard. This court case of his does not exist. It's a black to get people to hand over to feed his gambling addiction. What he needs is electric shock therapy to prevent him from noncing all these kids. He's the YouTube Ripper. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you. The YouTube Ripper. He might be the Bristol Pusher. He might be the Exmouth Pusher. And it's interesting. I think the court case, I've looked into it. I know that they are all legit and above board, all the names and people that are involved. And I've looked into the court. There's a website that lists court stuff. And unless it itself is dodgy, which we looked into it, and it looked quite sus. Sorry, not sus. It looked quite above board. I think it might be real. I've done a video on it. I've looked into it. We might, it can be discussed. I think it might be real. I think in October the court will start sitting again, and I think very quickly sometime in October. Like, they're not going to fuck about. When the court starts up again, there'll be like a list of cases all lined up. And I think on one of the days, Alan will be in the pile, and he'll be requested, along with like 5 other cases on the same day, you know, that they work through quite quick. I think it might actually happen. What do you think in chat? I'll do a poll. We'll do a poll. And if you don't agree with me, I'm going to have a fucking egg on about it, and you're basically spies. So, is the court case real? I'm interested to know what the, you know, I got my feelings on it, and we just had a tippy about it. Is the court case real? I could have done a poll about whether we should electroshock treatment him for being a nonce, but we all know where that poll would end up. So
he wrote songs about having sex with my children, and then they put.
I didn't write songs about having sex with your children.
Not so much. He wrote songs about having sex with my children, and then they put my picture on the screen and put his willy into my mouth on a picture.
I love it. This is supposed to be his big moment. This is supposed to be his big moment. Like, he's managed to bring it round to the willy in the mouth on his big. Imagine all the people. Imagine you're watching. Okay, just imagine this, because this is what we're talking about. This is Alan's world. Imagine this. You're on the internet, you're watching Sentries, Clip Chopper, rubbish, and you want to watch something about Nicole Kessinger and Chris Watts, yeah? Nicole Kessinger. And then you get these, like, you know, million view videos, proper video essays, you know, proper stuff. Well, look, Alan Vinnicombe stuff is coming up. Some old clips from a long time ago with this man, you know. That's strange. That's because obviously I've been searching for them recently and looking at them. But like, you scroll down here and you get all these other YouTubers who are doing it. There's actually loads of Alan coming up. Maybe he's actually hitting the Nicole Kessinger trend line, but there's just no one cares about Nicole Kessinger. There's us. Hooray. I haven't put Nicole Kessinger in the list, so I don't know how that's come up. It's YouTube suggesting stuff, isn't it? But like, what I was looking for really... Okay, let's put Chris Watts instead. I was looking for one of these more modern, younger channels. Maybe they're not being suggested to me because I don't watch a lot of modern, younger channels. Okay. Or maybe he's not looking for a younger audience anyway, but... Show me one of these fucking true crimers, YouTube.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Channel for sent tippies. Day 93 in the Big Brother house. Alan is the cry wanking in the hot tub. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Oh, I love it. Alan is crying in the hot tub. Crying. And here's one, look. I imagine you're a fan of true crime. Sorry about the adverts. Fucking adverts. Imagine you're a fan of true crime and you're like one of these sort of, you know, normal people that are on YouTube, yeah? Right? And, like, you know, you watch this
also,
lady.
as per South Korean laws, the victim of this case and her family have chosen to stay anonymous. So
interesting. You know, you watch this. She looks interesting, actually. She's got 1 million subscribers.
I couldn't be happier. Swish, and then whoosh.
The blind leading the blind sent tippies. I'm only 6 months into looking at this vile man. Big ups to all the people in chat who have been holding this cretin to account for years and years and still going strong. Keep up the sterling work. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
I just feel bad now because I went, what, to the Bruce Lee thing, and then I realised that I was when it filtered back in, I was watching a video of someone from South Korea, and it might look like I was doing some sort of Asian. Like, it might have, like, if you just clip that bit, it might look bad for racism, but I'm not trying to. Anyway, she looks quite nice. I like her. I'm going to throw her a subscribe. My point is, if you're watching true crime on the internet, what you're used to in the modern age, you know, the normal sort of average person on YouTube is watching someone filmed reasonably well in reasonably high definition, talking about something, and like, she's not going to talk about her haters putting her willy in her mouth or something, is she? Look. What she's going to talk about
by
is
the platform for having the specific credentials. They will verify with the school that they're a student. They will verify their transcripts, grades, everything, to make sure that these tutors that are online are being advertised, their background checks. It's basically a...
So, you know, she's talking about proper stuff, yeah? She's not like... So you come from that. Like, imagine you come from that, and then you tune into Alan. Wait, too many windows, more windows than Buckingham Palace, mate. And you tune into Alan, and you just think, oh look, there's a true crime on. New proof about Chris Watts and Shanann. Like that's been blowing up a bit on YouTube recently, Shanann and Chris Watts, and hasn't it, Nicole Kessinger? So you tune, oh, let's see what this guy's got to say from England. He's a detective.
Picture on the screen and put his willy in my mouth on a picture.
Sorry.
He wrote songs about having sex with my children, and then they put my picture on the screen and put his willy in my mouth on a picture. It got worse.
Yeah, but nothing to do with Nicole Kessinger and Chris Watts. We ended the poll there, and most people thought that it was real. 79% thought it was real, and 20% thought it was not real. So somebody managed to vote and didn't choose either of the options, which is weird. But
And I'm sat there not talking about the Watts for 7 months.
yeah, but it's nothing to do with that. Me and you. So don't try and rope that into this. It's weird.
And my
We're well
shows
behind
were
now.
dwindling, mentally, I said, I'm not going to talk about it. I did say, and I'm saying this to Janet, I said I won't touch that case with a barge boat because it's destroying my life from inside out. So I stopped talking about it.
Good. But it wasn't that it was the case that was destroying your life from inside out, Alan. It was you and your narcissistic behaviour. You infect everything. You're the common denominator here.
And then when I got the letters from Cohen asking for all this money, genetic code, listen to me.
Okay, there we go. There was a smile.
For all this money.
Asking for all this money, and he just held back a smile there. That was a lie.
Destroying my life from inside out. So I stopped talking about it. And then when I got the letters from Cohen
That's real.
asking for all this money,
That's a lie.
genetic code, listen to me. I stopped talking about the case. I didn't want to. When I got a letter asking me for £100,000, what would you do, genetic? You're a forceful woman. You would stand up and shout.
Or maybe he did get £100,000. Maybe that was because he's putting that about now again. I'm a bit confused. It's No, I think maybe more recently that figure has been talked about, maybe, and I think he's throwing that around, pretending it happened years ago.
I decided I have to fight, and that's why I have to talk about the case.
Because you haven't got any money.
They're still raising money to destroy my life.
So
what do you want me to do? Sit in the corner and talk about knitting?
Are you looking at the corner in your room, your bare, barren room? It says slideshow. What does it say? It says slides docs, slides does, something like that. You've got a background that you've taken from a copyright, like, B-roll website, and you haven't paid for it, and you've still got the watermark on it, or you might call that metadata. Are you going to sit in the corner? You know you are really in a room, Alan. If you this is what fucking annoys me so much about this. If you took down the green screen and just made the room look nice, then he just doesn't need the green screen, because he's using the green screen to pretend he's in a room. He is in a room. He just wants to be in a better room. And to Alan, this is peak room. It's all lit blue and there's nothing in it. It's got a wood floor look, isn't it nice? There's nothing in it. Not a single soft furnishing. Not a piece of furniture. He's such a plonker.
Of course I stopped talking about the case. That's what I wanted to do. But you never left me alone.
You do, wait, now you do want to stop talking about the case.
None of you left me alone. You made it worse. You goaded me back into it.
It's your fault. It was our fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It can't be his fault. He's a narcissist.
And then when I got the letter from Cohen, what am I supposed to do as a man? When they're asking me for £100,000 and I've got like 500 quid. What do you think I'm going to do? I'm going to have to tell you guys what they're doing. And luckily for me,
show the letter.
It got so bad that most of my trolls were sick of it and helped me.
That's not what happened either, right? show the letter. What happened was that... Actually, how do I claim to know what happened here in the minds of the fucking bins and the nut jobs that, like, the salty nutters and the genetic toad? Like, what do I pretend to know what goes on in their mind, to be honest?
Yes, the worst trolls started helping me.
Well,
they were so sick of what was happening to me, they literally helped me, and I thank them for that.
putting words in their mouth.
So that's where we are now.
That's where we are
That's why
now.
I'm talking about it. And while I'm on the subject, I want to answer the long-term critics about me. I hope they're all listening. But first,
I think some of them might be.
first of all, let's start with the number one.
The number one. Let's start with the number one. The number one. The number one. The 111. The 11111. You know the one. The one. Let's start with the number one.
Critics.
The number one. No, look, who's on first? Let's start with the top one. The number one. Look, just try and follow.
About me. I hope they're all listening. But first of all, let's start with the number one.
Because we're going to be blowing the Chris Watts case wide open in a minute with some new evidence that, like, that's some really serious stuff, the Chris Watts case and the evidence that you've got to present. So I'm glad that you're praising it with it. Is praising the right word? I'm just glad that you're starting with this. Like, this is actually a joy for me. I can't believe it's going this way. Big night for Alan. Big night. Let's start with the number one.
I have a great story tonight about the case.
Good.
Get this off our chest and we'll get into it when you all say it.
Okay.
I used to have a local program to go around places, pubs and whatever, talking about crime. I loved it. I used to present
A local program. I used to go around pubs talking about crime.
true crime in the days before trolls.
I will critique it in a minute. I'll let you continue.
In Weston-super-Mare, where I was living. I used to love it.
Where I was living. Did you hear that?
In the days before trolls. In Weston-super-Mare, where I was living.
He doesn't live there now. He lives in Exmouth.
I used to love it. Eventually, I got a big show on the seafront. And Colin Sutton came with me, a famous man. He doesn't speak to me anymore because all the trolls ripped to him and told him what a bad person I am. So, Colin, I'm sorry. Even he won't work with me now because of this, right? Because I'm such a bad person. But he did at the time. He was a Scotland Yard chief superintendent, and we were talking about the Madeleine McCann case together. We were really working on that together. He used to follow my Facebook, and he wrote to me and I wrote to him, and we became friends. But he doesn't speak to me anymore because of the trolls.
You weren't working with him on a case, okay? He was an actual real policeman, and he really retired and then really was booked for public speaking engagements, and you really paid him to turn up at your event where you sold tickets for the big show. Big YouTuber Alan Vinnicombe and special policeman going to be on the big show. You sold tickets to the big event, and Colin Sutton turned up as per your agreement, and you paid him the monies that you owe him for turning up to do a public speaking engagement, and he sat through your bollocks for like an hour and a half. And if you want to see what that's like, then we can, because thanks to the magic of the internet, Armchair Detective Colin Sutton, thanks to the magic of the internet, we have got Alan's stage show with Colin Sutton.
Shatter in that corner. Nobody came in the window. I promise you that. Nobody
There's
came
Alan.
in the window. Next photo.
Now we're going to go to another exhibit. Do you recognize any of the handwriting as being your handwriting?
He's playing YouTube videos.
Not particularly.
So
You can't see Colin in this, but I assure you he is there. He's sat over to the right in a chair because Colin can't stand for the full hour and a half. And unlike most speaking engagements, instead of having two chairs sat next to each other on the stage Alan's decided to play his YouTube videos on a big video screen, and he's got a really loud mic.
So what have we got? A ransom note? Sample writing, which they've taken, they found of hers, right?
Look at it.
Look at them.
Look at you.
Look at them.
Look at you.
Colin, no, handwriting.
Colin. Now you can hear Colin, but
I'm not saying it was the same person.
I'm not a handwriting expert. I've spoken to a few. They would
Alan offers him the microphone here so he can do some talking.
generally say similar.
Similar, right? Similar.
They're very good at saying it's not. They're not as good at saying it is.
They don't want to commit themselves, Colin. Like,
So it's going really well. And he charged people like, I don't know, 10, 15 quid a ticket. He put on a show and people turned up. A lot of his family and friends, I imagine, turned up to see Colin Sutton talk to the Armchair Detective. There's also a video of them talking together on his, doing a live stream there, having a chat about the Sweeney.
She was very good, and she didn't let that go to the jury.
Not that he's just having a chat on his stream, with Alan. So, but then after he found out who Alan was and what he was about, he decided to distance himself from him and doesn't want to talk to him and wants to have nothing to do with him. So through the magic of the internet, we can have a little look at that, and we have. So I'm glad that Alan brought that up, because it was a fucking debacle, an absolute debacle. And there's a members video, because in that video he talks to a member of his family on the stage, and I wasn't prepared to do that as a live YouTube react. So instead, it's up as a members video for all those that want to see that. You naughty members, you can see that.
Which is sad. So I used to start off the show by saying this. My name's Alan, the Armchair Detective. I work for MI5. Oh no, not MI5. MFI. And everybody will laugh because we're English.
No, that's exactly not what happened, okay? What happened was you started off the show by saying this.
Something new.
Those lads
Scotland Yard detective. Right, so.
Got two. I know you're thinking, right, that Alan Vinnicombe, he works for MI5 or MI6. I don't, but I did work for MFI. MFI I work for. I got the sack because I couldn't follow instructions. I kept making mistakes. You have to be at least 50 to know about that.
And nobody laughed. Nobody laughed. It was pretty dire.
MFI is famous in my country for furniture that falls to bits.
Why are we doing this again?
All my cases kept falling to bits, bookcases.
No, you didn't. You didn't say that. You messed that up.
It's a joke.
It's a joke.
All my cases kept falling to bits, bookcases. It's a joke.
It's a joke.
The troll said, "How dare you misrepresent that you?"
But then Alan, Lizzie Taylor, Alan, Armchair Detective MI5. Lizzie Taylor's got a video here of you saying something slightly different, look.
I was an MI5 agent, special agent. That's my only, I know I'm not an Armchair detective, but I was an agent for MI5, really.
Special agent, you said. You specified what kind of agent. So that's not the prelude to a little joke, is it? Saying I was a special agent. No, really.
It was, true.
True. I'd like to see the longer bit of it so that we can confirm that you didn't then make a joke, but sounds like you fucking said it on the internet more than once, and other people have reported that you were there and you said it. So it sounds like you got caught saying it and then you turned it into a joke so that you could get away with it.
You're an MI5 agent. I'm sick of it. I'm fed up with it. They're still doing it. So I've got the actual joke from 2019, Christmas 2018, and here it is live on stage. So
yeah, but you can also.
I've pretended I'm MFI again. Because here it is for you and your ears only, trolls.
15th of December.
I was an MI5 agent, special agent. That's my only, I know I'm not an Armchair detective, but I was an agent for MI5. Really, I was, true. I was an MI5 agent, special agent. That's my only, I know I'm not an Armchair detective, but I was an agent for MI5. Really, I was, true.
There you go. He's got a super
Understand the
tap.
difference
He had a
between
super
MFI,
tippy.
crap, main
He had a
5.
tenner.
No,
He had a tenner.
Oh yeah.
The pity party listed a tenner, and this one, I don't like this one. This one's got a picture of kids on it. What are we saying about that? Is that acceptable there? On Alan's channel, with all the context of Alan's channel, picture of some kids. AD, this is from me to you. To pay for the pictures that I got on Telegram off you on the dodgy.
I used to work for MI5. No, MFI. Sorry.
All right. All right.
I feel like crap at the moment. The way my lifetime.
I think we can do it on the 16th of December.
The West Country of England, where the Armchair detective tour started.
Look at where I appeared. Right, all these trolls. They could never hope in their lifetime to get to this level in life, where I had people coming to here with Colin Sutton.
Alan, you booked a speaker and he turned up at your event and they paid ticket monies, and a lot of them are your family and friends. Like, just because you book a venue doesn't mean you're special over the course of your life. It's called event management. I had 200 people at Celebrities nightclub in my local town. I don't know if Celebrities is not still going, is it? I had 200 people at Celebrities nightclub for our drum and bass event when I was 17. It doesn't mean I'm some special chuffer. Whatever that building is that he's got behind him on this, that he's so proud of booking out, it's now our ambition as a stream, isn't it? To get you all in buses to turn up for the annual MIMPS conference, where we do that venue. I turn up on the stage and you go fucking wild and I tell a joke. I do the MI5 joke. That's what I'll do. I'll come out and say, now listen, you all think that Scotty Hottie used to work for MI5, but actually it was MFI. And you all go fucking mental and laugh and love it. And then I say, and I got the sack because all my cases fell apart. And then you go fucking mental and love it. Big ups Andy for gifting 5 subs. Oh, look, I didn't spot that. Sorry, Andy. I was getting into my fantasy world of booking out Alan's favourite venue. Thank you very, very much for the gifting the 5 subs, for the 5 memberships. Welcome to member, all you chuffers that got welcome to membered. Say, there you are, look, there you are. Jersey Gal, welcome to member. Regardation Police, welcome to my member. Peter Kane, welcome to member. Be Kind Tiger, welcome to member. And Kieran Griffiths, welcome to member. Lucky you. Lucky you.
I feel like crap at the moment, the way my life's been destroyed by that.
Good.
At that time, I was carefree, my career was lifting off, and I loved crime.
I love crime.
Oh, for those days.
Oh, for those days. Oh, the last time you had meaningful sex with a woman. Oh, those days. The last time you had the scent of a real one that wasn't complaining or held down, you know.
On the 16th of December.
The West Country of England, where the Armchair detective tour started.
If ever I've heard a pity party statement.
Look at where I appeared, right? All these trolls, they could never hope in their lifetime to get to this level in life, where I had people coming to here with Colin Sutton. I feel like crap at the moment, the way my life's been destroyed by them. At that time, I was carefree, my career was lifting off, and I loved crime. Oh, for those days.
Oh,
Colin Sutton, famous Scotland Yard detective.
The day I sucked off Colin Sutton.
For true crime.
Famous YouTuber.
Famous YouTuber for true crime.
Famous YouTuber for true crime. Thank you, Julie, DJ, 1999. Thank you very much for the good work. Thank you for the solid, like, massive super chat. Thank you. That's doing me a solid. Thank you. Really, thank you.
For those days.
With Colin Sutton, famous Scotland Yard detective, and Alan Vinnicombe, famous YouTuber for true crime. Lovely day in Weston. Live show, something different. Live show about crime. Can it be done? We'll see.
We'll see.
This is Alan Vinnicombe trying to...
what I love about this, right, while he's watching his own video, is that the video that he compiled, for some reason, right, he's edited interior shots of a building. So this is this big building.
Alan Vinnicombe, famous YouTuber.
That he's rented out a room in.
For true crime. Lovely day in Weston.
And then this is like the foyer.
Live show, something different. Live show about crime. Can it be done?
And then this is like a conference room.
Done. We'll see. This is Alan Vinnicombe trying to make
More of the conference room.
Entertaining.
This is an empty hallway. Like all the other locations, completely devoid of people.
Stage presence.
Like what you might want to do before the video, yeah, is what you should have done is you should have shot some shots of all the people as they come into the app. Like if you're doing this video, like if we're doing this ourselves, then as you come into the venue, I've got people with cameras out there filming you. You know, as you come in, hey, hello, you want to say hello, and then as you do the build up to the video that you're about to watch, you have all the people coming in, and you sit and like you get a feel of like, you know, you're there, and you know going to start the show. And what Alan's done is he's filmed empty conference rooms, or not filmed them, just ripped them off someone else's video. Like, why is he doing this?
To make a entertaining stage presence.
And there he is. He loves himself. Look at him, look at him, look at himself. Oh! He fucking, you can see it in his face. The narcissist, the butter man. Alan is sculpted of pure Lurpak, dairy finest, sculpted of it. And in the past, he was slightly more sculpted. He had a nice tum-tum. Oh, look at you with the big tum-tum. Oh, look at you coming out on the stage. Oh, Alan. Oh, Alan. It's me. It's me. It's me. It was me. It is me. It's still me. Reg Fan gifting 5 battery-exhausted memberships. Look at that. Bim bam bosh. Julie was gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Julie. Welcome to member. Vicky J, welcome to member. Reprobate Jess, welcome to member. Reprobate Jess. Julia, welcome to member. No, you didn't get a welcome to member. I just said you because you are a member. You're already a member. Take that back. You've had it twice. Silent Witness, welcome to member. And Beth D, welcome to member. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Red Fan, for the gifted members. Thank you. Big ups.
Stage presence.
Stage presence. Stage presence. He's got the stage presence of one of the chairs. In fact, they've got better stage. The set dressing has better stage presence than Alan Vinnicombe, is what I said to Grumpy Grannis the other day. Set dressing has got better stage presence than Alan Vinnicombe. He comes on, he turns his back to the audience, he's got his microphone turned up obscenely loud, he shouts into it, he doesn't understand microphone technique, he doesn't play to the audience, he doesn't, like, you know, we had a little look at this, a brief look at this at the end of a stream the other day. We've already critiqued it. It's fucking awful. Like, the whole show is an absolute shambles. Just a shambles. He has a clipboard, and at some point he abandons that. And, like, it's just shambolic. The majority of the show is him playing his own YouTube videos on the big screen and loving it. Occasionally pausing it, and there's the whole Phoenix Nights edge to it where the person who's playing the YouTube videos has to be told, no, not the sound. Rewind back to that bit. Show me the face of Patsy Ramsey. Can I have the handwriting now, please? And he gets his egg on at some points, and it's just fucking awful. It's just total nonsense. It looks like an Alan Partridge, a Peter Kay, a Ricky Gervais, you know, one of those people doing a parody of what a stage show about true crime would be. And at most of it, he tries to create a jovial atmosphere and make jokes. And whilst being backed by images of dead people, like the worst tragedies, the Ramseys, the Wattses, and he makes all sorts of inappropriate jokes. And then he gets one of his family members on the stage to interrogate. Look at him, the glory days. Look at you. Why is your head that shape, Alan? That's what I'm thinking. Is why when you turn to the side, is your head that shape? I didn't realise we don't see you in profile a lot. Why is your head that shape? We've seen those. Have you not seen those aliens this week come from Mexico? The Mexican aliens. Maybe Alan's something special.
Right, that Alan Vinnicombe, he works for MI5.
Got your coffee?
MI6.
Got your gin? Drinky gin?
I did work for MI5.
They stopped it before you heard that they didn't laugh. There was no laughing, Alan. It's not a joke if they don't laugh. Is it? Does it still a joke if they don't laugh? I don't know. That was the joke.
All right, simple as that. That's how.
Big ups, Gypsy Witch. Welcome to regular.
Trying to ruin me. That's the truth, guys. And I hope
all of those nutters who are members, they can all watch me reacting to Angry Alan and his relative on the stage being interrogated, his Dolda-in-law. They can watch it, but no one else can, because I'm not putting it public, because I think it's a bit of a stretch to be publicly doing videos about Alan's Dolda-in-law. Although I'm doing it about Alan and his show, I just have a bit of respect, you know, for the families. I'm not putting it public, but all the members can watch it. Ah!
That some of them can apologise. I don't think for 1 minute they will.
What's going on with your head?
Against all odds.
He looks like he's in a wind tunnel or some shit. It looks like someone's pulled him back and clipped it behind his head. It looks like someone's grabbed him behind the head, swung him around like a sack of potatoes, and then put a hair clip on it. Has he got one of those, like, you know, does he, in profile, does he look like the Xenomorph? What's going on here? I didn't know you looked like this. That's going to be a thumbnail for me. I'm having that. I like that face. That's a good one tonight. Have you started, like, it looks like he's squashed his head in something.
That they can perhaps come around. Right, so that's that cleared up. I just got a few more things to clear up.
Just a few more things to clear up, like that rash in your crotch that you got from that dodgy 15 minutes with that dodgy brass on the beachfront.
This is for the trolls.
This is for the trolls.
Everybody else that's asked me questions for years. Read my book and documentary. You all know my book was dogged by the trolls.
Did you say re?
And everybody else that's asked me questions for years. Read my book.
Re. We get a re. Not a real one, but I'll take it. You got to take them where you get them.
Trolls. And everybody else that's asked me questions for years. Read my...
He slurs it into re my, it's not a proper re. It was close. You were close, Alan. Gonna have to speed him up now because.
My book and documentary. You all know my book was dogged by the trolls, and including the family. Mr. Rusek went on YouTube. He sounded like he had a drink or something, and there was a gunshot in the background, and he said,
What?
We talked to your publisher, and he's not going to close your...
There you go. Mr. Rusek sounded like he'd had a drink or something. If we were playing bingo, like I said, Alan is going to slander the family of the people who got murdered. So Mr. Rusek now sounded like he'd been having a drink or something. There was a gunshot going on in the background. Mr. Rusek now is copping it. Mr. Rusek obviously, in tragic circumstances, lost his daughter, didn't he? So we're going to say that's bad, aren't we? We're going to say that's bad, what you said, Alan.
He's not going to...
Miss Sarah, look at these members flying in, look. Miss Sarah, welcome to Large. Ooh, Large. I shouldn't keep doing this because people are going to expect me to do it every time. Ooh, Large. Ooh, I love a bit of Large. Oh, go on then. Go on then. Oh, I'll have a large. Go on. Go on then, I'll have a large. Go on. Oh, go on. No, it's fine. No, I can handle it. No, it's fine. Thank you, Miss Sarah.
Publish your book, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Put that in your pipe and smoke
it ruins
it.
everything we've done. Our publisher pulled out, which means all the money we spent was wasted, and we had to start again from scratch. Not only that...
What? Your publisher pulled out, so you lost all your monies? I don't know how that works. What monies did you have to spend to write a book? And why can't you just, if you've got the book still, can't you just then publish the book somewhere else and you still recoup the monies? That sounds like bollocks.
I was advised to put the book through a lawyer to see what can be sued on. That's why the book's a bit thinner than it should be. The lawyer, a specialist lawyer, went through the book.
Took out everything that you could get sued on. And then the book was really thin because everything that was yours, that wasn't just simple facts copy and pasted from Wikipedia, that had to be removed.
Out the pages that I could be sued for. So not only did they make the book twice the price I wanted to pay for it, they also took a lot of the pages out.
Oh, it wasn't your fault. Again, it's not your fault, Alan. It wasn't that Alan fucked up in any way. And if he's running, like, bottom line, yeah, if you're doing a book and it ends up twice the price and people aren't happy, who takes the brunt of that, Alan? Who has to... You can't... Oh, well, yeah, but then these other people, and then this other thing happened, and I took the crowdfund money. I had the thousands of pounds, but then I didn't manage to deliver on this promise. Oh, yeah, like, come off it, Alan. I've done 2 crowdfunds in my life, been part of 2 crowdfunds. One where I produced the ASMR road trip. I was looking for £5,000 to go around Europe. It was a bit of a reach. I got £500 to go around the UK instead. But I went around the UK and I made a documentary. It's 45 minutes. It's on the ASMR channel. And then I met ASMR Whispers Red as well when I did that. That was quite a good bit. So... did that. That's done. Then with the Eddie Strongman, we were filming the thing, and there was a stretch goal to put the final thing. Like, we'd been doing the filming and stuff, but we needed more money to finish the film, and so Matt set up a crowdfund on Kickstarter, I think it was. We hit the goal and more, and the film got made, and it ended up on Netflix. So, like, that happened. Like, if I'm involved in a crowdfund, you can damn well be certain I'm going to put out. And saying that, I should have said it at the start of the episode. On Sunday, we want to do the fucking, I think maybe Sunday might be the art competition. I think Sunday might be the art competition. I should have said that at the start of the episode. Or maybe there's more people watching now than at the start. The art competition Sunday. Look out for it. I think we might do it on Sunday. I'll have a little look into it. Because I'm sure we've got lots of entries now, haven't we? So, yeah, anyway, you can be sure I'm going to pull through and do what I'm going to promise. With Alan, you don't get what you promised. And he lies about whose responsibility it was to deliver. So that doesn't look good. In the future, I wouldn't give him any more monies. I wouldn't sign up to his stuff in the future based on what he's saying here.
And once I've done that,
the book's now available on Amazon. It's shit.
I had to then, I put some pictures in it. I went to...
And you can self-publish. You don't have to like talking all this bollocks about publishers. Like, what do you want about? Bollocks about publishers. If you've got a proper publisher, they give you an advance. Like, you give them a manuscript. That didn't happen. Yeah. What Alan's talking about is some sort of self-publishing, some bollocks. Like with Amazon, you can just turn up there and say, I've got a book, can I put it on your website? And they say, yeah, like send us the PDF files and we'll print it out for you when people buy it. Like, it's like, do you know what I mean? It's like having t-shirts printed. It's not like some special deal. Like, Alan's not some super chuffer, right? Because he's got, some one of his spanners to put together some information on a pamphlet about Chris Watts. It's such a fucking weird thing. He wanted to be a known author, but instead of writing all of his life, like he's not a writer, he's not an author, he's not a literate person in general. So I don't know why he should claim to be. He just wants to be the man with the picture of him with the book, and then he can go on the tellis, and then he's got a book, and he just wants the Alan is a PDF file. Alan is the PDF file. Good shout. He just wants the status of it, but he naively thought that you can just churn that shit out and not get spotted for it. It really is just rubbish.
Spencer putting photos in it. I had to copyright those pictures, which cost a fortune.
That's not what happened. Is that he used copyrighted material, and then because he was going to have to hand over all the money for his work to the people who own the copyright, he decided to buy the rights to the copyright. So he's confused about what's happening there. Big ups Red Fan, again, for 5 battery exhausted gifted memberships as they come through. Ellie Wood is now welcomed to member. The Saint, welcome to member. Karina Jones, welcome to member. Lady Lucan, welcome to member. And Book Princess, welcome to member. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I should have a tally totalizer for all these members. Look at you with your green names. Enjoy it.
I know what it's going to cost. I've never done a book. The book ended up losing money. And the money that was given to me to help with the book was gone. But, and this is where I agree, some people gave money for the documentary. And I have been working on that documentary, and it's finished. I have it. Just the way I have a book on the McCann case finished, but I can't print it because it'd be sued. I have a documentary finished on NK. I have.
You mean one of your shit YouTube videos? Not a proper documentary, like you sold them, not with proper filming and cameras and like interviews. You don't have a documentary on Nicole Kessinger. Don't be stupid.
It's not good enough. It needs professional titles, professional music, and dubbing and all that. I want it to be...
What? Is he like listening to me talking about my film that is in the final stages of the edit or something? Because to finalise my film, the last one I did, the Stugan film, which you can watch on my channel, which wasn't crowdfunded, but I made it and it exists. That Stugan film, it needs final sound mixing, but it's not like he says, like dubbing. Like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Titles, like that final thing. If you were going to put your film on Netflix, then they do require like this final edit. They put it on these big super tapes as well, and this like cause things like subtitles and stuff need to be embedded in the metadata of your edit. And so all that stuff goes on, and then the licenses need to be bought for your music and stuff like that. If you've made a documentary and it's at the stage where like it's at that, like, why aren't you talking? Like, how come you? Who's been filming it? Who's your cinematographer? Like, what are you talking about? It's just fucking ridiculous what Alan's saying.
Proper, like all those other documentaries you see that got millions of views. I don't want to bring it out and just like 10,000 views. I don't want to waste it. So I have it. If I God's name, I could save enough money to finish it.
Or just show people the draft in Patreon then. You know, without the final sound mix and the dubbing and that, without the music. Just put that on Patreon, and then they'll know, and they can see it and know what they're paying for.
Those people that paid me for the documentary.
He's got a piece of paper, look. Just like Dark Side Phil, he's got his bit of paper with all this stuff written down that he wants to rant about tonight. Insane.
Rest assured, it's not wasted. I will do it. I am doing it. I just can't afford to finish it at the moment.
Yeah,
Your
promises.
documentary
Yeah, promises. You've had all the money years ago, and now it's like, honestly, I've got it. Yeah, promise you, I've got it. Yeah, promise, honestly. Yeah. Gone all orange for some reason, Alan. Fucking tangoed yourself.
It's coming. The people that gave to help the book, well, that got swallowed thanks to the Ruseks making me lose my publisher. That was gone. We lost money. That's gone. But people keep saying to me, "Where's the money for the documentary?" Good God, I've spent thousands more. I think I was given 1,500 quid. We spent thousands on that book, and I can prove it, but I ain't going to prove it to you.
That's not. They said, "Where's the money for the documentary?" Not the book. Stop going on about the book. And I don't think you spent all that. The only way he spent all that money on the book is because he used copyright material, published it on Amazon, and then the people that own the copyright came after him, and he had to deal with it. So that's the only thousands he spent, is giving it back. From the sale of the book, he had to give it to these other people and deal with the fucking fallout of it. He's even got a Project 7, big up Snood, yeah. Like, he's even, like, the parallels run deep. Like, I don't know what this documentary is. It's, like, because Alan doesn't understand, like, the difference between, I mean, sitting here and talking on YouTube, getting videos that other people have made and making an edit of them, you can call it like a YouTube documentary or you can call it a video essay, but documentary that you could put in a festival or sell to a broadcast network, you, like, in the main have to, like, the only person I can think of who doesn't do this is Adam Curtis, to be honest, but in the main you have to go out and talk to people. Like, what he was selling was going out with cameras, doing proper interviews, you know, making a proper documentary, like the sort of thing you see on Netflix. It doesn't even exist. Yeah, that's absolute Vicky J. What he will produce at some point, if forced, because there might be a legal ramification, because this is the joke of this, right? This is the joke of the man. Okay, we're getting well behind tonight, but this is the joke of the man. Armchair Detective, right? This last week did a video called "How to Get Your Money Back from Frankie's Crowd Justice," and he referred people to the ICO, Information Commissioner's Office. Like, he said that if there's a fraudulent crowd fund, you can make a complaint to this office. And so he's done a fraudulent crowd fund. So now he's advertising how to rat himself. Like, he's just such an idiot. So I think maybe that's backfired on him this week as well. Because I don't know why he's bringing this up, but obviously some people have given him money for a crowd fund, and he's taken the money and spent it. And, like, welcome to Alan World. What's happening with the Chris Watts case, you nutter? What happened to your big story?
Bastards. You can go and do one.
You call bastards?
Thousands on that book, and I can prove it, but I ain't going to prove it to you bastards.
He's not going to prove it. He can prove it, but he's not going to prove it because we're bastards. But people gave you monies. You can prove it just by showing the receipts. Whatever you spent the monies on, why don't you just do that? Even if it's only in Patreon to the people that gave you the monies. I don't understand why you're so angry about that. Like, if you spent loads and loads of monies, that's on you. That's your business. That's your business sense. It means no one should ever give you any more monies. That money should never go to you again because you fucking waste it. You've got no idea what you're doing. You're an idiot. That's what you're saying on your own channel, yeah?
1,500 quid. We spent thousands on that book, and I can prove it, but I ain't going to prove it to you bastards. You can go and do one. So that's the last I want to hear about the documentary book. It will come out, I will finish it, and you can keep reminding me, Alan, where's the documentary? Alan, where's the documentary? I will produce the documentary. Alan, I will. In my time, not your time.
What do you mean in my time? In the time of 2023, the year of Alan, has he got a love bite on his neck? What do you think? Has he got a love bite on his neck there? Look out for that, or is it just the shadows? This is classic AD.
Go and do one. So that's...
I'm having to take my time over this. We are well behind live, but this is a good one.
The last I want to hear about the documentary book. It will come out, I will finish it, and you can keep reminding me, Alan, where's the documentary? Alan, where's the documentary? I will produce the documentary. Alan, I will.
It'll be a load of shit, ham-fisted together from, like, Netflix and other things that he thinks look good on the internet. Like, he's just going to rip off loads of other videos and shamble them into an edit.
In my time, not your time. So that's the documentary in the book, and that's the joke about MFI.
Glad we got all that sorted from years ago.
I want you to know that that's what's going on. And the barge pole comment was because I did stop the case, but when they asked me for £100,000, I had to talk about it. And I don't think the comment aged well, Jen, because I was thrown back into the lion's den. That's why, Jen. So I hope you understand why I have to talk. I know you would defend yourself. I'm defending myself. because I have to.
Do you?
Finally, the Oxy thing, I was asked to promote blaming someone for giving Oxy to Chris Watts. I refused to do it. I discussed it with my friend Dr. B and other people, and I still refuse to do it, and I still won't do it, okay?
This is from fucking years ago. Where did Chris Watts get the oxycodone that he drugged Shanann with? Did Nicole Kessinger give it to him and say, here, take this oxycodone and drug Shanann? Or did he get the oxycodone when he was out on his holidays in, wherever the fuck it was with Shanann? And is anyone ever going to know? No.
The Oxy thing, I would never say who I was asked to blame. All right, so that's that. Please forget about that. And I think that wraps it up, doesn't it? But the good thing is, in the process of all you nice people being terrible to me, not you nice people, the horrible people, horrible to me, put me in a position.
No, don't get confused. If you're watching this rant is for the people that are watching it that hate him, not for the people that are watching it that don't hate him, that are actually just watching it. So if you feel like you're being attacked and there's a lot of vitriol coming at you, that's okay on our stream, because that's what it's for. This is where Alan's trying to project it, and it's coming through loud and clear. But if you're one of his normal viewers, or somebody just dropping into his stream wanting to learn about Nicole Kessinger's thing, like, you're going to feel like, what the fuck's going on? But don't worry, Alan has got you. He's got you, and he's got your back. Look.
Doesn't it? But the good thing is,
was there proof Nicole got it? I don't know. It's years later. I'm not covering that case in 2023. So.
And I think that wraps it up, doesn't it? But the good thing is, in the process of all you nice people being terrible to me, not you nice people, the horrible people, and horrible to me, put me in this position, I found a new thing for the case. I have found a missing piece from the night of the murder.
Oh, thank God we finally get round to it.
I'm so pleased to present it to you tonight.
Good.
It is a work in progress, but I'm going to present it tonight, what we have.
He said he's been working on this for a full 4 days.
And it's based around this, that I just made a short promo for.
Oh, it is just
a few
what it
days ago. And I'm so excited.
Big shouts out Slinky Socks. We were talking about this on stream yesterday. Slinky Socks made the video about it. Alan has been watching the interrogations, and at some point the word she is used, and it could be ambiguous.
Excited about this. And before I go any further, once I presented it, AD changed the case. Remember the title.
We will.
Changed the case.
And I will, if you spotted something that no one else has spotted, fair enough. But my guess is whatever you're about to say has already been said before. Whatever. Like, it cannot be that 4 years later, like, because I was looking through the videos and I spotted a couple of things in the Chris Watts interrogation videos, and I did like sort of do a bit of cross check on the internet. I thought, hang on, well, I'm reviewing this. I've never looked into it before, so I'm reviewing it fresh. But actually, the things I'm putting out, other people are sort of putting out as well on the internet. Maybe I've got notes on my phone. Maybe I should quickly on my phone, say hello on my phone, because now's the only time, isn't it, before Alan says what he's going to say. What did I say? We've exhausted. He uses the word we've exhausted in the full first interview. And in the second interview, he says an inkling she would do this to me at 1:27. Can't believe I'm doing this now. Chris Watts first interview. In this one, I pulled out 21:25.
When you thought you showed it?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Thanks. I looked back and saw it showed it.
Okay. Kids, do they have any security little watches?
Mm-hmm.
You know, something they have the call on button? Nothing like that?
Nothing like that, yeah.
No iPads?
Mm-hmm.
How old are they?
4 and 3.
Oh, they're pretty young. Okay. Anything else you can think of?
Honestly, like, we've exhausted like every option, every friend that we know that could.
Just there, he says, anything else you should tell me about? And he said, we've exhausted every option. So who's he talking about? We? But then I think maybe he's talking about, you, the policeman, the friends and family that are around talking about it, we. Maybe that. So I only picked that out that was different. And then in the second interview, I didn't get through the full thing, but I've pulled out 1:2700, an inkling she would do this to me. 1:27. I don't know why I'm doing this now. I suppose this feels like now the time to do it.
Who's the girl, like, I can find for this, like, 5 weeks? Like, no, that's not me. Like, I respect my wife, and she respects me. Like, there's no inkling that she could, like, if she's somewhere safe right now, like.
He said there's no inkling that she could have, and then he said, if she's somewhere safe right now, like, this is a fucking weird one, but inkling is a word like when someone's done something and you've caught onto it. So the question I've got in my mind here, which I don't think Alan's going to follow this line of train of thought, was whether he confessed to her that he was having an affair, and she said that she was also doing so.
There's no inkling that she could like if she's somewhere safe right now, like, I don't think it would be with a guy. I mean, if it is, I'm fine. Like, I want her.
And there's a lot of high-pitched guy, like, so there's no inkling that she would. And if she's somewhere, like, what he means is there's no inkling she would cheat on me. And there's no inkling. I didn't have an inkling, but it turned out she was cheating on me. Seems a bit more reasonable. So I pulled that out. Like, just so I've said it now. They were the notes on my phone that I thought were, like, you know, things that I've looked at that I thought, instead of doing a 6-hour body language analysis of this, yeah, there's just one point that I picked out having watched the whole fucking thing. So I know at some point the word she is used. I know the word she is used, but I don't manage to make enough of it to present it as an evidence game changer. So let's see what Alan's got. I need to take a bathroom break.
I want you to know that I've seen many cases that have been changed by something smaller. Like there was the Gilly woman that was killed in Scotland, and the CCTV showed an umbrella.
Also, I'm not trying to throw shade on Shannon there. Like, it would be my understanding that if they were having an argument and he'd said that, she might just say something, and she might not have said that. He might have been lying. Like, that was something that was inconsistent the way he said it. That was all. And, you know, if Alan says these things now, at least I've said what was on my phone. You know, you saw that I didn't go forward in this video and check and all that business. Like, you know, so I don't want to be like, you know, I'm first about it or anything, but they were my little notes. We'll talk through whatever he says.
That was in the boot.
I need a quick bathroom break.
In the back of the car instead. So the police worked out that the guy took the umbrella out the boot to put the body in. And he was guilty. Some of you might know that case. So I think it's Gilly. That bit of CCTV, and all it was, he took the umbrella out of the boot and put it in the back shelf of the car, and the police saw it and CCTV said, "Why has he emptied the boot?" Because he put the body in. And that's how, honestly, that's how simply you change cases. Me seeing the shadow under the truck, look at the thorough change in the case. I mean, like, everyone thought everybody died in the house and he's banged up. Well, what about the ghost being alive? The ghost being alive was proven by a tiny shadow. The ghost would never have been known to kill at the oil field if I didn't discover the shadow. They closed it down. They had to reopen it and go and see Chris because I found the shadow. And that's the small thing that changed the case. Tonight, I have a bigger thing that changed the case.
You and your small and your big things. It didn't change the case. They didn't have to go and do, like, it wasn't, like, he's connecting things that don't exist. Like, I think at some point we will have to do an investigation on the Shadows video maybe, because, like, I'm not even 100% convinced that what he says is true about that, like, because understanding where shadows come from and where they're cast from, I don't know if it completely adds up what he's saying, but even then, like, if it did,
Again. I couldn't be happier.
you're not having my juice.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Scott, please just be honest, if us are we all bastards then?
We're all the bastards.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Big up, Sid, thank you. We're all bastards. I haven't investigated the Shadows footy, right, but the simple facts are, there was a nice lady called Diane who drew Alan's attention to the shadows. Shadows were mentioned in the comments of the video. In modern day YouTube, when people talk about the shadows under Chris Watts' truck, no one gives any credit to Alan. Okay? Alan did not discover this. The police didn't say, oh, we've been watching Alan's videos and now we have to do something. This is not how it went. Alan has made up a really weird connection in his head. I think it's actual narcissistic delusion. I think he actually believes this. I think he actually thinks that people watched his video, that he was the first one. I think he's written in his own head the script where that woman gave him the stuff on, but that's his stuff because someone gave it him, and she just did it on Facebook, but he's doing it on the internet, on YouTube. So, you know, it doesn't count what she did. And like, I think he's actually like got a mental problem here where he has some sort of inability to understand the reality.
Case again, and I hope you bear with me and take notes. Here we go. Good evening. Welcome to my program. I'm Alan. I am the Armchair Detective, and I'm proudly showing you a new clue.
So he's welcome to the program. This is I have to work out. It's like 20 minutes into his show, isn't it? I mean, we've been on for a while now.
In the Christopher Watts Nico Kessinger case.
I've been trying to say that Chris had help, right? I think I can finally give you a clue
Super
that
chat.
you've never seen before that will change
Coming in before they see what his actual content's going to be.
the case. You have to watch this coming Friday. I believe that she was there. I think there's nothing left to say, right?
That's today.
He's come up with a new scenario that you will be very surprised.
Oh, we don't have to watch your old video.
When you hear it, you say, yeah.
Okay, so you put this video out. We've all seen this.
Story there. They woke up and saw her doing in their mum. What a way to talk about a human being. No Shanann doing in their mum.
Where's this new bit of evidence?
That's the woman we're dealing with. Whether you dress her up as what you like, that's what you're dealing with.
Now I gotta do this too. I know. He was like, fuck. Now I gotta do this too.
What's the truth? Was she there or not? I'll leave it with you.
I want to protect her.
But he did protect her, didn't he? New bits to the puzzle this Friday. Don't miss.
Okay, it is Friday.
From the boot. I think I've got it. You're gonna have to bear with me. First of all, I need you to believe me when
Oh
I say
my god. He's not going to do this, is he? He's not going to fucking drag it out for the entire fucking show and then at the end say, please join me on Patreon and never really get to it.
she was there. Why do I say that?
I don't care anymore.
Think of it yourself. Think it yourself. There's a 111-minute phone call. You all know about that.
Yeah.
Funny enough, Chris knows nothing about that phone call, nor does NK, which means it's friggin' important because neither of them will tell you what was said.
But they wouldn't be doing that if they were there together, would they? So she wasn't there then. We know that.
NK's on the phone at the time that Shanann was supposed to come back on the aeroplane. Oh dear. There was a delay.
Yeah, and he didn't know about it until later when he texted back later because he was on the phone to fucking this woman.
There was a delay. So NK told her, when she comes back, get out, come to my house. You got the key, come to my house. You better come. You're leaving her. You promised me. In Carolina, you said you're leaving. The only reason you're there now is because she was away for the weekend. Otherwise...
Okay, so in order for Alan's evidence to work, we've got to start contriving an entire conversation that we do or don't know happened. And this is okay if you want to construct a narrative like this, but you do have to make sure you understand that this is just total fantasy now, yeah? Like, in the same way as like when I do it with Paul Ansel and Emma White, I'm inferring things from the body language and the things they're saying. Like, I've got them on the interview, I'm watching it, and I'm saying, look, because they've said this, I think this. And then because of this, I think this. And like, now I thought these things, this third thing's coming to hoving into view. Whereas with Alan, he's just like, look, they were on the phone together. So, this is quite incredible.
You'd have left days ago. But because she's away, I've let you stay there. You have to move out tonight. You've got the key to my apartment. Just tell her it's over.
Is it not also possible they just had this big long conversation and when Shannon got back she was fucking furious about the receipt that she had from this diner and then they had a big row and Chris, like, you know, lost his shit? Isn't that, I mean, you think that Nicole Kessinger was priming Chris to leave her, bearing in mind Chris had to go to work at 5 o'clock the next morning. Yeah? Like Chris, like the one thing that is absolutely certain in this case is that Chris goes to work on those oil fields at fucking stupid o'clock in the morning. So what he was hoping to do was to go, like, if you're Chris Watts, you're hoping that you can go to bed and sleep for a long enough amount of time so that when you wake up and have to go to work on the oil fields, you don't feel like shit. Yeah, that's definitely one of your fucking top priorities. And he had to talk to Nicole Kessinger on the phone, awaiting his wife's arrival before, like, he's awaiting her arrival, so he's thinking she's going to come home and then we'll have a talk and, you know, I'll do the thing with the kids and then we'll go to bed. Yeah, and then Nicole Kessinger's on the phone for a long time. His wife hasn't turned up. He gets late, and then he gets a text to say that she's going to be late. So he decides to go to bed himself, right? Because he thinks, fuck this, I'm tired. Then she comes back, and he asserts, and this is where I don't agree with like what he's saying, of course, because I don't, you know, trust him. But he asserts that he stayed, asleep at this moment until his alarm went off. So there's like a 2 hour. She arrives, there's 2 hours while he's like asleep, and then he wakes up again, then he has a shower, and then they talk. He wakes her up after she's been asleep for only 4 hours to have a chat. I don't buy that, yeah? So I think the minute she gets home, she's waking him up, Chris, you bastard, wake up from this bed and explain this shit, you know? And he's just asleep at the time when this kicks off. You think there's no way he slept, says Vicky J. You think he just, like, what kind of person wants to stay awake all night and go and work at an oil field? Like, I don't have it in, I do streaming and I don't want to stay awake all night and then do a stream. Wow, maybe, you know, maybe Vicky J, maybe. But, like, anyway, like, the narrative I'm crafting isn't one where Chris Watts is primed and ready, waiting at the door to say, I'm leaving you. I'll tell you for why. Because he's got to go to work the next day. Like, he's not, like, do you know what I mean? Like, is it that I'm leaving you and when I come back from work, I'm not coming back anymore? Like, wouldn't he have just gone to work, not come back anymore, and then, you know, sent her a text or some shit like that? Like, why have the fat fucking row? And, like, you know, and if that was going to be the case, why not just leave when he had the row? Oh, all right, I'm not listening to this. I'm leaving. I'm leaving you, so I'm not leaving. Like, so I'm leaving you, so I'm just leaving. Like, leaving is the thing I want to do, and we're having a row, so I'm leaving. Like, you know, for me, what Alan's the narrative he's crafting here doesn't seem to add up in terms of human behaviour, because I don't think he understands human behaviour. And I will, you know, if he gives me a good story and I agree with it, I'll say I agree with it. You know, I think Nicole Kessinger was working Chris Watts to try and, Minky, you know you're not to scratch that. Come on, this is the scratcher. It's the sofa. Come on, I'll let you on it. No. Yeah. I see the claws. Come on, Mink. This is yours. Scratching. I've got to carry on with my fucking internet show. Oosh. Don't you look at me like that. So, like, I think she was working for cripers. Minkus. You know, I'm going to put... Right. Don't look at me like that. Where are you, little Minka? Is that you? I mean, I do think she was working Chris Watts behind, you know, the scenes to try and get what she wanted, him to leave his wife and go and spend time with her. I think she was working him for that reason, but I don't think she was being as blatant as to say on the phone, when she gets back, you fucking tell her. You stay up all night and then go to work the next day, and then I'll see you later.
Everybody knew it was over.
Maybe though, maybe.
All her friends knew it was over. Her mum and dad knew it was over, although they said they didn't.
Shanann had a feeling it was over, had an inkling, didn't she? Shanann had an inkling because she was talking to her friend on texts about, and she was in the first stage of denial, like, you know, the early stages of, like, acceptance. Like, her friend was basically saying, I think there's another woman. Like, her
mum works in the hairdressers. The co-worker was interviewed. She said, oh yeah, we knew that they were splitting up. And the reporter said, how do you know they're splitting up? Well, because their mum told us. I'm going to play a bit of that for you, if I can find it. Because I like to prove things, don't we? We like to prove things, don't we?
We do, but I wonder if you'd get to the fucking point. I'm going to speed you up again, Alan.
Okay. Because I'm in England, I can't pick it up, but I can play the soundtrack. from it. So basically, this is from Friends of the Family Recall Life of the Slain, North Carolina native, right?
Oh, you're not going to do it off your phone.
So they talk to her friends and people like that, and they come up with this. Listen carefully.
Documentary maker.
Across the country from Colorado to North Carolina.
Put it up to the mic.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Deborah Morgan.
And I'm David Crabtree, a father, a husband, a man whom police say confessed to killing his family. It literally just stops you in your tracks, and the story is still unfolding. Cameras were not allowed as Chris Watts appeared in court for the first time since his arrest. Prosecutors said they believe the murders happened in their home. The judge denied bond. His next court appearance will be Tuesday morning, and more charges.
See, everyone believed the murders happened in the home. That's how important the shadow was. The whole nation said, they all died in the house. They didn't. So there's the first thing that we uncovered.
That wasn't the point you were trying to make.
Authorities found Shannon Watts and her two daughters on the grounds of a petroleum drilling company where Watts worked. The company spokeswoman says Watts is no longer an employee and that the company is heartbroken.
We have team coverage tonight as we try to reach some form of understanding. The police investigation continues at this hour in Colorado. Brian Mims is there, where a memorial to Shannon Watts and her daughters
Alan's got loads.
a minute outside of their home.
Listen, Alan's got fucking loads watching him right now. 600.
We start with Amanda Lamb, live in Moore County, where the Watts recently spent a few weeks visiting family. Amanda talked to friends who shared some unexpected information. Amanda?
Unexpected information. Don't forget, Sandy had told the police in a letter that they were getting on very well. We didn't think anything was wrong. We knew they had some money troubles, but they were getting on well. That's what Sandy said to the police.
Deborah, everyone who knew Shannon Watts in this town...
Like maybe something good's coming up, because Alan's actually got 600 people watching. He's actually clickbaited. It's actually worked. Despite his fucking intro for the trolls, people are there watching him. Maybe he's got something good coming up. We've got quite a lot here as well, but I am shocked. But this is the game. This is YouTube. If you fucking do a live stream and you tell people that you've got brand new proof about Chris Watts and Shanann, then you've got brand new proof. You know, you're going to get people watching. It better be fucking good, because otherwise those people are going to feel aggrieved that you put on such a shit fucking clickbait load of nonsense. Interesting. This is going to get interesting.
She was diagnosed with lupus and fibromyalgia, but she did not let it get her down. She was a successful businesswoman. She sold a weight loss supplement. Yeah. And she also put her family first. She was here in Aberdeen last week visiting family, and she was right here in this salon where her mother worked, visiting with friends.
So they go inside and they talk to co-workers, right? Remember, this is a co-worker.
To people in Aberdeen, where Shannon Watts grew up, she was a bright light.
Positive person. Like, she was so positive all the time. Like, she definitely enjoyed life. She loved her little girls more than life itself.
Stacey Fowler went to Pinecrest High School with Watts and recently saw her on a visit home where she shared her pregnancy news.
She was glowing. They were excited. She was definitely one of those people that when she walked in the room, it was just like sunshine.
On the visit, Watts brought her husband, Chris, and her children to the hair salon where her mother, Sandy Honorati, works.
Chris was...
This is the one. They talk to a woman cutting hair who works with Sandy. Listen to this.
Standoffish. He didn't really say anything. I said hi to him. He kept his head down.
Online, Watts boasted about her love for her husband and posted happy photographs with him.
Telling Chris and how happy they...
So see the reporter there?
It's
online.
Raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Big shout out to our beloved MINKY hashtag large black square hash pack of treats for you. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Shanann posted how wonderful love was with him, you know. But listen to what the hairdresser says.
I just can't believe that.
The hairdresser doesn't really
She
believe
mentioned,
it.
about them having problems, the Shannon and Chris.
But Watts' mother's co-workers say, or an he told them there was trouble in the marriage. And you said you thought they were going to separate.
Oh, that was the plan. That was definitely the plan.
This small community.
They definitely were going to split up. That was definitely the plan.
Big ups. You couldn't hear me. Big ups. I said, Minky, you got some treats, Minky. I said that. And then I said that this hairdresser woman is a hairdresser, so she doesn't necessarily, she's not the most reliable witness because she's a hairdresser. But what she's saying is that the mother, from that little bit of clip, it's like they were surprised that the mother said they were going to split up because they seemed like when she saw Shanann, she thought that Shanann was very solid with Chris. And then behind the scenes, the mother has said that they were going to split up. So like, if they did split up, if they were going to, it seems legit because Shanann was talking to her friends behind the scenes about the problems in the relationship. And then she caught him with this receipt from this restaurant and she had a problem with the amount on the receipt of the restaurant. So, my sound is good now. I'm back on now, yeah. I'm not going in and out though. I'm consistent now, aren't I? Hang on, let me check myself if you want. With the amount on the receipt of the restaurant, so I'm a bit loud. I'm a bit loud. I'm a bit loud.
That's when Shanann was in North Carolina. She went in to have her haircut, took the children there, took Chris there. This woman said this when Chris was there for that week. And she's prepared to say it on camera. Oriani, whatever her name is, that's not her name. I thought she called Shanann what? Rusek? What's the Oriani bit?
Oriani, are you an idiot? Oriani is a YouTuber. She's Truth and Transparency on YouTube.
What's all that about? Anyway, it seems that what her mother told the police doesn't sound right, does it?
It's reeling from news of the murders. You never think that somebody that you've met before it's gonna happen to them. And the kids too, it's just awful. And it's just hard.
So the hairdresser said that the mother said that they were going to separate.
Breaking and devastating for this to happen to such a good person and such cute, good girls. You know, they had a whole life.
These are co-workers.
That was just taken away unfairly.
So there you are. Now, of course, I know Oriani is a maiden name. Is that what you do in America? You're married with children, but you call yourself your maiden name? What? Why would you do that? You have to explain to me that one day, because I never understand.
What?
Understand that? There must be a reason.
Is that right? Is Oriani her maiden name? I thought Oriani was... Don't get me started on this. It's another layer of like contrived schism between a true crime community. Oriani is Sandy Rusik's maiden name. Oh, Sandy Rusik's maiden name, right. Okay. But there is a YouTuber called Truth and Transparency whose name is like Iorani or like she's got a funny name, isn't it? Or maybe I'm tripping now. Like, don't start me. I smoke weed. I don't care. Like, it's a funny name. I thought I'd heard it on YouTube before. That's enough for me.
Is it financial? I don't know.
I'm as bad as Alan on that one now.
I don't know the reason. But there you are. So the fact is, the family knew it. Now, his mum and dad knew it because they wrote a letter. There's a letter written. They made him write a letter. If anything happens to me, look at my wife. So they knew there was danger and they were splitting up. Cindy knew there was danger and they're splitting up. Shanann's parents knew it was possibly dangerous and they're splitting up because the first thing Sandy said was check the knives. So you've got Cindy saying, write a letter saying if it happens to me, look at my wife. And you've got her own mother saying, check the knives. I don't know what's in her sealed records. I don't know her state of mind, but you can see people knew. And I believe the Thrive Girls knew. Now let me explain the Thrive Girls. They're there the weekend. Saturday, Shanann's not eating. She's worried about her marriage, getting self-help books for Chris, hoping to pull it around. Suddenly, Saturday night, they're all sat around. Shanann gets a text that Chris has spent a load of money on their credit cards. She says, there's no way he would spend that. He's supposed to be at the Rockies game. Why is he in this restaurant? And why has he spent so much money? He's got a girlfriend. The whole lot of the Thrive Girls have a conference about it.
Yeah.
And in fact, Josh Rosenberg was involved even. Josh was involved. And so I believe they all knew what was going on. And they all knew Shanann was going to go home and look, he's going to face the music, isn't he?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Chris is saying to NK, I'll use the credit card. And NK's going, why? She'll find out. And he's going, I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore because I'm leaving. I'm moving in with you. I'm leaving. I'm doing this for you, NK. I'm using the credit card so Shanann will know, and it will definitely be the end of everything when she gets back.
Nicole Kessinger doesn't want that. Nicole Kessinger has her own private space, and she wants him to move out from his wife and get his own space so that she can be with him. She would prefer it if Shanann would move out herself and take the kids, but that's probably not likely to happen, isn't it? But Nicole Kessinger is not looking for Chris Watts to move into her. I like my read on, human behaviour, is that you would be slightly unhappy if the person you were seeing, unless you really wanted them to move into your house, yeah, just decided on a whim to call you up and say, I am moving into your house now. Into my house? But you've got that lovely big house. Oh, there's the family are in the way. Yeah, I'm coming to live with you. You are coming to live with me. All boots and sweaties. And what about, I haven't got a spare room. Like, taking over my bedroom now. Like, I just think, I'm saying no to that. I don't think Alan understands women properly. I think it's more likely that Nicole Kessinger wanted Shannon Watts to be out the way, and although the realistic chance of her moving out with the kids is not likely, more realistic chance that if Chris Watts leaves, he can get his own place and, you know, another nice house, and she can move into that and get a wedding dress.
Oh my God.
Or the other option that is still on the table, that I, you know, don't poo-poo Alan for this, the other option that's still on the table is that Nicole Kessinger in some way wanted Shannon Watts disappeared, so decided to have her, contrived to have her murdered or take part in her murder in some way, and then at the very last minute backed out and told Chris Watts to make sure that you take all the rap for this because I don't want to get in any troubles, which is strange because then she didn't get anything she wanted. Like, it doesn't, like, I think she was trying to play a longer game and things came to a head quickly because Shannon suddenly found out, and I think at that moment, being the other woman, I think she and Shannon being on the warpath, like, bear in mind Shannon's going to be screaming blue murder, isn't she? Like, she's going to be like, I fucking want, who's this other woman? Like, the other woman at this stage tends to stay out of it. They tend to sort of like drift off into the shadows, and, you know, they don't come forward and say, here's me, would you like to have a massive pop at me? Like, they don't want to face the woman that they're cheating with. You know what I mean? I think this is strange for Alan to think of it in this way. And I've seen, actually, you know, people in these situations, I've, you know, seen people deal with it. Maybe Alan's dealt with it as well because he's had 2 divorces. You know, it's quite unlikely that the mistress will want to go and face the wife, if you know what I mean. It's quite more likely that the wife will want to go and face the mistress, I'll tell you that.
It was. We had an emotional conversation. I told her that I was leaving. She wasn't happy about it. And that's the flashpoint. Everyone knew he was leaving. Even Shanann knew he was leaving. And how do I know that? Because Shanann got Chris to phone the realtor and arranged to have the house appraised.
Right. He was sleeping in the fucking basement. Yeah, there were problems in the relationship. Like, she was being realistic behind the scenes. She was talking to her friends. Like, you know, that's realism, yeah? The idea that he would just walk out and leave her with the house and stuff, like, that's possible, I suppose. But the reason he's been sleeping in the basement is because for Chris Watts, he was, like, dragging his heels, slow to act. Like, he got himself in this situation where he was, like, in between a rock and a hard place himself because he didn't want to make changes and actually do things about things. Instead, he just, like, hid his head in the sand and slept in the basement. Like, didn't want to face Shanann and deal with the problems, even the night that she obviously came back and, like, confronted. In fact, it's almost like he was in such a state of shame and cowardice and denial that he couldn't face it and did the most horrible thing possible. Again, Alan's confused about human nature here, I think.
Everybody knows what's going to happen. They're going bankrupt. They can't afford the house. Get the realtor around. And she was lined up. She was lined up. So how are we in this position that no one knows anything about the split up? How are we in that position? How can we be in that position when Ann Meadows was going to turn up on the Monday? Why the Monday? Because they were splitting up on the Monday. It was the moving day on the Monday. They were splitting up on the Monday. We all know that. I'm trying to make you know that. Instead of going with the narrative, nothing wrong with our marriage. No, we're fine. Oh, everyone knew they're splitting up.
So, I don't know who Ann Meadows is, but why didn't she say? Why didn't anyone say?
You don't think Nicole Atkinson knew how serious it was? Don't you think that's why...
Nicole Anderson's on the fucking body cam. She's there at the house. She's talking to the police officer before Chris Watts turns up. She would have said, they're splitting up. But she's like, why didn't she say it?
She was there that morning. They all knew the danger. And that's why I believe they're all pretending we didn't know anything was wrong, because they're going to feel guilty. All those people there Saturday night with Shanann, knowing there was going to be a confrontation, and they're all going, oh, maybe one of us needs to go to her house with her. And they're all feeling guilty now that it happened and no one did anything to stop it. And that's what, shut up, AD, because I'm right. And I know they want me to shut up because I'm right. Thrive girls, both sets of parents, you all know the truth.
She wasn't feeling guilty when she turned up to alert the police and called the police. She was feeling worried about her friend.
They were splitting up that day.
You think they feel
I'm gonna
guilty?
prove it.
I mean, this is savage, right?
So first-
This is savagery of the First Order, and I will just skip the music on a bit because it's getting a bit up. This is savagery of the First Order because, of course, they feel guilty. When you lose someone close to you, one of the parts and processes of grief is to overanalyze and could I have and if I had. So of course they feel guilty, and if they could hear you talking like this, like ascribing guilt to them, like almost like they should feel guilty, like it's pretty bad, isn't it? Pretty bad. What you're saying, that they should have been there for Shannon, then she wouldn't have got murdered, and it's their fault. They should feel guilty, and they're trying to cover their own guilt in this investigation rather than have the people brought to account that should be brought to account. It's pretty fucking weird, but carry on.
First of all, I've got to prove that NK was actually in the house, haven't I? So I better do that. And I'll do it right here and now. Of course, you don't have to believe me. Everything I say is my opinion and a theory. I'm showing you my final theory in the case. I've had different theories over the years. You do know that you're allowed to change your mind. That's why you have a mind. I've had varying theories over the years. This is my theory now in 2023. I believe Occam's razor, that there's a confrontation and unfortunately it ended in tragedy. That's the simplest explanation, right? But I have to prove it, so I will. First of all, I've got to prove to you that NK...
So wait, are you saying, because that didn't sound like Nicole Kessinger was there, there was a confrontation that ended in tragedy. Yeah, like, that's what the police said.
Was in the house.
You say Nicole Kessinger was in the house. Tippy's link you want, okay. I'm just going to entertain. I'm not going to keep pausing it and stopping it. Like, we're so far behind. I'm going to entertain what you're saying. Like, let's assume, like, Nicole. Well, first of all, I do have to quickly critique that. Let's assume that Chris Watts is, like, after an hour and a half phone call that they'd had waiting for Shannon to get back, she decided to just come over, knowing full well that Shannon was, you know, going to come home very soon. And what, like, hide in the house? Confront her? Like, it seems a bit fucking weird.
Detective. Every so often, by studying the Watts case, I come across a piece of circumstantial evidence that could change the case.
There's loads of circumstantial evidence that Alan Vinnicombe's a paedophile, but carry on.
And here's one that's really struck me today. I think I can prove that Chris Watts had a visitor to the house at 11:25 on the night of the murders. I think I can prove that. We just need to see who it was, but I need the police to look into it. If you follow the data and metadata I got, you'll come to the same conclusion as me. That
All right, earlier. She could have been around earlier. Wait. If she went round, like, you know, expecting Shannon wasn't going to be back till, like, you know, 2 o'clock, there's every possibility that Nicole Kessinger could have been around earlier. I would agree with that. As an, you know, without going into the full phone pings and all that business, maybe she could have. Yeah, okay.
A truck arrived, and the next door neighbor, Betty, I think, described that truck a day or two later in chronological order and easy to follow. So let's go through it. 21:28, Sunday the 12th of August, Chris Watts calls his girlfriend, Kessinger. Here's the proof. Encore starts at 9:28.
This is one of Alan's old videos.
Goes
Or is this
right on
new?
through for 111 minutes and finishes at 11:19 p.m. This, I think, proves some shenanigans.
So, Shanann's trying to call Chris at 9:30. Chris, there's been a delay. They haven't got a crew. God knows when I'm going to take off. So, Shanann is telling Watts, but he's not answering because he's trying to placate NK.
Yes.
12:29, Shanann tries to phone Watts, can't get through because he's on the phone to Kessinger.
9:45, Shanann tells Watts, try calling you to give you an update. We're starting to board, and they announce that our crew isn't here yet, and it's going to be a minimum 1 hour before they're here. So what I don't know is whether that would be easy to pick up. Would NK be able to find that out? You know, that Chris says, oh, she's delayed. She goes to the website. Would this come up as a delay, or is it crew missing, not be shown, you see?
I think you could possibly say he gets the text, he reads the text, he tells her she's going to be delayed. She's like, right, I'm coming over. You could suggest that. However, he doesn't appear to get the text and reply to it till a lot later. So we're to assume they talk on the phone for a long time, and then after he's finished talking on the phone, he sees the text and replies to it. that's what seems to be the case because of him replying to the text later. But carry on, Alan.
Anyway, either way, NK doesn't believe this. She believes that Chris has bottled it like he has so many times before. He's told her he's leaving Shanann that many times is unbelievable. She's holding him to the fire. You're leaving tonight. You're leaving tonight. I'm coming round. If she's there, I'm coming round. You better, Chris, I'm coming round.
This bit's all made up.
Eventually, at 21:44, she says to Watts, I tried to call you. I'm going to be delayed. This was the start of the end for Chris Watts. The delay was the beginning of the end. Now, what was the call about? She can't remember. Chris Watts can't remember.
Yeah.
Were they even speaking to each other? Or was this just an alibi? Did she phone? Did they phone and her phone was in?
One of the issues with I can't remember is it's easy, isn't it, when guilt is associated to simply say, I can't remember. I plead the fifth. So that's problematic. Also, one of the things that was like, they deleted a lot of previous messages and stuff. There was a lot of sexual content between them. So maybe they were doing sexy stuff between them and she didn't want to say, you know, what are we talking about? Sexy stuff. Like he's got the theories here, look. Planning, coaching, phone sex, fight, alibi, diversion, can't remember. Like, there are other options. Yeah, got it.
No, I don't believe Chris or NK believed that her flight was delayed. Because Chris asked detectives, are you sure that Shanann's flight was delayed? Even he doesn't believe that she was delayed. So I don't believe NK knew that the flight was delayed. And she said, I don't believe you. I'm coming around. So this is what happens. She was planning and coaching CW to leave that night. She gave him phone sex. There were fights, ultimatums, alibi for Chris. The flight was delayed. Diversions. NK, I believe, was actually in the house. And they don't remember the 111 phone call, do they? No.
And stayed there as an alibi while she made her way to Saratoga Trail. I think this is possible. Because
so the call ends at 11:19. Write it down.
The call ends at 11:19.
After the call, he immediately phones Shanann Watts.
11:21. Chris finally texts.
Okay, there is one thing I think he could be working around to here that I'll, you know, let me just check. Yeah, like, okay, this could actually be a good shout, right? And I'll give him this if it is a good shout, is that the guy who did the CCTV originally, when you watch that, he's got other things that the camera has caught at different times throughout the evening, and the camera catches traffic going by the houses. So if there's been traffic at that exact moment, you can say there was a car at that moment caught on the guy's CCTV. This could be a good catch.
And says he fell asleep. The same minute.
Here we are, look.
I wouldn't go, like, I wouldn't go heavy with all this, like, argument shit.
Happier. Swish, and then whoosh.
Account closed. Sent
Okay.
tippies.
What?
Brilliantly run channel Scott and love to MINKY. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Big ups. Thank you for the 10 hugs. Like, I'll give Alan his credit here if he is doing what I think he's going to do. He's going to cross-reference the time that they finished the call and he was doing the text with this other piece of traffic going past the house. And then what we've got to do is we've got to view that CCTV that man had on his thing. That's probably lost now, but let's see, because it's interesting. I remember looking at that guy and Chris Watts with his hands on his head and the guy saying, I've got all these other bits on the telly from when other cars go past. Look, I caught this guy going past in a truck or whatever. Like, so it's possible. Let's see.
Shanann got a text, calendar alert, flight, it's going to be late or whatever.
He's got loads watching,
So his
and he's
reply
had
was,
the
holy
big,
crap, sorry, I
hang on.
passed out.
And he's had the big super chat. He's had Samantha, someone has dropped him the $99.99. Great job, AD. And someone else, Melissa Marvelous, has dropped him the obligatory 20. But he's got the red one from Samantha, someone, one of his members. So he has got the big monies.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Big Sid.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Just another 3 hugs there, no message. Maybe that one got denied because of bad words. I'll
That's
check.
going to be late. That's a total lie. He didn't pass out on the couch. He's talking to his girlfriend. He says he didn't answer because he passed out. And in fact, he wasn't passed out, obviously.
He actually went outside.
How can we ever believe what Chris Watts says? Well, we've got to pick things out.
We know
Okay, this is what you sent me that got denied. Alan says Shanann ate the chicken that had oxy in it and died in the basement and was taken to a secret location on a building site where a workman on a ladder was spying on everyone while Chris and NK ate at the restaurant The Hungry Dog in Colorado. Confused? You soon will be. Are you skipping ahead?
Because of the router, as we see here.
So, the call ends, and then the router disconnects and reconnects. This means
My
he
tummy
went
is
outside.
rumbling.
He went outside around 11:20.
Does it?
Write it down. He went outside. Because it disconnects from the router, it means he's no longer in the house. No conspiracy, no lie. That's a fact.
11:20. His phone disconnects and connects to the Wi-Fi router, so he's outside. I want you to remember that. It's very important later on. The first time ever we can reveal At 11:25, a car pulled up outside the Watts residence.
Dun, dun, dun. Mr. Rourke must have been like swallowing his soup when he saw this. My God, how the hell's the armchair detective found this? Well, your body cam officer pointed his cam at the screen. Everyone says, including Nate, that he only saw Chris backing up that night. No, he saw a lot more. This is from the Saturday night, 11:25. A car parks outside his house. Now, you got to remember, Saratoga Trail, you could go hours without a car going by in the day, let alone the night. Yet, a car pulls up at the same time as Chris is disconnected from his router and is outside. What a coincidence.
Coming in on Nate's videos,
I believe God works in mysterious ways, and I believe I've been given these clues over the years. I believe I was supposed to find that clue. Who's going to find that clue? Who's going to put it together that his router disconnected the same minute? Who's going to put it together that the 11-minute phone call ends and she's coming around? Well, I did.
I legit think this could be legit. I'm not deep enough into it to be able to cross-reference these things that he's saying to me, so I don't know. But if the router thing is correct, I mean, maybe you should tell me in chat. Is the router thing correct? Maybe some people know the case better. I do think that these videos were brought up on the body cam. The next door neighbour did say, look, I've got these other recordings. Every time something goes past, I get a note, like, it does an automatic record. I can't guarantee this was on the same night. We need to see what it is, what he's showing us. Like,
and there it is. See. Sort of a message. I don't know how I got it, but there it is. But somehow I managed to get.
I mean, has someone else sent this to Alan, or has he discovered this? I don't know. You know, are we giving him credit where credit is not due, and has he stolen this from somewhere else? I don't know. But
Nate's CCTV, without the police ever giving it to us or ever showing us, they've got lots, but they're not showing us. But Nate, inadvertently, look, he gives it to me.
It's all this.
Thank you, Nate. Thank you. This is where we blew the screen up, Bubbles and I, to see what's coming on the screen. Now, those of you with keen eyes.
Yeah, but you need to show, you know, you can't just show the one screen grab, because he did show that there were different days. He went through different days. So is this the same day, or is this a different day?
Captured. Remember, these are, each one is a screen capture from the camera coming on. Top left. You can see here Nate's flag, right? And there's his truck. This is very similar to the video we just watched, okay? But it's the night before. This is 11:25. You'll see.
The night before, did you say?
Some headlights here. Do you know what was going on at this time? No, you've seen it. You remembered it, okay? Screenshot. Nate's camera comes on 11:25.
On which day?
Got home.
On which day? When is that? Like. This is what you need to be doing. This is annoying me now, but like I like the idea. Like, you know, fuck it, this one's fine.
How you guys doing?
I like the idea. So here we are at Nate's house. Look, there it is in the background. 11:25. It says it. He's got 11:40 on that one.
She dropped her off at 1 in the morning, right?
11:40. She dropped her off. Look, and now he moves to Saturday.
She's done my.
Then he moves to another day, Sunday, Tuesday, Sunday. This is Sunday, 11:25. He's up there. Sunday. What are the days? Does anyone? Because I don't know the fucking days of it, or even. Sunday, 8th to the 12th. That was today. He then goes to. And he goes to the last one that was recorded the first one that was recorded today.
This is for Beverly at
1:48, he says. So that's the, you know, the famous footage there, isn't it? That's the famous footage of the. I'll just leave that for a minute. That's the famous footage that, you know, everyone watches, and Chris puts his hands on his head and. Loading up his truck in the morning. That's the famous bit of footage, yeah? So what Alan's saying is that, and I agree, right, let's see. Because Nate has explained that his camera picks up all sorts of stuff on different days, look. So he's got today, Then he's got the day before, which I assume is Sunday. Yeah. Big ups Jessica S. gifting a membership. Thank you very much. And welcome to member Humpty and Bex. Welcome to member. And there's an 11:25 on that one. And it's the first one that comes up. So... the last thing that was recorded. And before that was 9:40 something. 11:25. Like, I will give a blurb on that because, like, why not? This is just taking time now tonight. It just is. I honestly don't think Alan has spotted this. I think someone else has, because this is a really good spot if it's real and legit and like makes sense. I'm not deep enough in the case to say whether it does, but I will absolutely. Like, it says 11:25, 20p. He moves around past it. Saturday has an 11:43 one. Sunday 8/12. 11:25. That's the date. Sunday 8/12. Sunday 8/12. So what day did Shanann go missing on? What was the... oh, I've got the body camera here. It's 8/13. So that's the night before at 11:25. It looks like, doesn't it? 11:25. It picks up some movement on the body cam. Like, is anyone in chat... like, are you all in agreement here, or like, am I confused here? This is like a good spot. If this means that someone... I mean, I don't know what it means, but... like, this means the night before at 11:25, someone was picked up on his security cam. I don't know if it's him coming home or his, you know, his neighbour or whatever. Alan is saying that Chris Watts went outside at that time and met somebody, and that it's picked up on here. Like, we don't get to see the actual video that was recorded, and I don't think we ever will. But, I'll skip on. Yeah, we're not going to...
He said sleeping and show her walking in.
he's not going to play any other videos, is he? He only plays that one video. Chris all hands on the heads.
Door. Already watched that one. But like, you'll see this car.
He just played a random video to show you a car, yeah. So, I'm saying that that's like...
how you guys doing?
Hang on, let's go back to Alan. I'm saying that that's a good spot, and that means like... well, what it means is that the neighbour captured something moving outside the house at that time, and it's legitimately possible that that could be connected to Chris Watts in some way. I mean, it could be connected to anything. It could be a car going past. Like, he showed us that cars going past light it up, so it could be anything. Yeah. It's a local handyman. A lot of people say it's a local handyman. It's already been debunked. In chat, I'm getting a lot of it's already been debunked. It's a local handyman. Like, how about I just put this in to Google? Chris Watts, 11:25, and what was the other thing? It's 11:25 CCTV. No, CCTV's bad, isn't it? Because it's going to bring up fucking loads of CCTV. Chris Watts CCTV. It's not what it's going to show me. Not what I want. Chris Watts 11:25 outside. There's too much media that's just going to pump down your throat. I'm not going to get anything to, you know, to corroborate that. Maybe if I ask Google itself, Chris Watts 11:25 11:25. Outside. Again, I'm not going to get, like, unless someone's named their video, Chris Watts was outside at 11:25. I'm not finding it. Oh, there's us. If it's been debunked, it's been debunked. But the problem with what Alan's doing is that it isn't enough. Talking about circumstantial evidence, this is really tenuous because he's shown us all these other videos on his... Like, are you saying that Chris Watts was outside at all these other times as well? No. Because it picks up all sorts of different movement and stuff. So Chris Watts was on the phone. Like you said, his phone thing connected up from outside. I mean, when you go outside, my phone stays connected to my house, my Wi-Fi. I don't know exactly if you're right on this. Maybe this is Chris Watts went out somewhere and it picked up him going out somewhere. I mean, I don't know. Maybe someone went past his house. Like, we don't know. But read Sally's comments. I don't see Sally's comments.
You can see us at night because is this the reason why?
Oh, there's Sally. One of the neighbours took the car reg and the police tracked it down. Okay.
Like this, knocks his sunglasses down. Did he see this? Did he see this? I'm stuffed now. They've got
I'm
video.
I'm still sort of ready to give him credit if that's like, how do I put this? If you're right and it's been debunked, then no credit. But if it's not been debunked, good shout. And like, you know, you can see that I'm not just here to just shit on Alan and be a meanie. If he does legitimate good stuff, I'll be legitimately give him credence. So it's really fair when I'm a meanie as well because he's legitimately a shit. So Alan did this last year. Apparently, says the blind leading the blind. Says gossip and scandals. Like, I'm not, you know, clued up enough, am I? But Chris Watts, Nate's camera. Just do Chris Watts timestamps, Nate's camera. Copy. This one says, was she caught on body cam in the house? 100,000 views on that. For a reflection in a window. Anyway.
We're arriving. Was this what panicked him? The cameras are on. And there's some headlights of a car arriving in Saratoga Trail. You see that? 11:25.
Oh no, it's old. Look, it's really old.
What if I show you this?
Look, obviously that's really old. Sorry. I thought, God, in my naivety, I thought that was the big reveal that he's caught this, and I thought that's interesting stuff. But it's old and it's been debunked. I get it now. Sorry.
During this long 100-minute call.
He's playing one of his old videos.
Shanann's plane is going to be delayed. This leads to a chain of events that spiraled out of control. It's the long call before Shanann gets home. It's 111 minutes long. 11:19. We have other information from, you know, the router footage and all that Chris opened the front door around 11:20. So we've got a 111-minute phone call that ends 11:19. Could this be NK driving?
Listen, it's past midnight now, right? And I've still got like a fucking hour of this to get through.
His house. It's a phone, Dan. She's outside your house. Chris opens his door around 11:20. You can look it up in the Discovery, and he sees the sight you see on Nate's CCTV of the headlights. Somebody arriving at 11:25. Chris opens his door around this time.
And I've been told by Alan that I have to listen to this in order to understand what he's about to say that's going to blow the case wide out open. So I'm like sort of giving him the benefit of watching it through and understanding his narrative, which is just stupid, isn't it? I shouldn't be doing this. I should be skipping on, but come on. Let's try and pump.
Around this time. We have a screenshot.
This is all debunked.
Of Nate's CCTV picking up a car arriving outside Chris's house.
But people who don't know it's not debunked, like me, you're naive.
That's how I work out. That's why I
think it's
I
good.
roll. Data, metadata, and you put them all together.
That's how I roll.
He kept reconnecting to his router because he went outside to meet NK Elizabeth. Crystal confirms 11:21 about the router. Thank you, Crystal. Are you shocked?
In public, outside his house with all the neighbours.
Just can't be a coincidence.
You think he met her outside?
Shows you it's night. It shows you the night. It's Sunday night. It shows you the headlights of a car arriving.
And his neighbours.
11:25. We know the phone call ended at 11:25. 19. We know from the discovery that he opens the door around the same time. And I believe we've caught her. Am I right? Am I a conspiracy theorist? Or have I showed you something that puts it all together? The phone call started at Thornton, where she lives. Doesn't mean to say the phone call finished at Thornton, did it? The phone call could have finished right outside the house. Did she not even bring her phone? Was her phone just left on in her house? Who knows? There's so many questions. But what I'm saying is, add the 3 points together. The 100-minute phone call ends. Chris opens his front door. The router tells us that. At the same time, Chris opens his door as...
Yeah, the problem is with this one as well, even if it is legit, I would expect, like, you know, she could be on the phone to him and say, I'm coming round now, I'm staying on the phone until I get there, and then as soon as I get there, we're going to have a shaggis, and then, like, I'm going to run off quick because your wife's coming home. Like, it doesn't mean, like... But then you don't have any CCTV of her running off quick before the wife comes home, do you? So, maybe that.
It captures a car arriving outside Chris's house at the same time. Is it a quiet street? Was she upset enough to drive over there? Or was there somebody else that Chris was letting in? She was trying to verify the flight delay. She thought Chris was lying. These are all snippets. What you see are snippets. When the camera comes on, it's not continuously done. And that shows you a car arriving, picked up a car arriving at 11:25. But the police don't show us that footage. Where is that footage? That's the night of the murders. On the night of the murders, I want you to understand what I'm saying. On the night of the murders, just before Shanann come home, somebody arrived at Chris's house. Then he said, when I went to work a few hours after this, I saw a small grey truck parked. Hold up, look at this, look. Alan, you did say you worked for security services. You actually said it, MI5. I've just made a film to show you it's a joke. This is why I can't deal with these trolls, man. They won't ever admit they're wrong, will they? Actually, you did say you worked for... I never worked for security service. Why would I say that? I've never worked for them. Why would I say that? What a stupid thing for me to do. Echo, come on. It's a joke, all right? Please, don't let them brainwash you. Please. For pity's sake, stop it now.
For pity's sake.
Right there where those headlights are. This confirms that Chris opened his front door. Fact, 101-minute phone call. Fact, a car arrives at 11:25.
Not a fact.
Fact, Chris opens his door around 11:20.
Don't know if that's a fact.
Fact, Shanann gets home shortly after.
Not a
Police
fact.
never knew. I would find that screenshot. In this picture.
She gets home quite a few hours later.
11:25 that night in August. Would we have seen somebody walking into Chris's house on that video? Because you can see it on the ones later on, so I'm sure you can see it on that one. Everyone was getting edgy because the plane was late.
No, when she gets dropped off, you can't see her going in.
Here from my friend Captain Dan. Love your haircut, mate. I like it. I like your look. NK drove a white Toyota truck. Well, the white Toyota truck was a hire truck that you saw in the sand dunes. That's a hire truck. She actually drove an old grey truck that I think belonged to the family. I've got the license plates. I know she drove it. She sold it 2 days after the murder. For your information, Captain, there you go. Just for you. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, I'm still trying. Somebody shows up at the front door. Whether it's NK or one of the other people, somebody shows up at the front door at 11:25 because Chris opens the front door. Chris opened the door to that car that you see on that picture. His phone triggered the router after...
Okay, we're repeating ourselves now, Alan.
After Chris opened the front door, it happened to tie into the phone call. So I think it's fair for me to say that it quite possibly that Nicole Kessinger turned up and she either came in the front door or she went around the back and climbed in the Minnie Mouse window, okay? That's my theory, and I think it holds water based on the facts I projected, all right? So now I've got her in the house.
Now I've got her in the house.
She was in the house. I can only do circumstances.
Like, if that stands and holds water, yes. If it doesn't turn out to be a local handyman that was checked up on and followed through, this is the problem with not having all the correct information on the case that the police have, isn't it? And being an armchair detective, is that if you were able to do your due diligence on these things and not just use them as conjecture, like, fucked up, really weird as well. Like, based on stuff that I don't have as facts that I can't verify, I'm now going to say she's in the house. So from here on out, she's in the house, and we can't go like.
Substantial. If I was in court doing a trial, circumstantial evidence is what puts you away, not witnesses.
Not witnesses. So your video of you singing with the kids on Smule isn't circumstantial evidence that you're a pedo. Then.
Raining again. I couldn't be
Pick up Sid.
Swish, and then
But Sid's putting the weight for all you know.
Sid Sophos sent tippies. Scott. I love his meltdowns. Please play that again.
Go on then.
Please. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Go on then. For the tippies, we'll take it. I'll take it. Tippies for 10.
Just before Shanann come home, somebody arrived at Chris's house. Then he said, when I went to work a few hours after this,
I saw a small grey truck parked. Hold up, look at this, look. Alan, you did say you worked for security services. You actually said it, MI5. I've just made a film to show you it's a joke. This is why I can't deal with these trolls, man. They won't ever admit they're wrong, will they? Actually, you did say you worked for... I never worked for the security service. Why would I say that?
To try and get traction on YouTube and make people think you're a legit armchair detective?
I've never worked for them. Why would I say that?
Because you're a big old liar, big stupid liar?
What a stupid thing for me to do. Echo, come
Because you did something stupid. Yeah.
on. It's a joke, all right?
You're the joke.
Please, don't let them brainwash you.
Brainwashed.
For pity's sake, stop it now. Right there where those headlights are. This confirms that Chris opened his front door. Fact, 101-minute phone call.
Big ups Red Fan, gifting 5 more memberships. C-Man, welcome to member. Tracy Ralston, welcome to member. Miss Bitch, welcome to member. Dave H, welcome to member. And Karma Police, arrest this man. His Hitler hairdo's making me feel ill. He buzzes like a fridge. He's like a detuned radio. Welcome to member.
Fact, a car...
Fact. Fact off.
Possibly that...
I'm getting fact off with you, Alan.
Turned off, and she either came in the front door or
she went round the back.
Circumstantial evidence is what puts you away.
And that was what should put you away for noncing. Okay, I'm back where we were at. Witnesses
Can be wrong. Witnesses can have discrepancies, can be wrong. What gets you in jail is circumstantial evidence built by an attorney. A good attorney will build a case. I'm building the case that she
a bit like we built the case against you from circumstantial evidence that you were a nonce. Do carry on.
was there and you're listening. It all ties in, right? So, all right, prove it, AD. Prove she was there. Okay, we'll work on it because we're getting to the main part. Where
Thank you again. I'm going to thank you again, Red Fan, actually, because thank you again for that. Thank you. Big ups. Thank you. Look at all the green in chat. Look at you all. Wield that power wisely, all you greens, or you fresh greens, or you new greens. Wield that power wisely.
Give me my big proof in a minute. But first of all, I've got to let you believe
big proof in a minute.
She's in the house, right?
But first of all, I've got to make you believe. Oh my God, Alan.
Because we're getting to the main part where I give me my big proof in a minute. But first of all, I've got to let you believe that she's in the house, right?
I've got to make you, so I've got to let you believe.
This is going to take a bit of thought. How can I put her in the house? Well, she slips up with her own words, all right? She puts herself...
So now we're going to build a case that Nicole Kessinger never left. That she turned up at 11:25, sexy time with Chris. His wife is going to arrive home imminently, sexy time. Shanann Watts turns up. Instead of Shanann getting eggy about, the fucking receipt, she's accosted by Chris and his fancy woman.
Up in the house like this.
I mean, let's be fair, right? I don't know enough about this to absolutely invalidate what he's saying completely. A lot of you in chat seem to think, but I could, it would be interesting, wouldn't it, if it turned out Alan was right on this, or other people as well are on the internet saying this. It's not just Alan, is it? But it'd be interesting if that was how it turned out, and Nicole Kessinger was in fact the orchestrator of all this and had got away with it scot-free. That would be really interesting.
What if I showed you circumstantial evidence?
Which is why you can make fucking videos about it for years and years and years and years, because unless it could be categorically ruled out and proved untrue, so these people will just shut up. It's an interesting story. It's like a folktale, isn't it, in a way?
So NK was in the house of the night of the murders pacifying the children. Would you think just maybe she was there? If she randomly said something later that she did with those children that night, even though she didn't mean to say it, her brain made her say it. Now, what I'm going to show you has since been denied by Shanann's mother, which makes it even more likely to be true.
What?
She was asked about the children, and she said, well, if ever I met the children, this is what I would do.
Smart with all that. And it was the same thing with his kids. I was just like, And we talk about things every once in a while where I'd be like, hey, if I ever meet, because like I have a lot of houseplants. That's a good example. So I have a lot of houseplants, and I told him, I was like, one day if I ever meet your kids, I was like, I'm gonna show these girls how to like paint pottery and plants. I was like, I think they would love to see something grow that they built. I think it would be really, really cute. Like, embrace that. I think it's a beautiful thing, and I really try to like take it smart with all that. And it was the same thing with his kids. I was just like,
Okay, so there's a picture of a painted plant pot up there. So you're saying that hang on. Are you saying that she met the kids before and they painted some pottery? Or you were saying that on the night of the murder they painted some pottery?
we talk about things every once in a while where I'd be like, hey, if I ever meet, because like I have a lot of houseplants. It's a good example. So I have a lot of houseplants, and I told him, I was like, one day if I ever meet your kids, I was like, I'm gonna show these girls how to like paint pottery and plants. I was like, I think they would love to see something grow that they built. I think it would be really, really cute. Like, and we talk about things every.
This is called over elaborating, right? Why is he coming out with all this crap? Oh, I love the kids. Do you know what? If I ever saw the kids, I'd teach them how to paint on plant pots. That's what I do. If ever I met them, which I never have. Oh no, I never have met them.
That's a good point. I'm not conceding it. I'm not against Alan. It's not me and Nicole Kessinger versus Alan. Like, that's a good point. This is debunked. Sandy painted them. I love it in chat. This is debunked. Sandy painted them. But it's a good point to talk about here about why she's saying it in the interview. Is it that she's trying to paint herself out to be a good person, or is she just have an interest? Like, it's a weird thing to say in the interview. It is a weird thing to say in the interview, so it's good to pick up on it.
Little. She knows how tall they are. They're so little, this high. She knows how tall they are. Never met them. Never met them.
Every once in a while, where I'd be like, hey, if I ever meet, because like I have a lot of houseplants. It's a good example. So I have.
Debunked, apparently.
I told him, I was like, one day if I ever meet your kids, I was like, I'm gonna show these girls how to like paint pottery and plants. I was like, I think they would love to see something grow that they built. I think it would.
What's this? In Shanann's office, on a shelf, is a plant pot with a face on it that NK was just describing to you. What are the odds? What are the odds that she's mind leaking this out to make her sound like a saint, but she actually did it? On that night, was she pacifying the children by drawing with them? The reason I say that is because if you look at Chris Watts' house, it was palatial. You wouldn't even think any children lived there, would you? You wouldn't think anything other than he lived on his own, apart from one part of the building. Shanann's cupboard here, on the floor, there's sketchbooks, drawing books, writing pads, squeaky cars that go, wee, 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 that give me the clue that, oh, there's a ghost in the cupboard, right? And again, I believe this stuff, like, it's weird, isn't it? So the old lady with the dog goes, what was that? It's a child like, child laughing. What was that? What was that? It's terrible. It was in this cupboard, which drew the attention of the police camera onto this.
Is he losing his marbles? What the fuck is he going on about? Of course she wasn't there painting plant pots when Chris, like, why would you? So like, Chris comes home, there's Shanann comes home with the kids, Chris is there with his fancy woman, and Shanann's like, go and play with the fancy woman while me and Daddy talk. Or Daddy's like, go and play with the fancy woman while me and Mummy talk. Like, what do you want about? And then Nicole Kessinger's going to say, I've always wanted to paint plant pots. I brought one.
This pot. The fact that
it's a tenuous link. It's just a tenuous link. And I don't know what he's going on about squeaky cars, but this is a really tenuous link. There's a painted plant pot. She mentioned a painted plant pot. Agreed. Or that might not be a painted plant pot even, to be honest. Looking at it more closely. The lip looks more like a lid. It might be like a tub that you keep things in and someone's painted a face on it. That might be a tub that you keep things in. It might not even be a plant pot up there on top of the shelf, nice and organised.
Brought the camera into the cupboard and showed me this.
In fact, the shadow on the lip is not consistent. Look, see how the shadow on the lip is thin here, but thick here. Yeah, the big shadow. It's like the lid doesn't fit exactly properly, does it? It's like, I'm saying that's not a plant pot. I'm saying that's a lid on top of an item. Like, it doesn't taper in quite like a plant pot. It's pink. It's up there. It's not got a plant in it.
Not such thing as signals in life. I believe in this stuff. I believe I was supposed to find this. No,
Destined.
I believe
Chosen by God.
I get these clues, or maybe I look for them. But it wouldn't have happened if
He's
the
been
card
watching.
didn't go,
He's been watching too much of our cult's content on Thus because he believes he was given messages by God at this point to find these clues.
She wouldn't have gone in the cupboard. Now the house is palatial. On the floor of this place, which I'll be showing in my documentary when I do it, there's writing pads, children's sparkle.
Didn't you just say that, or am I tripping?
Crayons, everything. And I thank the Lord we did see it, because I think it proves
Thanks the Lord.
was pacifying the kids with drawing, colouring, and paint pots.
No way. No way.
Like little stuff like that, but it wasn't very frequent. It wasn't,
No way.
hey, we should get married, and hey, we should have babies, and hey, I want to live
There's stuff on the floor in this cupboard because they're kids, and there's fucking loads of stuff, and they play with it, and it's on the floor in this cupboard.
with you, and hey, I need to meet your children now. And
Why? Look at it. Look at the floor. You telling me that someone hasn't been doing drawings with kids? Oh my God, it's obvious.
What?
It's obvious. Every other floor is clean and tidy.
This is the inside of a
Like
cupboard,
A bit of bombshell hit it.
let's cut the mom out. It was never like that.
and there's
Just
like
the
loads of
last room where
stuff.
They pushed everything in. Was she pacifying the children by doing artwork?
What's
As you
that?
see here. Was this what was used to paint the face on that?
What?
To kill time that fateful night?
No,
What do
definitely,
you think?
really no.
Is it just a wild coincidence from AD again?
Very, very
Or is it
unlikely.
circumstantial evidence?
Very, very. What's that? Is that somebody else? Is that Nicole Kessinger's painted plant pot? If that's so, then that's a bit of a coincidence. But if it's just a random picture, then it's not.
Although an adult likes painting faces, as you see,
And
an adult.
Is that even a painted face, or is it some other kind of like? It looks like a bit of a face, but you don't know because you can't see the rest of it. It might not be. It might be just that you're seeing faces in clouds. Like, this is so fucking tenuous.
Painted this face. That's not a child. This is what a child would do. Did she show them, like she said, how to paint the pot and watch something grow out of it would be fun? Is this the art tools that they use?
2 days
What?
later, Sandy Rusek, who never comments to me, put it out on media that Shanann Watts did the pot painting with the kids. 2 days later. Why she responded to me? Why did she feel the need to tell me that Shanann did the painting?
Oh my God, I didn't know that. I didn't know that, right? Okay, so if that really was a pot, yeah, which I still say doesn't, you know, it's hard to say it even looks like one, but if that's what she said, right, then either, like, she is covering for Nicole Kessinger, as you say, which would be fucking weird, or she is replying to you because you are making up lies about weird shit that went down, and that, like, that pot that you said that Nicole Kessinger used on the night of the murder is actually a treasured memory for her and her family, and that you're saying something horrible, and she's felt the need to reply to it on the internet despite having to deal with the grief of the loss of her family is fucking horrific, and that if you were doing videos and someone that was in the tragic circumstance in that way made the emotional, like, could you, like, it's equivalent of me doing my Nicola Bulley videos, and, like, actually I didn't say anything that would hurt her family, did I? But her family would come out and say, you know, Scotty Hotty's on the internet making bad videos, can you stop please? Like, I would think, oh my God, like, I didn't realise that Nicola Bulley's dad was watching and was really upset. Do you know what I mean? Like, that makes me feel different. Do you know what I mean? Like, but for Alan, like, even that didn't make him stop. That wasn't, that for him is like provocation. Like, in fact, he's right on the money. Like, because he can read people so well. It's disgusting.
With the kids. Well, I tell you this, I think if that was true, Shanann Watts would have made a video of it saying what a great mum she was. Look at me painting with the children. Wouldn't she? Like she did with the splasher thing in the face and that. If it was really Shanann that painted pots with the kids, don't you think we'd have seen it? Think about it.
I don't know.
What drew the mother out to say it was Shanann that drew on the pot? And if it was, why would the pot be slung at the back of a shelf and not put proudly in the kids' room on display? Why was it stuffed when no one was supposed to see it?
Have you not
If
ever
Shanann
done
did
shit
it
with kids, Alan? Have you not ever done this shit? Like, it doesn't all get put on the fucking mantelpiece. A lot of the time shit just gets packed away in the cupboard later. It might be full of pens. I don't know.
Kids. It's pathetic. It's honestly pathetic that people don't believe me. It really is.
That night. in a little game.
I would listen. I was willing to give him his kudos today for that find on the because I watched that exact bit of video and I didn't think to look at the other. I did think, can we see the other, you know, CCTV for the other nights? But the guy flicked through them. I didn't think to look for the dates and try and catch it like that. So I did think that was good, but then it turned out to not be right. This one, just, I'm not giving him credit for this. I don't think it's good. I think it's a bit of a. You think that Shanann, like, because the way you've got to contrive this is that the kids were being placated by Nicole Kessinger, of all people, right? So in some way, Shanann would leave the responsibility of looking after her children to Nicole Kessinger, whilst Chris Watts and her had a chat. Like, or are you saying that Chris Watts murdered his wife while she looked after the kids, and then together they murdered them later? Is that what you're saying? And like, I just.
For Shanann.
Every once in a while, where you know, I'd be like, hey, if I ever meet, you know, because like I have a lot of houseplants. That's a good example. So I have a lot of houseplants, and I told him, I was like, one day, if I ever meet your kids, I was like, I'm gonna show these girls how to like paint pottery and plants.
And this, this is fucking weird, right? Because then now it doesn't make sense now, right? I'll tell you why it doesn't make sense even more, is because, like, I agree that this sounds fucking weird that she's talking about this in the interview. I agree that sounds weird. But if she had painted pottery with them, the last thing she would want to say is, I've painted pottery with them, because then that would put her at the murder scene. So she would be better off saying, I gifted him a pot to give to the kids. That would be a better way of saying it. I gifted it. And again, forensics, if she'd been at that, I don't know about this, because do you not think that, because they did forensically check the house, didn't they? They did do a forensic check of the house. Do you not think that her DNA would turn up at the house if she'd been so ingratiated in it? Not just like stood around in the garage for a bit, but actually full on, you know, like playing with the kids in the cupboard. I don't know if the forensic, again, maybe people know better than me about the forensic search of the house. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I do agree that it's funny that she's talking about it and you can create a tenuous link. But I'd have to look more deeply into it.
I think it would be really, really cute.
This is live. You are live. We are live right now at late o'clock at night, trying to get through Angry Alan's big night.
We'll make a note of that.
What? I heard it. I definitely heard the same thing you did.
Yeah, and then he just sort of she didn't want anything. Oh no, she was pregnant.
But if everything else is just bundled in on the floor, why would she put it right up on the high top place? Why wouldn't she bundle it in with all the other stuff on the floor?
Not that we know of.
Join my study group to hear the full 2-hour discussion into the truth that NK put into the lies.
So there you are.
So there you are.
Building the case that she was there. I believe she's telling the truth. It's up to you to decide if my theory's crap or not. It's up to you. I don't mind what you think. This is my theory, and I'm allowed to have it. I'm allowed to have it. So
I'm allowed to have it.
I've got her there in the house. Was Chris moving out? Well, I need Chris to tell us what he's doing, right?
He had a load watching him tonight for this.
Give you the new evidence, which we're getting there. All I need now is to get Chris to say that he was leaving.
And he got the big super chat. So, you know, he won effectively. He got $100. Well, he gets what, half of that? They get like 50 quid. And he did his episode and a lot of people watched it.
That's all I need now.
I mean, I'm not saying he won over me. I'm saying, like, in his own little victory on his own little channel, he had a good night. His big night. His biggest and bestest is his bestest is like turning it round, pulling it round. Biggest is bestest ever. Clawing it back. Actually, he's like, you know, 4-0 down and he's just scored a random goal from a, like, you know, a random cross. Because most people who watch this haven't, like me, are ignorant. What's all this scritching going on? Why have you brought a plastic bag in? You're a cat. Do you want to go out? You're in and out. Do you want to go out? I'll be letting her back in a minute. He scored a random goal from a free kick or some shit. Like, this doesn't, I don't know.
Not to where I want to be. So listen carefully to this section on Chris saying he was leaving.
I still think, like, because I think he's going to get quite a few views on this, and I think he's going to feel good about that. But I still feel like that's just going to be like a little, like, downward, 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 little up, or downward, 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 like that. I don't think it's going to be like, this is the big saviour of his channel, like he thinks it is.
because we didn't care anymore.
In fact, it's throwing up a load of stuff that apparently, if you look into it, is all debunked and rubbish. So
we talk, and we show you a little bit of what we're working with, some evidence.
I think we're going to go through this again in a minute. Now it's all sunk in, guys. Now, obviously, this is a total different route I'm taking here, because I didn't have this piece of the puzzle. Did this happen? It happened because she turned up. We know that the router told us that he went out the front door and a car pulled up at the same time.
it's him in the past repeating himself.
In my opinion. I'm allowed to say that. That's my opinion. This
And
has
now he's
been
gone
on
off.
Netflix, Dr. Phil, all across the world.
Hang on, I'm skipping on. If he's not on his own stream, I'm
Packing
skipping
up
on.
a few things.
I'm skipping on. This is talking about packing up.
So I think we're very, very close to the truth.
I can't listen to that.
Yeah, go back to North.
This is Alan in the corner. Is Alan in the past? This is this is the
So-
past.
He still made very frequent
I mean, no doubt he's going to repeat it at the end of this video, so I'm going to skip on past the
I
video.
know what's going on. She's leaving, but what led to the murders? I've got a new bit of the puzzle.
Here's the new
So
bit
we're
of the
getting there.
puzzle.
In 5 minutes' time, you're going to get the new information.
Oh, for
So first of all,
Christ! Sorry,
got her in the
Jesus.
house.
Look, Jesus, I'm sorry that I blasphemed. Look, Lord God above, I am sorry that I blasphemed, but this man pushed me to it. Like, in 5 minutes' time, I've been watching this. I've been giving it good old chit chat. We've been having a good stream. We're having a lot of fun. Okay, it's a good stream for us. We're doing bombs and numbers. You're all still here watching. We're having a good time. Late night now, enjoying ourselves. Going to stick to that. However, the way he drags it out, I just want to get a hold of him and just say it at the start of the episode and let me know what the fuck you're going on about instead of piff-paffing around the bush, tiffy-taffing around the bush like this.
I think she's pacifying the kids. We've got a truck appearing outside. We've got a phone pinging when she went home. Haven't we? We've got all these things. We've got
Have
the
we?
100-minute phone call. You've got him saying, I'm leaving, I'm packing up. You've got her telling him it's his last chance. You've got Shanann, Nate, the ultimate disasters building, right? The tsunami of a disasters building that night. She's in the house. She's not supposed to be there. She come round because Chris hasn't left. You told me you were leaving her. I'm here because she's not. She's late. The plane being late was the tsunami. The point where Shanann, Chris, and NK all met in the house.
In this expression of female form, like cupping, I don't know what he's doing with this. Most
That was
people would
the
say like
flashpoint.
they met, but he doesn't.
You know
like-
that she's bipolar.
Is this
NK,
like begging?
She's volatile. You know Shanann's volatile. You saw Nutgate. You saw her mother say, where's the knives? Check the knives. Can you imagine those two meeting?
So if they did meet, apparently there would be a murder, and then she would go and play with the kids,
Can you?
paint some pottery.
Well, you know who isn't aggressive, and that's Chris. He's the least aggressive of the three. And he took the blame for the whole damn thing because it's all my fault, he said.
So now we're saying that. I mean, this is. I'll tell you what, though. Like, you know, this case, like, she comes home, they have a fat row. Like, you're saying, therefore, that either Chris murdered Shanann, like, to protect his. Like, there's a big. The kids don't see this though, because like I'm a bit like, you're then looking for signs of disturbance in the home and all this business, aren't you? Like, you're then I don't know.
So now it just leaves me to prove that she left. I proved that she's there, now I've got to prove that she left, right? And then we can have the new info. I want to cover all the bases, so we're going to have a vote on whether she's there or not shortly.
Oh my God.
So, thanks to Nate, I've managed to find this. This is, I believe, NK and a child from...
Worse than one of your paintings. Can't understand what it is, can't see it, can't understand it. It just doesn't... What?
The back, you see her ponytail, I believe that's her. Leaving that morning. So I've got her arriving with Nate's help. I've got her leaving with Nate's help.
It's the same picture. It's just her, not the reflection. The speed of light has taken this person onto the truck. If she moves at the speed of light. The shadow moves at the speed of light that I showed you. So
Can't see what
wherever
you're
the light
saying.
moves, she'll move. If she casts a shadow, and
The other proof I found with her reflection in the side of the truck.
for me to do it in is from our friend Twisted Cindy. You will see clearer than I can even tell you the little girl and the lady bending down with the ponytail.
Just looks like smudges on a screen.
And you'll see the handbag now come out. See the ponytail there?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I see, in fact, on this one, I can categorically state that I can see the rounded back of the head with no ponytail. Like there's a clean line where the light shines off the back of the head. Even though the figure is in silhouette, they are... I'm willing to acknowledge it if they're right, and like I'm not happy if they're not, and like this is taking a long time, but I just want to quickly do this because I can see what I can see. In fact, edit, transform, reset, transform. It's very small, and I don't know if it's going to come up when I blow it up. See, it turns into nothing, doesn't it? It turns into mush. There's either a head or a ponytail. Fuck. Like, I'm saying that...
So there.
Fuck off. I'm saying that this is the figure here. There's the shoulder, and at the back I can see the top of the head. Like, the back of it there reflects. This is the bright light, and as the bright light comes in, I can see a crescent there, which is the back of a head. Not a head and a ponytail, just a head.
You see,
I'm fed up with this.
Here's the final proof. I'm an expert on a gait. Chris Watts doesn't walk like this. Chris walks like an ape man. This is a woman walking out, and the gait shows you. Gait shows you it's a woman. The shape of her body.
But the problem with what you've got here is that the people that walk in and out is, if it's Chris, then like you've got a number of, you've got like, how come someone extra comes out and you never see them go in? You've got the same number of people going in as you've got coming out. That's consistent. So it doesn't work because like, if this is her, where's Chris?
Shows you it's a woman. Her jeans show you it's a woman. It's a woman. It walks like a duck. It is a duck.
What about the height? What about the length of the foot?
Ponytail there, ponytail there, handbag there.
I don't see any of the handbag and the ponytail. I've looked at that. I don't see that. Now we've got it with a funny colour.
The walk, the long sleeves. The ponytail comes into view now. The handbag is there. The ever-present handbag. Handbag. Human being.
I don't.
I did this by showing. I don't know why I put this in.
So there you are. Everything I've got over the years to show you that
Are you saying Chris Watts couldn't have been carrying a bag while he was pretending to load up his truck?
woman was there. I'm not afraid to say it. NK doesn't exist anymore. It's got a new name now, whatever it is. I believe Nicole Kissinger was there that night. I believe I've just proved it to you. I've just put a poll in chat. I want your answer. Was Nicole Kissinger there the night of the murders? Yes, no, or you're not sure. Vote now.
Based on your evidence, like, I'd like to think I've got some open mind to believe that Nicole Kissinger could have been there. Like, you know, she could have been involved. Like, she could have been a malignant force. I understand this, but I need better evidence than that. I simply need better. Like, that fucking blurry video and you saying handbag was just a hard time to deal with.
If you've got a laptop, you should see it. I'm not sure if it shows on the mobile phone. If you're not able to see the poll, tell me in chat. Was she there? Yes, no, or not sure. If you can see the poll, please vote now. I presented my evidence. We're in court. I presented my circumstantial evidence. She was there. I've now got my new proof.
The problem is, Alan, that if we're in court, then you'd have to see the other side of that argument, wouldn't you, Mr. Arms? You'd have to see the other side of the argument, and I haven't built the other side of the case. Like, there are people in chat that have debunked some of the stuff you said, so like it fell down a number of times. The handyman one, for example, let's say legit that's a debunk, then boom, you're thrown out. Like, she wasn't there. Like, based on the first premise that that car was her turning up and it wasn't her, there you go. Like, remember, he built this on a house of lies. Like, the foundation is believe this one thing, now believe this next thing, now we're on to the, like, you got to believe the first thing first. And like, we gave you that so we could listen to your narrative, but at the end of it, like, I thought you were going to underpin it and bring it together. It wasn't that. There was a plant pot on a fucking... Like, Nicole Kessinger did mention painting and pottery, and the kids had examples of painted pottery in their living space. Maybe he went outside because of his mobile phone router went off. Or maybe his router just went off. I don't know, like, as a court case, it's really, really fucking, like, you're going to have real hard time when you go to court for your defamation.
That she was there, coming up in 5 minutes, guys. I know you're excited. Those of you that stuck with it for the, I don't know how many minutes, 1 hour 40, are going to get your reward of never...
It annoys me a bit, though, because I'd quite like it if Nicole Kessinger was there in a way. And I say quite like it. What I mean is, as a, you know, body language analysis and stuff, I'd like to be able to go over her videos of her doing her thing and say, pull out where I think it's inconsistent. And if the premise is, was she there? Like, I'd quite like to do a review of that. Like, there's nothing wrong with that as a concept, but it's the way he goes about it that's so fucking egregious. You know, it's the way that it's Alan's circus sideshow, and it has been for years. And like, you know, you know full well that, let's say tomorrow Nicole Kessinger comes forward and says she was there and she wants to tell the truth, and then Alan gets a big load of like YouTube views for 1 day or 2 days or whatever, and then what? Like, he's going to be cross because his cash cow that he can keep talking about forever is gone. Like, he can go back over it and say, oh, I always said she was there. But other than that, like, you know, like, he's not actually happy if the case is, like, if they go and, like, or would he think Big Alan, Special Alan, proved right after all these years? I think he's just using it for grifting. So I don't think he really cares whether she was there or not, really. But
foreseen proof. As far as I know, someone will say, I knew that, AD. But anyway, like I said about the umbrella being moved at the boot to put the body in the other murder, I believe I've got something similar. I really have. She was there, did not save the babies, and she could have done.
When did he... Hang on, has he showed us the big thing yet? He still hasn't showed us the big thing, has he? He said we were going to see it in 5 minutes. It wasn't the plant pot. That was part of it.
Correct. So let's have a look at the old poll.
There was 600 in his chat.
Detective, was NK there? Yes, 87%.
They love it.
6%, not sure, 7%. Overwhelmingly, if you were the jury, my friend, contrary to what Mr. Rourke thinks, contrary to what Shanann's family thinks.
Like, obviously, there's a lot of people who feel like they hate Nicole Kessinger, and Alan totally feeds off that. He totally feeds off that.
Contrary to what all my trolls think, 87% of you believe me. I presented you my evidence as a lawyer would. And I'm pleased to say 80%, 87% of my jury, my social media jury, believe me. I thank you for that. I really do thank you for that. It's heartwarming to spend. I spent 3 days, mate, doing this together. It's taken me 3 days. I've also been working on the documentary, which is the same thing. I want to produce a documentary with values. If any of you know somebody that's a budding...
Hang on, so the documentary is now about something you just discovered 4 days ago, but you've been working on it for months.
A film editor or film producer or...
I'm a film editor and film producer. You can go fuck yourself.
Someone that can help me, I'd pay them. I haven't got much, but I will pay them. If you know somebody that's able to help me finish the documentary, I have all the footage. I just need it made into, you know, like a quality documentary.
You've got all the footage. You just need someone else to script it, edit it, produce it. What are you talking about? That's not how this works.
If you know not somebody in Hollywood.
It means you haven't done anything. You're just going to say, look at my YouTube videos. I think you can edit a documentary out of that.
somebody that can actually do. I haven't got, I'm not that tech. I can do my best, but I want someone to edit it and make it into a classy documentary. Do you know someone? I mean, there's like, how many of you?
You've skipped film it. Obviously, you've done loads of filming then. You skipped film it. You've skipped cinematography.
Do you know someone that can help me out? I'm willing to pay. I want somebody to help me because I believe it needs doing. I believe there needs to be a documentary with all my evidence put together in one place. Please, if you know someone. Oh, Samantha City, I really appreciate that.
Listen, you're just doing that documentary right now on your channel. That was it. We just saw it. Samantha with the 99.99.
I've got the new evidence coming now. If you know somebody, let me know. We'll put the email in the chat.
How does he not? That was £100 super chat. Like, do you know if someone gives you £100, you're like, oh my God, thank you. That's loads of monies.
It needs doing. I believe there needs to be a documentary with all my evidence put together in one place. Please, if you know someone. Oh, Samantha City, I really appreciate that. I've got the new evidence coming now. If you know somebody, let me know. We'll put the email in the chat. I need help to finish the documentary. It's based on what you've seen tonight. Right, here we go with the new evidence. Oh my God, I hope you like it. I hope you believe me. I hope it's not.
I hope you like it. I hope you like it, Mommy. I've been working on it all for 4 days.
A damp squib. Anyway, here it is. This is what I've got.
This is like he's built it up. Like, we're all here. Listen, I know that it's been a long graft, and there's a lot of you watching me. I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised there's more watching Alan tonight, because what he's saying is he's got some extraordinary new evidence on this particular case, which, let's be fair, has absolutely enthralled the internet for several years now. And I go on about him talking about it for years, but there are lots of people over the years talking about this. Like, there's an interest, there's a public interest. It's in the public interest to hear this evidence. If it's a case changer and a game changer, then we will all bow down, like I did earlier when I thought that he did a good spot on that CCTV. It turned out to be something that in nothing, but it was still a good spot if he discovered that. If it was him and Bubbles that spotted that on the CCTV, and then it had to be looked into by the police, brilliant. Or if it was just that the police looked into it because they looked into it, then yeah. But if this goes well, and if this is a big deal, then, like, Alan's got all excited. He's pinning his hopes on it. I'm egging it up. I'm also making a reefer to enjoy for this very moment, because I just think this is going to be... It's going to be like that Christmas when my nan... Like, bless her heart, right? I love my nan. But every Christmas she would get us a gift. Not just one Christmas. She would get us a lot of different gifts. She would get us loads of lovely gifts. Wonderful gifts. But she'd always include one gift that was like, what the fuck's this? And my favourite of all those gifts was one year, it was quite a big... I knew it was clothes. I wasn't... when it's clothes, do you remember when you're a kid and it's Christmas? And you're like, oh, this one's clothes, because you can feel it because it's soft. And you're like, oh, clothes. Like, it's not a box that you unwrap, it's got clothes. But, like, I love my... But this one year, and I unwrapped the clothes, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And I put it on. I put them on. I was about, like, 14, and I was wearing these... They were fisherman's waders. They went up to about here. Like, this big pair of, like, thermal waders. And she was like, because you wear your baggy trousers. And I was like, listen, as Christmas presents go, this is one of the best. I loved it in the end. It wasn't, I wore those big, strange trousers and had a fun day. But, if it turns out to be one of these strange trousers, I might love it even more, actually. Like, let's see what we've got. Now, what's on the cards for Alan's big day? Alan's big reveal. He's changing the case.
And I'm proud of it. I'm proud of the work.
He's proud of it.
And I hope at the end of this next 20 minutes, you'll come to Patreon with me and talk about it.
Oh, brilliant. Patreon afterwards. I'm assuming that he's found this, but I don't know if he has. Proud of what we found, he just said. We now. No, it's a we.
I really do hope you can't do that, because I need to speak to you about it, and you need to ask me questions. So I will be going to Patreon in about 20 minutes' time.
Oh my God.
Here is my new evidence.
Do we have his Patreon? Because he's finished now, isn't he? Do we have his Patreon?
Thanks for joining me tonight. Nice to see so many of you here. This is Nicola Kessinger. Here's a little by the way. Why she got big lumps of hair missing.
What?
Did the tsunami hit at 4 a.m. that morning? Did Shanann, NK, Chris Watts have a row?
And she got lumps of hair missing?
Chris was leaving with this woman. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. I'm not going to
I don't think she has got lumps of hair missing. I think her hairline probably comes like round here. And this is just like shadow. Has she got lumps of hair missing? Or has she just got fuzzy hair that sort of, you know, comes over the front of her hairline? Like, what's going on?
Blame her for anything. I'm just saying, I believe she's in the house. I believe it. Well, 87% of you believe that she's in the house. Right. So you've seen her on the driveway. You've seen her in the side of the car.
No,
you've seen her reflections. You've
not really.
seen her truck arrive.
Please, Alan.
What else have we got before we start? We've got
no.
The gate expert telling us it was a woman. We've got the fire mark
I
on
can
the
skip
back
this.
of the garden.
I can skip
red
this.
Betty saw it happen. That's what we don't know. I've got a clue.
Okay, come on.
That's evidence I've got that she was there. What more have I got? Was something new.
Come on then.
I believe that Chris was leaving. You see the blue bag? There's clothes in there. That was going to be moving out with him.
The blue bag, he hides it. When the police come in, we've seen this before. It's a blue bag. They assume it had some things that he was trying to conceal, like, you know, stuff that he was trying to, like, bin off. Like, you know, maybe stuff that he was trying to get rid of. He says it's goodwill. Jeans that don't fit him anymore. They're too big. The policeman picks him up on it. And then later he moves it and it's disappeared and gone. The blue bag. Yeah.
Whether it's NK's or his,
The stuff she had last night.
that was ready to go that morning.
Yeah.
Of course, the police check. He ended up getting caught with the house as it was.
Is that your stuff? Yeah, that's the stuff I was going to give to people if they don't fit me anymore. Oh, these are your jeans? Yeah, it was like 38s. They're way too big now.
Some jeans in a bag.
Okay, well, give us a call.
Chris moved that out to the garage door the next day.
Yeah.
And by the time the police came back again, it was no
It had
longer
gone.
there. So
Yeah.
I guess he took it out the night he went to the Thayers and got rid of it and whatever was in there.
Agreed.
You clearly see it there by the garage door. So that's one thing, which leads me to the main point of tonight's show.
Oh my God, that wasn't it.
So
Okay.
Chris Watts and Shanann Watts returned home from North Carolina Tuesday the 7th of August 2018. Photographs were taken at the airport show the family with 2 orange pink suitcases and the girls have pink suitcases. Chris Watts carries a large blue bag. Chris Watts returns to work on Wednesday the 8th of August, and it's also the date NK gave Chris Watts the key to her apartment. The day he gets back from his trip was the day that they decided that they were going to move in together. So she gives him the key to her apartment. That's crucial. On Wednesday, the 8th of August, Shanann posted on Facebook, went to bed 2 a.m., up at 5:15. So there you go. She only goes to bed for 3 hours. That's the clue as well, right? 2 loads of laundries, dusted the whole house, cleaned out the fridge, the pantry and restocked, 2 grocery stores with kids, Celeste doctor's appointment, emptied 7 suitcases, 3 backpacks, and put them all away in the cellar. Fed the kids 1,000,000 times.
Listen, this is gaslighting. He's now just fucking going on. In chat, that's all misinformation. I didn't even log it all in my brain. You saw me go like this. I was thinking to myself, don't listen to this. Shield your brain. Tell me what it is you want me to know, Alan.
Coward. Went through 6 weeks of mail because Chris wasn't allowed to see the mail. I believe that was collected by NK, so he never knew what was in the mail. Washed the kitchen floor, cleaned up the kids, repacked my suitcase for Arizona for Friday, where she went away and come back on the night of the murders. Okay?
You know, my theory is that Chris was packing, ready, going to leave.
Chris admitted he was packing. You heard that.
Did a whole program on that. Was he pressurized by Nicole Kessinger that night? You are leaving her tonight. I'm going to be on the phone till she comes home and you're going to leave. And of course, when she was 3 hours late, they all kicked off. And of
This is
course,
what you said
Shanann,
before.
while she's in Arizona, finds out that Chris has been to the Lazy Dog and used his credit card to spend too much money. Now, we know he's got Anandaco cards to pay for this food.
Do you know what? This is
Kessinger
making
said
me
he has
mad
a card
now.
with money on it. Her attitude was that he didn't care because he's leaving that night anyway. He doesn't care if she finds out. And
Do you know the thumbnail I put on today? You know, twat. Yeah. Oh, does it say twat? It fucking says twat.
Couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Helen Elisechat sent tippies. That thumbnail really made me laugh after a tough day. Thank
She's
you,
showing
Scott.
it out. I was talking about it.
Super Chuffer owes
I got it
3
lined
hugs.
up. Weird. Thank you for the. That's like great minds think like that's like psychic. I was like, this thumbnail is so appropriate, isn't it? It's so appropriate because for Christ's sake, even if you have proper like, look, earlier on I said about other channels and other videos, yeah, right. Here is a video called NK caught on body cam in Chris Watts' house. Right, I need a mental break from Alan shit for a minute. This is related to it. This is a different kind of content creator. This one's got 100,000 views. Just look at this. Right?
You don't need an expensive...
It's an advert, of course, because it's suitable for advertising. So forget that and just look at this. Right.
You want conspiracy theories? You can check the internet and you're going to find them. You want the truth? You come to the right place. It's coming right now.
Boom. Okay. I know what's happening. We're getting the truth. No messing about. Short intro, acceptable. That's enough now. Good.
What's up, guys? I'm PrairieBoy77 coming at you again, and we're going to be talking about the Chris Watts case. Specifically, was there 2 people caught on the police body cam during the first visit, the wellness check? There's a lot of people who are saying yes, but I'm going to show you what really happened.
And we're straight into it.
So this is a police officer's body cam, and he's peeking in the window and everything. And right at one point, you can see what looks like somebody throwing something to a woman, looks like, with dark hair. And it looks like she turns and sees the camera and then ducks out. It's really blurry, but it definitely does look like a person there. But here's the problem. You see those white bars? That would be the railing for the second floor, correct? But let's look at this a little bit differently.
Oosh.
Okay, we're going to start the footage when the officer is first walking up to the house. And yeah, we're going to start seeing some stuff here. So here we go, he's walking up. And okay, you can start to see the start of that white bar that we were seeing at the other picture. It's getting more pronounced here. There it is, continuing over here. And it looks like a jog in the wall and everything. That all lines up. But okay, see those lines? What's way down here? That is the start of the second floor railing. You can see that. See, those were those lines that we were seeing, and this is the railing of the second floor. Second floor railing is brown. It's not white.
So he's just come right to the point, straight out, got right to it. Yeah? That's how you make your point about your one thing. Like, he's debunking a point. There's the point debunked, yeah? There's another half of this video where he does a bit more talking.
Because that would just blow this case wide open. The police would obviously have to reinvestigate if there were other people in the house. But apparently that's just not the case.
And that's his video. Like, there's about 1 minute more. Like, Alan has done, like, it's the equivalent. Like, it's the same sort of, I've got this guy twice today. Look, haven't I? Look. Whee. It's the equivalent, but Alan spent an hour and a half dragging it out to this point, and it's made me angry at him. It's just wasting our time.
She did find out, and she came back raging, understanding that he now has a girlfriend, and he was quite happy to admit to it.
I'm not angry.
Yeah, so here's where we change the case. Remember the title, AD changes the case.
I do remember it.
So I asked Josh, knowing discussion about separation, divorce between Chris and Shanann. He said Cassie often FaceTimed him while at the conference, right? So it's all going on. And he often saw the group of the girls and chatted with them. On Saturday night, on the 8th, 11th, Shanann learned of a charge that she was concerned about, given Chris was supposedly at a Rockies game, but he's spending too much money. Shanann was visibly upset and crying when discussing this in Arizona with her friends on FaceTime and as well. So Shanann said she did not understand what had changed. She said that he loved Chris and did not know why he did not love her. Shanann said Chris wanted to separate and move on, saying he could not do this anymore. I told you, he's moving out. Shanann knows it. The whole group know it. I just proved it. They're on a Facebook call, FaceTiming. He saw the girls. The group of girls were there. They knew it was ending. The reason they pretend they didn't know is because they feel guilty that they didn't do anything to save her. That's what they're guilty about. Of course, they shouldn't be, because they didn't know it was going to end in death, did they? But they knew there was a powder keg tsunami situation coming that night when she got back. They knew it. They knew it. And Josh just told us the truth.
Why so few people knew that Shanann and Chris were splitting up? I mean, his mum and dad knew, his sister knew, even the hairdresser in North Carolina knew. Certainly her mother and father knew.
Will you get to the point? or do I have to drive down to Exmouth and ask you to shout it out of your window?
Who's a friend of the couple. Josh knew Cassie and Shanann that there were changes in Chris over the last 4 or 5 weeks prior to Shanann's Arizona trip. There was a discussion about divorcing or separating.
This is
when
like
Chris was in North Carolina.
I'm going to have to pause it for a second, even though I don't want to. I want it to speed up and hurry up. This is like some kind of like mental, like, I wanted to say like meditation, like hypnosis or something. Like if you listen to it for long enough, then you're just caught in this time warp where all you ever hear is this like constant fucking going on and over and over and on and on and over and over. I'm going to get to the point in a minute. Honestly, I'm going to get to the point in a minute. I really fucking hope he does.
Shanann and the kids.
I'm being
Shanann
edged.
said he was cold, inattentive.
I'm being edged by Alan.
This was not the Chris that she knew. Agent Stacey Galbraith also asked Josh, knowing of a discussion about separation and divorce between Chris and Shanann. He said Cassie often FaceTimed him while at the conference in
Yes,
Arizona.
yeah, I just read that. She FaceTimed him and she said she was upset and
Shanann
he was
Watts
thinking of
realised
moving on.
Chris is lying to her and must be with a woman.
Yes.
This is how she finds out he's having an affair. This is all part of the tsunami plan by Kessinger. She made him pay by chart card. If you want this over, if you're leaving tonight, you shouldn't care. You pay by card because you're leaving her when she gets home. Why should you care anymore? Okay,
No,
okay.
just a mistake or bravado on his part, or just didn't think he was going to get caught, didn't think about it. Like, just decided to just like, you know, thought he wouldn't.
Pay by card. It's a setup. She discusses this with all the Thrive girls who all agree you've got to confront him. That's why they feel guilty. They've all agreed on a tsunami confrontation, a powder keg. The perfect storm was coming when she got in the door, when she got home. The first time she saw him, the perfect storm was there, and all the girls knew it, and they're all scared to admit it now. Every single one of them is scared to admit what I've told you tonight, and you'll never see this on mainstream media.
No, they're not, because you showed us like literally documented evidence of someone saying it. But yes, carry on.
But it's the truth. Because I put it together from the discovery, not from my mind.
Like, we all know she was going home eggy because of this fucking receipt. We know it.
Truth. The girls knew the confrontation was coming when that lady walked through the door. The first time she called Chris, there was going to be a tsunami. And there was. But no one thought it would end in death.
No, agreed.
I don't know who did who, when, where, what. I know why.
What?
Because the confrontation was built up to a crescendo on that night, and it happened. You know it happened because Shanann ended up no longer alive. Cassie and Josh Rosenberg were moving in until the house was sold. Chris was moving out immediately. That's why they're moving in, because Chris is moving out. Do you understand that I'm telling you the truth? Meanwhile, Chris and NK are on the 100-minute phone call. NK gave Chris Watts the key to her apartment. It was already.
You're repeating yourself again.
The delayed plane caused a tsunami. If Shanann come home at time, Chris would have just left, and we wouldn't have voted these people. It would have been a divorce. During the call, NK tells CW he needs to be making a move and should be leaving Shanann Watts to get his own place as well, which you just heard her say. Chris Watts is trying to back out because he's a people pleaser. He's trying to back out. She doesn't let him. She goes round.
You're repeating yourself again.
She was. The car that shows up on next CCTV put up outside is NK. Is in the house. Somehow NK discreetly enters the house around the back, maybe, or maybe.
He did not know why he didn't love her. Shanann said Chris wanted to separate and move on, saying he could not do this anymore. All people on the Saturday night, and they all white-knighted her about the lazy dog situation. Chris used his credit card, so Shanann will find out.
He's moving out. He's got an appointment with a realtor on Monday. She goes round at 11:25, gets in the house, packs his suitcase, takes the suitcase from the cellar up to Shanann's room and puts it where Shanann can see it, full of Chris's moving out clothes. Chris is moving out that morning at 5. Something went wrong. Maybe NK stayed in the house and she wasn't supposed to be seen, but she was. Shanann's volatile, Kessinger's volatile. Who knows what happened? Who knows what happened? But as it says here that Shanann says she emptied all the suitcases, and so she did. And they were all neatly packed into the cellar. They're a very neat family.
What? Hang on, wait.
Chris is moving out.
got there. Chris couldn't kill us anymore. He's moving out. He's got an appointment with a realtor on Monday. She goes round at 11:25, gets in the house, packs his suitcase. So Shanann will find out, and it all comes together Saturday night, and it's going to be an almighty row when she gets in. NK knows this. She's a woman. The plan had worked. The lazy dog credit card entrapment had got there. Chris couldn't kill us anymore. He's moving out. He's got an appointment with a realtor on Monday. She goes round at 11:25, gets in the house.
So you're saying Nicole Kessinger goes round to his house and gets in his house.
His suitcase.
Packs his suitcase.
Takes the suitcase from the cellar up to Shanann's room and puts it where Shanann can see it.
Puts the suitcase in Shanann's bedroom where she can see it.
Full of Chris's moving out clothes.
Right, that would be that blue thing on his shoulder there.
Chris is moving out.
No, you're suggesting it's this red case that clearly, like, when we see these images, like, we see the girls with their little cases, like their mommy, don't we? And I suppose you've got mommies and daddies cases of these red ones, maybe, yeah. And he's got a big blue bag on his shoulder, which maybe it's just like, you know, stuff for the holidays. Maybe his case is the big red one and hers is the smaller red one, maybe.
Takes the suitcase.
But I would guess that she's probably got more clothes than him, to be honest. Like, bigger man, bigger suitcase, yeah, but isn't it that the woman takes, like, fucking loads of stuff on the holiday and you don't care so much, so you have a smaller suitcase? Like, I was saying that his might be the one on his back, because, like, you know, he'd carry his own bag on his back. But maybe it's not. Maybe that's like a tent or some shit, I don't know.
From the cellar up to Shanann's room and puts it where Shanann can see it. Full of Chris's moving out clothes.
Okay, so you're going to show us that...
is moving out.
But then Shanann just came back from her holidays. I don't know what kind of suitcases she came walking in the house with. I haven't confirmed that myself. But, like, she came back from her holidays, didn't she? So don't she have a suitcase?
That morning at 5. Something went wrong. Maybe NK stayed in the house.
Shanann Watts, August 8th, 2018. Went to bed at 2 a.m. Loads of... Like, August 8th. This is, like, a week before, yeah?
And she wasn't supposed to be seen, but she was. Shanann's volatile. Kessinger's volatile. Who knows what happened? Who knows what happened? But as it says here that Shanann says she emptied all the suitcases.
A week before that was.
And so she did. And they were all neatly packed into the cellar. They're a very neat family. So how did that suitcase get to the bedroom on the night of the 13th? This is the 13th, body cam. Daytime. There we see it. In the bedroom. Now, don't forget, Chris was ordered back. This is before he had time to destroy all the evidence. So that's what Shanann would have seen. I'm leaving. There's my suitcase. There it is. There it is. Now,
where is it?
Why is it there in the bedroom, right in front of Shanann's eyes? Shanann didn't put it there. It wasn't there on the 12th or the 10th or 11th. Everything was packed away in the cellar, remember? Shanann told you she packed it all away.
Is this the bedroom?
Here it is, in the bedroom.
Is it?
The morning of the health check. It's in the bedroom. Chris hadn't had time to move it. It was there the night before for him to move out before the altercation. It's all packed by NK, in my opinion.
And is it? Is it and is it?
So there it is in Shanann's bedroom on the night. We've seen the case in the bedroom on the 13th, right? Lo and behold, 13th in the bedroom. The day after, on the 14th, when the dogs come to visit, the case has made its way back. So the next day, the 14th, down into the cellar, into its original position. So
was that the case that she took on holiday that she brought home with her and brought up to the bedroom?
So that proves that Chris...
They're the cases downstairs in the cellar. The big holidays cases.
Was using the suitcase the night Shanann died. After she died... There we go. Remember the lady with the dogs? Voila.
I don't know, though, because they're shiny and red. And there's a bigger black, like bigger, more clear black thing on top. And what you showed us here looks less shiny, a bit more of a different kind of red with a different kind of thing on top. And it's from a distance, and I can't really see it. And I don't know if that's really her bedroom. Like, why'd you make me do this, Alan, after all this? Is this what it is? Is this the big thing? I'm automatically searching Armchair Detective. I want to search Chris Watts body cam again. And, like, I mean, where... You know, where do we go into the bedroom? Phone wedding surveillance, bedroom 149.
At the sheets and the comforters, I don't see anything. It's kind of odd nothing's on the bed though.
Oh, that wasn't on there?
No, this was on here.
It was on there?
No.
What was it on there?
It was like, we found it like this. I looked at these, there's no...
Like, there's this thing in the corner of the other policeman, so maybe that's covering it, but I'm not seeing the same frame that Alan's seeing here with the suitcase. Oh, there, is that it? Is that the frame? Over by the wall here. It's kind of covered up by all this stuff that's on the screen. I haven't got a clearer view of that.
He said when he left, she was in bed sleeping.
Hard to say if that was a suitcase. Just the bed, hang on. Come on, go over by the suitcase, you chuffer. Is that a suitcase? It looks like, hang on, there's a tag on it. That looks like there could be a suitcase there. And then you need to make sure that I know what Shanann was... Are you alright in chat? Can somebody help me out on this if anyone knows about it? Like in the distance there, and I can see, it's hard to see on this because they've got this writing on it, but it looks like the suitcase is over there. It looks red, it looks like the right handle, and it looks like it's got a tag on it. So I would say there probably is that suitcase in the room. But then my guess would be she's just been on holiday with the kids. So didn't she need the suitcase? Like, that would be my guess.
Shanann didn't put it there. It wasn't there on the 12th or the 10th or 11th. Everything was packed away in the cellar, remember? Shanann told you she packed it all away. Here it is, in the bedroom. The morning of the health check, it's in the bedroom. Chris hasn't had time to move it. It was there the night before for him to move out before the altercation.
It's all packed by NK, in my opinion. So
there it is in Shanann's bedroom on the night.
We've seen the case in the bedroom on the 13th, right?
Or like if the suitcase is really there and it's packed full of stuff, right? Get this: if you've just murdered your wife and you think that you're going to go to work and dispose of the bodies of your children and your wife, and then you're going to come home, you might want to go on the run. You don't know. You might want to go on the run. You might have a suitcase packed just in case. You thought Shanann used a black case she left at the bottom of the stairs when she came home. Maybe she used maybe she used a black case. I don't know. You know, I don't know. Like, there's another option here is, like I said, though, Chris could have packed that ready to go on the run, and then when the police turned up, he knows he's not going on the run, or maybe he should have done. I don't know.
13th in the bedroom.
The day after, on the 14th, when the dogs come to visit, the case has made its way back.
So the next day, the 14th,
down,
or maybe they've got an additional case
into the cellar, into its original position. So that proves that Chris was using the suitcase the night Shanann died.
I mean, that does look like the same case with that tag thing on it there, that white thing. That looks like the same suitcase.
After she died.
There we go. Remember the lady with the dogs? Voila, lo and behold, the suitcase is back in its position. So it's gone from that point on the 12th up into the bedroom. And it must have been packed. Why would you take an empty suitcase out the cellar and put it in Shanann's bedroom in front of her eyes for her to see when she gets home? If you haven't promised your girlfriend you're leaving, and I'm going to prove it because there's my bag packed, Shanann, I'm leaving. It's right in front of Shanann's eyes. Why? What do you think Shanann's going to think when she sees that suitcase? When she comes?
Why would you put it up in her bedroom, though? Like, you'd have it at the door. I suppose the kids. The problem I've got with this, okay, is that the most likely scenario here, if Chris was going to do the leaving, would be get the suitcase packed and leave. And then when Shanann arrives home to have a big row with him, he's not there. There's just a note. Sorry, love. Decided to fuck off. Saz says, can we move on? This is Alan's show and I'm having to just go through it.
Comes home that night in her bedroom. How's it got there from the cellar?
Why
hasn't the suitcase got
20 minutes left.
It's got up there because all Chris's clothes
And then we've got the patron for those who are hardcore enough.
are upstairs, and he's packed the bloody thing. And Shanann sees it, and it all kicks off. And that's exactly what NK wanted. And the tsunami hits, the perfect storm, the murder, accidental or whatever, happens because of this suitcase.
Obviously, he's put it back where it came from. Clearly, they are the ones that went to Arizona. If you look here, I've done a differential, and it is these two suitcases.
A differential.
So it's suitcases they used a lot when going away. Chris was going away, moving in with his mistress till he found his own place. And I think I just proved it. It's little things like this that solve murders, believe it or not. Just little thing like this.
Is that it? Is that the thing?
You know what? It's a great question in chat. Why didn't he leave while she was away? He's such a nice guy that he thought, I'm going to look after the kids. Let her go on a trip. As soon as she comes back, I'm moving out. But I'll look after the kids while she's there. He's such a people pleaser. He looks after the kids while she's away. Otherwise, he'd have left on the Saturday. He didn't want to face her. He couldn't leave because he got the kids. That's the truth.
Ever noticed? The fact that he packed a suitcase, or NK did, proved he was leaving that night, but something went wrong. I don't know what it is, but something went wrong with Shanann and NK.
Hang on, wait, right. This is tripping me out. Was Shanann away with the kids, or was she away just her and the kids were with Chris? Does anyone know that for me? Just because I'm tripping now. Was Shanann away with the kids? Or was Chris at home with the kids while Shanann was away? People in chat, I think BBDZens knows shit. The kids are with Chris. Karen Treebirch, look at this again, Scott. Thanks, Karen, for the $1.99 super chat. I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to be looking at again. Chris was babysitting, right. Okay, I didn't know that. I assumed that the kids were with Shanann. You can look at this a totally different way, right? You could say that Shanann come home, she's got the suitcase out, she's brought it up to her room, she started packing, I'm leaving you. I'm packing this suitcase, and he's come in and said, you're fucking not leaving. What the fuck are you doing? Then they've had the fight. Obviously, he's murdered her. In the bedroom. Like, that makes sense. That's why, the bed, the sheets, the suitcase. That would make more sense than, like, honestly, I'm saying that, like, if you're looking after your kids, you're not likely to have this woman around. Like, unless you're literally planning to murder her, so you don't care. Like, if you have your fancy woman around to meet the kids, then the kids might accidentally say, oh, Auntie Nicole was here. Not Auntie Nicole that we usually see, the other Nicole, Daddy's friend, or something like that. There's no way you bring the fancy woman around. So it's kind of like you're at home and you're stuck because you can't see the fancy woman and you've got to look after the kids, yeah? And he was going on about chicken nuggets and, like, he's getting frustrated and it's all winding him up. And, like, he's on his phone to his fancy woman for ages. Keep going. You mean keep going with the video or keep going with my thinking?
To prove it, on the 13th, when the police did the Atkinson check, the case in question, as you can see, was missing from the cellar. You see the big one? See the cellar? There's one missing. So on Sunday night, it went from there up into Shanann's bedroom. On Tuesday, it went back to where it came from. Plainly, you can see that.
BDZen says the police said Chris Watts moved Shanann's suitcase from the bottom of the stairs to inside the master bedroom upstairs, leaving it at the doorway.
14th, but here we're back. Go back to the 13th, up in Shanann's bedroom. What a sight.
Right, there's a number of people saying this in chat, but they're saying...
He had all weekend to move out, just be there with the truck keys to say goodbye. Yeah, this thing about the kids, he's got to look after the kids. Like, so the kids are in bed asleep when mommy comes home. Now, I would have thought if he wanted to leave, he would have set it up, but he would have probably wanted her out maybe, if anything, like to keep his house. But no, he would have had to set it up so he could just leave, wouldn't he? And he wouldn't have done it on this weekend with this situation like this. This would be against the premise, because like Alan says, he's got the kids and stuff like that. But like honestly, right? If mummy's coming home and she's late, and like, was she supposed to be coming home early enough to put the kids to bed? Maybe. Like, are they going to be in bed? Are they going to be all happy with this? Like, and when mummy does come home and there's some sound and mummy wants to check on the kids, that's the first thing mummy wants to do, is to check on the kids. That's the first thing she wants to do. I mean, she might be fucking furious at him. Maybe she wants him to be, in, like, you know, asleep in bed so she can have the row. But what's up? What's up, Karen? Like, what? Like, if you could point me towards exactly what part of something you want me to be like thinking about, maybe, because I'm a bit confused at this point.
The top of the head there. You've got to remember, Van, I've thought about this for thousands of hours, right? I'm not just making it up like, oh, you're rubbish, AD. He'd have left on the Saturday. He's looking after the kids. He hasn't got all weekend to move out because he's looking after the kids. He can't just not just leave his truck and go and say goodbye. What are the kids going to do? Look after themselves? He's not Ruby Frankie, is he?
No, but I'll tell you what you could do. Like, what you could do is you could drop them off somewhere else and then just be like, look, you know, Shannon's coming back later. Do you know what I mean? I'm off. Like, you could bail.
Thank you. Thought you must have been fishing around to think, well, why is Chris packed a suitcase? No, I believe she went to bed.
Big ups, Grandmaster Sid Sophos. Diane Hughes discovered the shadows. Big ups.
Because her water bottle was beside her bed. So plainly, Shanann went to bed that night. The reason the confrontation wasn't when she went through the door is because she went to bed. How do I know that? Because her water bottle was by the bed. So she has gone to bed. She can't sleep. I believe the confrontation was 4 a.m.-ish. That's my thoughts. I don't know. I wasn't there, but that's what I think. That's what it looks like. For a while, at least. Chris says, I told you I'm leaving. How come nobody knew he's leaving? I mean, it's obvious he's leaving, right? There's no shock that he's leaving. At least do no check of what's in that case or why it's there. He's not asked for it. No one's mentioned it. But yeah, it's there for plain to see. Obviously, he packed it. In my opinion. Of course, I could be wrong. I don't think so. It's up to you to decide. Let's face it. Chris is a people pleaser. He's pushed out the house. The confrontation, the perfect storm moment arrived, and he went. He went to please her. He had help to leave. He's not capable of doing it on his own. He had help, and he's left with a disaster of his wife dead. And then
has this really been? Well, this is starting to sink in now. Has this really been 2.5 hours to say that the suitcase was in the picture in the body cam? Has this been 2.5 hours to say that the suitcase was in the body cam? Has anyone else, you know, is he the first person to draw attention to this suitcase? Or have other people drawn attention to this suitcase? My guess is that other people might have talked about the suitcase in the past. Like...
killed later. Is the armchair detective picked up a new big clue? It's these little clues that changes cases. See the case there on the morning is Atkinson, Chris. The afternoon of the 13th, there's the case. I believe the case changed the case, and now you know why I called tonight's show. AD changed the case. Simple pun for you on words. Play on words if you like. But Chris lives in the cellar. All his clothes are up here. There it is in the room. What would Shanann think of that? She knows.
Is it again though? Is it that shot makes it look less like it is? That could be a different kind of bag or something that is shaped like that. That shot makes it look less like it is.
It's Chris's case. Why has he packed his case? Because he's leaving. So he'd have to take the suitcase off to pack his clothes, wouldn't he? And that's for...
You'd need a better shot of the suitcase than that to prove that's what it is, because it looks less like it now.
The blue bag, well, that's some of her clothes or some of his. They just didn't get a chance to move it. That's all. But he was going. He told her he was going. He's told everybody they're separated. It's emotional conversation. I'm leaving you for my girlfriend. I don't care. That's why I used the credit card. I'm leaving.
This is gaslight. The problem with what is happening now, like I said, is now we're gaslighting because, like, Alan keeps repeating this like narrative and keeps repeating it and keeps like drumming it in and going over and over it. And you know, like, we've been on a long fucking stream tonight. We're on 4 hours now, and he's still not fucking done with this. I keep pausing it and talking, of course, but like he did a really long one tonight on this, and it's gaslighting 101. Like, based on this, I'd like it if you just present clear and concise, you know, like, why did it have to be 2 hours to just say the suitcase is in the bedroom and then he takes it downstairs? What do you think about that? And apparently, we all know about the suitcases, says Dover and Dolly's mom. It's not new news. Is it not? Like, honestly, is this not even new news? This is going to do my nut in.
Whether the kids woke up at the noise, was it the kids that was the spark? I don't know.
Refilling my bottle.
According to Shanann, the children were the spark, was the spark of it. They woke up. and saw Chris doing their mother, as she so politely put it. He said to everybody, listen, look, we talked about the separation. I'm leaving her. I'm going to have to leave her. I'm in love with this other girl, you know? And of course, NK is pushing him. You're not waiting any longer. You're leaving tonight. Not another day will you sleep in that house with that woman. That's what she said to him. You do it tonight at 4 o'clock in the morning. When the 14th comes around, it's back down where it belongs, isn't it? So if it wasn't important, why has he moved it? If it wasn't important, why has he moved it? He's done the same to the blue bag. That's gone out by the garage door and disappeared. As you see here, it was there one day and gone the next. It's not going to disappear the case, but he took the contents out. Proof that he was moving out that night.
She accused me of the affair. She, in her heart, she knew what was going on.
Peanut gallery.
She knew what was going on now.
I went downstairs. We told her about my separation. Well, that was when I was upstairs in bed. Told her, you know, what I wanted to go on the separation. That's what I want.
So if he listens carefully, he's told her about the separation. He's told her about the separation politely. He's gone back downstairs and he hears a ruckus upstairs. He's got to run up and he sees what? He says he saw Shanann on top of Cece or Bella killing them, right? That's what he says. Well, you know that's not true because the girls were alive. What did he really see? So he told her, he went back downstairs and he heard a noise upstairs. When he got up, he saw her on top of her.
But he's a liar. So you're saying that Nicole Kessinger was secretly in the house, he went downstairs, and then Nicole Kessinger crept upstairs and murdered his wife?
He saw her on top of her, but it wasn't Cece or Bella, was it? Because they were alive. So what did he see? He told her about the affair, and he went downstairs and heard a noise upstairs and had to go back up.
But at this point, Chris Watts was just told a load of lies, and he was in the process of telling a load of more lies.
How much is truth, how much is lies?
She, in her heart, she knew what was going on.
She knew. She knew what was going on now.
I went downstairs.
Went downstairs.
We told her about my separation. Well, that was when I was upstairs in bed.
She knows upstairs in bed about the separation. I already told her. I went downstairs. Why did he go back up? Because he heard a commotion. What was the commotion? He says Shanann sat on top of one of the girls. Not possible. They were alive.
Well, I wanted to go on the separation. That's what I want. I went downstairs. Packing up a few things.
He's packing up his things downstairs, packing up a few things to gather one's belongings together and put them in a suitcase or other container for traveling, bags, whatever. I mean, it's like basic knowledge that they're splitting up. How they're all pretending that nobody knows. Like Sandy and Frank seem to be the only ones who've forgotten that their marriage had ended. And I mean ended. They're splitting up. That night. It's over.
He's repeating himself now.
I think I proved it, haven't I? Chris went downstairs after telling her about the separation. He has to run back up when he hears the noise. He says that Shanann's killing the girls. That's not true. They lived. I'm going to try to prove now that NK was there. And she had to sort of pacify the children. In my opinion, in my theory here, because of this proof here. Why would that be? Because that's down to Shanann to do. Chris did all he could. He did the whole house. Stuffed all Shanann's stuff in the corner. The show home is complete.
Or maybe he didn't go downstairs and hear a commotion. Maybe instead he was the commotion, killing his missus. Like maybe it was that. And that's why he told the lie that he said he went downstairs and that she killed them. Because he was upstairs doing the killing.
Ready to sell. Not one toy anywhere. Nothing out of place. Here's a small trampoline. What was it? Why was there such a mess in Shanann's? In fact, it doesn't even look lived in, does it? It doesn't even look lived in. It looks like a show home. Because Chris has been brought up to leave it like that. He wouldn't leave it in a mess.
No, Shanann kept it like that, you fucking knob.
It's clean top to bottom. Whichever room you go in, it's the same. There's no toys. There's no sign of life. There's no sign of being lived in.
Can we skip on?
He's sleeping in the basement.
This is old Alan now again at the end. He's using his old footage again.
Found it was a little bit suspicious that he used a credit card versus the.
This is old Alan, old Alan, old Alan.
He didn't have anything to hide anymore because she took him down that roadway.
when he's in Carolina, massive row with his mum and dad. She was sending him pictures of her naked every day. You're leaving.
It's nothing. It's a suitcase. You said it was a suitcase.
Something went wrong.
And we can discuss the suitcase in lots of different ways. And I can't believe you jumped to the conclusion that Chris had it already unpacked upstairs because Nicole Kessinger was hiding in the basement. Instead of, she come home, confronted him, and said, look, I'm packing my suitcase. Me and the kids are leaving. And like he said, she said she was taking the kids. Didn't he? Didn't Chris Watts say that she said she was taking the kids and that's when he decided to kill her? Well, that would have been the moment where she said, I've got my suitcase packed and I'm taking the kids. Now, Alan's twisted this around in a very weird way, based on the premise that you have to accept that Nicole Kessinger was there, based on the premise that she was there because they were on the phone till a certain time, and then after that time, certainly soon around about that time, there was a car that went by close to the house. And later on CCTV, you think you might have think it looks like her, but you can't be sure it's her. It could be Chris. And the reason that you can't be sure it could be Chris is because it's not very good quality. And then you want to take that quality and look at a reflection on a fucking car rim and say that she was there. And I think it's all too much. Like, that's the problem with that. Like, you're basing it on basing it on basing it on basing it on and basing it on. And like, you've got to at some point have some hard stuff somewhere. Like, not shaky ground on shaky ground on shaky ground. Otherwise, it all comes crashing down. And that's because it's an elaborate, almost like, I want to say, hoax in a way. Like, you know, constructing an elaborate psyop narrative, a weird, you know, question the narrative, people say. Well, question this narrative because it's full of holes all over the show. Like, he's dragged it out. You're right, Suzanne. And he got nothing. He had a suitcase. And the suitcase isn't even new. Oh, it might be new the way he presented it to me because I don't follow this fucking case, but like, to everyone else on the internet that does, it's not even new. Like, they know her suitcase is in that room. Like, it's knowledge. People know it. Nicole Kessinger is on the truck with the child. I skipped past it earlier. You know, I'm not going back to watch fucking... I don't think... I've looked at the CCTV of the truck on that night, and I don't, you know I don't feel like I can say that it's legible enough. I've gone over it. Trust me, I've looked at it. If I wanted to go on the internet and say I can see things on this CCTV that people can't, I'd feel foolish because I know that it's like look at it this way. Alan was saying earlier about a court case. If I was to go against, if I was, you know, someone put that CCTV up and said that's proof Nicole Kessinger was there, I'd say, Your Honour, this CCTV is not legible enough to accurately show you what it is. For example, if I crop in on this image, can you tell me what you can see, you know? And like, everyone would agree, no, I can't really understand it. It's like looking at, like, you know, it's too blurred, it's too smudged, it's too, like, I will look back over it at some point, but I don't agree. And Chris Watts was in and out on his truck. He had his trainers on, and then at the very end he changes into his boots and comes out in the boots. And they're saying they're two different people. But the problem with that is that the number of people that go in is the same as the number of people that come out. If that makes sense. Like, you have someone going in first, and then later on you have someone coming out and messing around, and then they go in, and then you have someone coming out and messing around, and then they go in. There's not enough people coming in, and there's not enough people coming out for there to be two people. That's the same person going in and out. Because if it was two different people, when he gets in the truck and drives off, stops, comes back in, then leaves one last time, where's the other like, are you saying that, like, he just, no, because I've seen the truck, you can't get in through the back of the truck and stuff like that. It's just, it was Chris. Sorry, it was Chris who did all the cleaning, laundry and childcare, says Sharon. Yeah, but, cleaning and laundry aside, Shanann was well up on the, like, she was, top mom in terms of, like, she was concerned with the allergies and stuff like that. Like, she was keeping that place tidy. Trust me, she was keeping that place tidy. It feels like we didn't get anything new today, really. We spun a yarn. That's what we did. We spun a yarn. And you could, you know, you could spin that yarn, but you're going to need more for me. And at the same time, like, you can spin the yarn different ways. And some of that evidence, like, the worst bit about that suitcase is, in my experience, I would suggest that rather than packing your suitcase, as a man who wants to leave his wife, rather than packing the suitcase and leaving it in her bedroom as like some symbolic gesture, I don't think you'd do that. I think more likely you as a wife wanting to leave might be in your room packing your suitcase, and that might cause a row. I remember Chris actually saying, you know, she said she was going to take the kids. And I flipped out and attacked her. Like, it's all horrible. It's all horrible. Rest in peace, those horrible, you know, the horrible tragedy, rest in peace. The horrible things Chris Watts did.
The children saw it. Something went on. Now, I rest my case. The case tells us that.
Oh, that was it then, was it, Alan? You fucking prick. Unbelievable, really. Unbelievable. He got $100 for great job. I mean, to be fair, he's put together sort of some of the circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is rough. You know, he's twisted the evidence to fit his narrative there. And to be fair, that's okay. Like, you know, he's sort of twisted the narrative to fit his, like, but I'm impartial on the Nicole Kessinger thing. Like, she can still be involved. You're just gonna have to show me some proper evidence. That's all. Right. Otherwise, it's all just gossip, isn't it? It's all just like, you know, with the Nicola Bully stuff, and like, you know, I kept saying about facts rather than hearsay and gossip. And like, you know, Alan's like a fishwife who's like telling stories. Like, you know, not a detective. It's all right if he wants to go on the internet and tell a load of stories and like, you know, keep talking about this forever in a way, isn't it? Well, it's not. It's kind of bad taste and all that, but, you know, lacks common decency. But he might as well just call it the Fishwives Club rather than the Detectives Club, because it wasn't very good. Not very good at all.
The toilet break, and I need a cup of tea or coffee. I'll see you in Patreon in 15 minutes. Please join me there. I need your help. I need you to join Patreon, because I don't get paid for this video. I only get paid the super chat you give me. So thanks for your support tonight. Those of you that gave super chat, you did it. I didn't ask you to. You wanted to. I appreciate that. Please join Patreon. I'll have a chat to you there. Prime time, you're asking me about doing a statement analysis on a letter we sent.
I'd just like to say that, you know, I've heard all this.
With that explanation on to police of her own free will.
Called show to produce and put across that I've ever done, I think, in my whole life. 2.5 hours.
That was difficult. All you did is just lined up shit on a notepad and then play it on your screen and talk about it. Why was that difficult?
That was...
Half an hour of Patreon for the hardcore.
Phew. That was... I tell you what, that was the most intricate, difficult show to produce and put across that I've ever done, I think, in my whole life. 2.5.
It was a great example of narcissistic gaslighting, like taking you on a fucking elaborate story that is confusing, goes round the houses, finally getting to the point, and the point really not being all that it's cracked up to be, but driven home by repeated, like, yeah, we've looked at that. We've looked at that.
Hours. I had to do that off the cuff and get it to you. I hope you're as excited as I am. I think I've just done the whole story.
In a way you have, though. Like, in a way, I will give him credit to this, right? Is that, well, he hasn't. There's a lot more to the Nicole Kessinger story than this. But in a way, he kind of, like, you know, told the story. Like, he did. He started at the start, you know, Nicole Kessinger and this and that, and I think this and that, and then he went through and, like, the problem was, it became a really boring, really long drag. It was like, stories have like a beginning, a middle, and end, and, like, you know, narrative. It was like a really bad story, a really terrible story that took fucking ages to get to the point and dragged and dragged and dragged through the middle. Like, it was really fucking bad.
I really do. I mean, the last bit that came to me, imagine Chris, who's a people pleaser, and he wants to protect NK. He wants to protect NK.
Don't
so
do it
he's
again.
saying, I told Shanann I was leaving. We had a emotional conversation. I packed my suitcase. I'm leaving. So
Don't go back to the start again, you fucking knob. Not in Patreon now. Don't do that. I can't take it.
She wasn't supposed to be there. I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm just putting you a very reasonable scenario of what could have gone on. And they both said it woke the kids up. You imagine the row between the two of them would wake the kids up. The kids wake up, see it all. And that's the tsunami. That's the perfect storm. That's what happened. He was moving out. In normal circumstances, he'd have just packed his bag and gone with her. But she wasn't supposed to be there at that stage. But she was. And something happened. Something happened. Obviously.
It could have done. I mean,
bits of hair missing.
I don't think she did. You're repeating yourself again.
You see the blue bag?
No, he's going to play the fucking video again. For those of you in Patreon that have not just had to sit through my fucking ordeal of a live stream, I'm going to play the video again. AD changes the case, and it's a video of some suitcases in a bedroom that other people have already seen and talked about. And he's he's playing the whole video. Look, thank God for this. His Patreon is only half an hour long. 20 minutes of it of the video. Unbelievable grifter. I just skipped past 20 minutes of his Patreon. There's only 10 minutes of it left.
Yep. Found out she had a girlfriend. So, it's already 1 a.m., but I wanted to get that up there on Patreon. For you guys here in Patreon. Before I go, I've got time for a couple of quick questions. Is there anything that springs to mind that you want to know about I've been working on this for 3 days.
3 days.
On Sunday.
3 days been working on that. 3 days.
I'm going to come back on and discuss it with everyone. I'll put it together as a whole story now. And I've got the whole story, haven't I? Once I decided that she was there, once I decided that the children were killed because they saw what was going on, once we knew that he told Shanann that he's leaving, and the case...
I love the way now, at the end of all this, he is now summing it up again, but this time he's doing it like, this is what he should have just done. He could have just done this in the first place, just summed it up in like 5 statements like this, instead of dragging it all out. And at the end of it all, he is now, like, can you understand this? Like, do you know how it feels? I know how it feels in your brain, right? Like, because it feels like this in my brain. Like, I've had enough of this shit. Like, he's been going on and repeating himself in Patreon. Like, you don't have to pay for Patreon. You don't have to watch Patreon, thank God. Because if you did, you would just have watched him say the same thing again, play the video again, and now repeating it again. Yeah, we're going to have some kind of, like, you know, decompression at the end of this, yeah.
And he went downstairs to pack the rest of his stuff, and there was such a commotion, he had to go back upstairs, and he says, Shanann...
Stop repeating yourself, you fucking nutter.
Chris was chickening out, basically. It was the clothing cabinet. She wouldn't have all that rubbish on the floor, but it was all... We had to cover it legally, and it all went. It all went. So now...
Where's the monies?
Nail prints. He messed that right up, didn't he? But anyway, I want to make it into a... what you saw tonight needs to be a proper quality documentary, and I can't.
You'll never do that. I'll tell you what would be really funny is if I just take his idea now and just steal it and just make a really good documentary about it, and then, like, fuck him. What's he going to do? Oh, that'd be funny as fuck. I might do that. Is this alright? Are you alright in chat? I mean, how's it going? Like, how are you? How are you?
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Pick up Snood.
Snood sent tippies. I think I have a much more urge case for the armchair detective to solve. Where I scat. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
The thing with Where Is Cat is if she went missing, you don't know, like, you're going to have to go back over that timeline and try and, like, punctuate where you think she went missing. You know what I mean? Like, there was a time when he had to do a lot of driving when something was bad going personal. Maybe it was that particular moment, but... like, otherwise, because, like, he's been holding it up and pretending for a long time. We're gonna have to talk about it sometime. Actually, we should do like a forensic analysis, like as a true crime case. Where Is Cat? That's a good one, actually. I like that. For anyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about, big up still being with me there, Snood in chat. And like, this has been a long one tonight. Alan's made it long, and it's been fucking diabolical.
Do it. I can't do it. The money that people gave to make the documentary went on.
The horses,
we spent more on the book than we took. It was like,
it was YouTube, it was machinima, it was detractors.
We had to cover it legally, and it all went. It all went. So now I need to do that. I need to do that. Don't you think that'd be a great documentary? What you heard tonight, if I could get it in documentary form properly, it would get millions of views, wouldn't it?
10-bit short.
Because that other guy got nearly a million views on NK. Imagine that, what I done tonight. Put out properly. So,
Rock to the
beat for your boy.
Here we go. I want money. I want tips. Pay my taxes.
Eat a dick. With you. With you.
My tax attorney screwed me over. YouTube views. Fucking hopeless. What can I do? I'm screwed. I want to get a fundraiser to pay my taxes on Twitch. Violated the rules. Get that ass banned. What a bitch. Dumba. It's not my fault.
This is my favourite. It's not my fault. It's when he says, it was
YouTube. It was taxes. It was the tractors. It was cinema. It was copyright strikes. Not my fault.
It's not my fault.
Phil, you know, with all this going on, we really want you to have a new TV.
You should tip me.
If you're not aware, just a standard doctor's visit is hundreds of dollars.
You should tip me.
In addition to all of that, last night also, I was looking at gaming headphones.
You should
tip me. Tip me.
I might have to sell my house.
I might have to sell my house.
So they rock to
the beat for your boy.
so if you know anybody that's able to produce it for me, I will pay. But not very much. So if you know anybody that can help me.
This, what he's saying, my narrative would make a really good film. So if you know anyone that can make a film and will do it for no monies, then contact me. Alternatively, anyone that can make a film and that wants to do that could just do it, and they don't need you. Like, they just don't need you. They could just make the film. Like, you have no part in it. All the information is public knowledge. Like, there is nothing you're bringing to the table. I did the shadows. I think I should make the film, and I think I should just keep your fucking name out of it. And what I'll do is I'll interview loads of other there's an idea. I'll interview loads of other true crime people, and not you. And we'll just completely whitewash you out of the whole story, and then you can just watch that film on YouTube.
It would get millions of views, wouldn't it?
It would get millions of views. Millions. That would save you, would it, Alan? If you could just put that into... You've just done it as a YouTube episode. It was... As a script, it was very flabby around the middle. Big ups, Claire. Where can you fix that song? I don't know what you mean.
Because that other guy got nearly 1 million views on NK. Imagine that.
Find. Oh, that song. That's... Sorry. That's Darksea... Sorry, it's not Darksea to Flow. This is 10-Bit Shorty by Ludwig World Order music video. But I think it is originally Darksea to Flow, isn't it? But this song... Sorry, I just played it without saying what it was. Yeah. There's the song. Shorty rock to the beat for your boy. Why is it so quiet? Ooh. Rock to the beat for your boy.
Here we go. I want money. I want tips. Pay my taxes. Eat a dick.
Tonight. Put out properly. So if you know anybody that's able to produce it for me, I will pay. But not very much. So if you know anybody that can help me, let them know, yeah? It'd be a great thing if they could do it for me. It'd be a great thing.
If someone could do it for you, it would be a great thing. But unfortunately, Alan, that's not how life works. Go get fucked. Go swivel on a dick, you fucking prick. After all of this, you are in your Patreon begging the people who pay you $10 a month to make content. If they have any people they know who can make content, could they send them over to you so you could pay them less than the $10 a month that you're getting from the patrons each, probably like $1 a month from the patron money each, to make the content, and you can have the monies. Why don't those people just make their own content? Why do they need to get in touch with you so that they can make content with you? Because here is you actually making content that you are actually charging people to watch. And the content is a beg to see if anyone knows anyone that can make content. This is fucking incredible.
It would get millions of views, wouldn't it? Because that other guy got nearly 1 million views on NK. Imagine that, what I've done tonight.
Imagine if my content was good. Alan is telling you, imagine if my content was good, it could get millions of views. So if you know anyone that's good, can you help me make good content so that I can have 1 million views, please?
Get it in documentary form.
This is
properly,
incredible.
It would get
He does
millions
it
of views.
behind closed doors in the Patreon. But you're paying him in Patreon literally to make content. I'm glad there was for us now. I'm glad we looked at this because there is finally a big fun payoff. It's like I invoked it by playing the song. This is an incredible way of coming around to it. It's what am I to understand this properly? What I've done, says Alan, because he spent his time, he said, for 4 days there working on that. Obviously, he's got all these clips on his YouTube. He's building the story. He thinks if you did that, but as what is the thing that's going to elevate it? Hang on as well. What's the thing that's going to elevate it? Because you're what you are is you doing the narrative, you telling the story over. Okay, so you're going to be doing the voiceover, I assume, yeah? The voiceover, we've got that. You want to use those clips. They're the clips, that's your evidence. That's the thing. You need to work those in. What about the script? Well, you've kind of already written that. I just heard you saying it for 2 hours. What part of it do you want me to change to make it good? Do you want me to film that on a better camera for you? Well, it doesn't matter because like they're all clips and things that you've got that are 480p. Like, you want me to go and source? Do you want me to go and resource your material for you, or is it just those clips? Because if it is, then I've got your YouTube stream. It was 2.5 hours. We've got that. How do we turn that into a Netflix quality document? Well, we're going to have the intro sequence. That's going to be good. That'll have all those, like, you know, colours and shapes, and then things will bleed into the other. Yeah, we'll have that. Alan looking cool on the intro. No, but I mean, the script. Do you want me to write the script and change that? In which case, aren't we changing the thing that you're saying and the way that you're saying it? So, okay, we'll write a new script. Got it. And then these clips that you've got, they're not very good for 2 hours worth of documentary. We might only use those a little bit here and there. Pepper them in. You know. Probably want some talking heads, don't we? We probably want someone talking. Not you, though. People related to the case. You mean just make a documentary? Do you mean just make a documentary, but in it say that Nicole Kessinger was there and I can prove it and here's why? Feels like you just did that. I'm getting confused in my brain. This is really going off in my brain. Like, what do you think would happen? Do you think that, like, let's imagine a serious team of filmmakers sit down with Alan and he explains to them, he thinks Nicole Kessinger was there, and they say, okay, got that. Right. And he's like, right, so what are we doing, 50-50? And they're like, no, you've given me a... Like, you haven't even written it down on a piece of paper, right? You haven't given me a... Like, what do we call it? We call it a treatment. You've given me a treatment. If you want me to follow up on this as a project, we're going to need someone to write the script. We're going to need someone to edit and film. And, like, you're asking us to do that part, but all you've got is the basic idea, the overview. No, I've got the script. Well, you haven't really, have you? Because you've just said, like, she was there, there were suitcases, she probably came in late at night because he was on the phone and this thing triggered on there. So, like, what do you want us to do to make it good? Producer Alan, director Alan. What do you think? I'll just make it good like those other YouTubers do. So you mean basically what you did, but good. That's what that means is, Alan, you don't need like a professional editor and like a screenwriter and all that and, like, you know, a camera crew. What you need, Alan, is just one YouTuber who's good and it's not you, and someone else is doing that and they got 1 million views on their videos. Like, people who make their content good. It's like Dark Side Phil again. It's like bringing me back to Phil. It's like him saying, look, you know, what I'm doing is really good. I just need, like, a professional film crew to follow me around and, like, you know, make a proper good vlog about it. Or like it's like, you know, like, this basic point is that Alan's really fucking good here, and if he could just be shown in the right light, if his ideas could just, like, if someone else could just do it for me, then please, thank you. I don't think he understands what goes on. I just don't think he understands what goes on. It's just like... And also, in the cutthroat world of media production, if someone did this YouTube, like if Netflix are watching, like they're not going to come to Alan and say, right, here's the money, Alan. The deal is we're going to give you 20 grand. We're going to be using your story, well, the narrative you spun, and we're going to take that as a... They're just going to say, right, fuck it, yeah. Like someone out there who hears this is just going to take it and just use it if they want to, aren't they? Like it makes me feel like I should just do it as a really good YouTube video, like a really punchy 20 minutes. Like with good music, good structure, like a narrative drive, you know, all those, you know, like just the basics of, just the basics even, because Alan didn't even have the basics tonight. He just had a string of things that he built and like Alan had like edging, he had like build it. It's like, because it's like Alan had gaslighting and promises instead of like narrative and structure, and all you have to do is just give it a bit of, and that's what the other people are doing on YouTube who are successful. And then I'm going to make it, and then I'm going to upload it to my own channel, and then I'm going to get like 1,000 views and 10,000 views, and then he's going to get cross. And if I don't get 1 million views, I'm going to pay an Indian call center to view it for me, and then he's going to get even more furious because it will appear to have millions of views, and he will know that they're all fake as well, and it will make him even double furious. Like the other thing that they do, didn't they get Nicole Kessinger on? I don't know for a fact, but didn't Nicole Kessinger get interviewed by Netflix way back? Did she do that? Am I tripping here, or did Nicole Kessinger get interviewed for Netflix? Hang on. Nicole Kessinger, Netflix. Killer talks to Mistress Nicole. No. Well, they've done Netflix shit, yeah, and they like talk to the people who are involved, don't they? Like they do like proper stuff. Like Alan's saying, like, if you can do that for me, what is he like? There's this other layer of it, right? Does he mean can you literally go and contact like the people that are involved in the case and like, you know, contact DA Rourke, get a film, get an interview with him? Like, does he mean that? Or like, does he just mean take the clips that I've just shown you, re-edit them with some music and a bit of voiceover, like string the narrative together better, create the payoff? Like, does he think that's it? Does he watch Netflix? Does he know what happens? I've had, like, this is blowing my mind.
Because that other guy got nearly 1 million views on NK. Imagine that, what I've done tonight. Put out properly. So if you know anybody...
That's your job. That's why we complain about you. Imagine if you were doing good, proper content. Then it would be okay for people to pay $10 for the patron to have a chat with you. Then it would be okay for people to like tippy you and like support you. Then it would be okay for you to have a long and storied YouTube career with like, you know, you would have lots and lots of content on your channel that was good. Instead, you've got all this fucking crap and grind. Like, imagine what you did today, but done properly. Well, that's your job on your channel. You can't now say, because that's you after 5 years of being on YouTube and talking about Chris Watts. That's you after 5 years of it, of going through it and over it and through it, editing, putting up videos, editing, putting up videos. At the end of it all, you're saying, imagine if it was good. Imagine if it was good. Then it would be good. So I'm glad that I've got you here in Patreon supporting me, because I deserve this money, because like, just imagine what I just showed you, but good. Have you got that? Why don't you close your eyes for a minute and just imagine it if it was good? Like, imagine saying that to someone after you've had sex with them. Imagine saying it after you had sex with someone and afterwards you say to them, listen, I know that was disappointing, but imagine if that was good. You thinking about it? There you go. Job well done. Imagine if that was good. Why don't you imagine, you know, I'm here doing the thing, but why don't you in your imagination just picture something that's better? There we go. Now you're following me. Now you're following me. Now you're getting this perception of what I'm really like. Are you here with me? Are you okay in your... Can you just imagine for a minute? Imagine it. No, listen, bear with me. Imagine I'm a bit taller. You're not taller. But imagine I was. Just do it in your head a minute. Do it. Close your eyes. Do it in your head. All right. Okay, I'm imagining you a bit taller. Don't I look good? Do you want to go for a little drinkies? A little drinkies with you? No, not. Look up there. With you. Yes, with me. Okay, I like tall fellas. See? Just imagine it. All you have to do is imagine it. Are you enjoying your dinner? No. Imagine you are. It's gaslighting. It's gaslighting. Just imagine it was good. Just imagine it. No, look, just look at the... In $10 patron, after you spent your money, you're watching him, he's complained, he's repeated it, he showed you the video he made, and let's be fair, the video he made did take up 20 minutes of his patron, but could have took up 20 minutes of our evening if only he just played the fucking video instead of talking about it for 2 hours. Right, and I've talked about it for 4. That's not a documentary, what you've done, Alan. It's not very good. And imagine if it was. Just imagine.
What you heard tonight, if I could get it in documentary form properly, it would get millions of views, wouldn't it? Because that other guy got nearly 1 million views on NK. Imagine that, what I've done tonight. Put out properly. So if you know anybody that's able to produce it for me, we'll pay.
You are able to produce it, you fucking prick. This other person that got 1 million views, yeah, look. This other person that got 1 million views, let's just open up their video and look at what it is, right?
It's simple to start making.
Thank you very much, the adverts. I enjoy that. Don't get me wrong, I love a bit of an advert every now and then. Fuck off. Like, what they've done is, they've been, look, they're talking and they've got Nicole Kessinger, look.
Of facing charges for obstruction of justice, destruction of evidence, or even lying to the police. But unfortunately for Nicole, this isn't even close to the only problem with what she said, because on August 30th, 2018, law enforcement spoke with Chris Watts' friend and
So there's no difference between what Alan did to what this guy did. This guy's got a voice and he's using it and he's talking. He's showing you pictures and images, and this is all stuff that's taken from the case. Pictures, probably slightly higher quality images, but still not very good quality because they're from this little CCTV, but the highest quality that you can, better quality than Alan. So yeah, he got better quality images. Do you know what I mean? Like, he did his job properly, or maybe colour graded them a bit to make them stand out a bit or whatever. And he's just talking over the top of it and making his points. Like, he's not doing anything different to what Alan did.
Fourth, your story goes from having told law enforcement that Chris never had an unkind word to say about Shanann to all of a sudden remembering all of this hateful, despicable vitriol.
And his is actually an hour and a half, but it's an hour and a half of little chapters that he's put together. Look, you can see little chapters, because each one makes their point and is written well. And it's like, there's not much difference, but there's a marked difference, if you know what I mean. We've all got a voice. We can all talk over Chris Watts footage, but some people make their comments much more clearly, concisely, and better, and have better things to say. And like, Alan did a bad job. And so this guy that got millions of views has not got a documentary team working for him. This isn't Netflix. This isn't interviews, and this isn't like, B-roll, and like, this hasn't got like a strong, even what we were just saying to criticize Alan, like a strong narrative structure. This doesn't say like, once upon a time there was, and then at the end you've learned. Like, this is like, it's making points about the case, and it's interesting, and it's YouTube content, and people like a bit of long form, they like a bit of true crime, they like a bit of interesting stuff. But unfortunately, Alan doesn't have. Alan's got the long form, he's got that. He hasn't got the interesting, the writing, the voice, the charisma, the research, he just doesn't have it, does he? Like the je ne sais quoi, the star quality, the whatever the fuck it is. I would like to do a body language analysis of NK. I do think she's a bit sus in lots of ways. Absolutely. Big shouts out there. But Alan just doesn't have it, whatever it is. And he's literally begging on his Patreon, where I cannot get this around my head. If you pay someone to make content on the internet through Patreon, through Tippies, and then they come on and they say, I would like to do better, if only we could find someone who would do that for me, then you shouldn't give him your money. You should take your money and give it to whoever the fuck it is that would do better content and let them do it. because you're not required.
But anyway, I want to make it into a. What you saw tonight needs to be a proper quality documentary, and I can't do it. The money that people gave to make the documentary went on the book. I mean, we spent more on the book than we took. It was like,
you've already spent the crowdfund for over £1,000 to make a documentary on fucking poker. Like, we know it's poker. We know. Your filter's not on today, is it? Look, you've got a bit more on going on in your face today. We know it was poker. Don't come the bollocks with us, Alan.
we had to cover it legally, and it all went. It all went.
All right, you had that problem with copyright law where you put copyright material in your book and then the money that you took got given to the people who own the copyright, and then you bought the rights to the copyright, so you stopped having to do that, and there was more money that you had to pay for that. And that's all your fault because you wrote fucking a book and then published copyright material in it. It's your fault. This is you. No, you can't cry about that. You still owe people the money for the documentary or the documentary. That book has got nothing to do with it.
Oh, I need to do that. I need to do that. Don't you think that'd be a great documentary? What you heard tonight, if I could get it in documentary form.
After 5 years of covering this case, it's culminating in Alan and his big idea that can never actually happen. Because it doesn't really exist as an idea. Because if you really think about it, what he did today couldn't make a cohesive... It would make a sort of 30-minute TV special, but not a full Netflix documentary. Like, unless you dress it up and do something different with it and create something out of it, what you've got is the basic skeleton of a story, which is that Nicole Kessinger was there. That's what you've got is Nicole Kessinger was there, they had a row. Oh, and there's these bits and pieces that kind of, like, you know, circumstantially might prove she's there. Okay, I see that on a notepaper, that, like, a piece of notepaper, it's like you could write that on a piece of notepaper, yeah, and then that's... What do you want from us? You want $30 million for the Netflix special? Like, get into the real world.
Properly, it would get millions of views, wouldn't it? Because that other guy got nearly 1 million views on NK. Imagine that, what I've done tonight. Put out properly. So if you know anybody that's able to produce it for me, I will pay, but not very much. So if you know anybody that can help me, let them know, yeah? It'd be a great thing. If they could do it for me, it'd be a great, great thing. Because I believe she needs questioning, don't you? Yeah. We're never going to get the surveillance video. I mean, that was such a bit of luck that I don't know if Nate did that on purpose or he didn't know that the body cam was on Officer Dole, and he was like recording on body cam the rest of the surveillance. Now, you've got to remember that Nate said to the TV programs, all I've got is Chris backing in. No, he hasn't.
Oh, yeah, I suppose I should put the hashtags in my video. I'm really critiquing Alan and his performance. You know, I haven't done a great deal into diving into this. I've looked at it. I understand the basic framework of what's going on in the case, but I'm not deep into it, you know. And I don't really feel like I want to... Tonight, feeling a good night to shroom up. For me, it's now fucking 2 in the morning. And I've been listening to Alan for like nearly fucking 3 hours. Like, it's doing my nut in. If I took magic mushrooms now, I'd have fucking panic attacks and nightmares about Alan.
Fingerprints off that flower pot for a start. If NK's fingerprints are on that flower pot, it's over. She's going to jail. But they never checked the flower pot. They never checked anything. Nothing. Because they didn't want it. They didn't want to find stuff.
I don't know whether they checked the flower pot or not. The flower pot or not.
Oh, we've got to get this closed down before people ask questions.
The thing is, yeah, like I'm saying, I'm trying to critique Alan, but also, like, I feel like I will talk about this briefly. Like, this happened over 5 years ago. Their tragic lives have been put to rest, so to speak. The person that killed them, undoubtedly, like, Chris Watts was involved in that. Yeah, whether you think Nicole Kessinger was or wasn't there. Like, you're saying that, like, I don't think anyone's saying that Nicole Kessinger killed everyone. I think we're saying it's much, much, much more likely that Chris did it. He's in prison, and, like, I know that this is like a Madeleine McCann thing where it goes on and on, but with Madeleine McCann, I lived that. Like, it was a UK thing. Like, everyone was scared for their kids, and, like, we all have memories of it. So I can talk about that from, like, my own personal. Like, I didn't follow the case, but, you know, I remember the day that she went missing and it being on the telly and all this business, you know. But with this, I didn't follow it. I wasn't aware of it, so to speak, and it's a true crime thing on the internet. And I'm just, like, as bad as the others in a way. If I sort of start jumping in and feet first, let's get involved and let's start slinging accusations around and feeding frenzy. I don't think there is even a feeding frenzy on this. Like, I think there's like a subculture on the internet of people who, like, over the years, like, what happened is there was the big case, there was the big thing, and it was the big trending, and it was the big true crime story, and then it, like, you know, went away, and other crime stories and other things, and at the moment the Idaho 4 is quite big, and, you know, there's always this true crime world on YouTube, and different things are bigger at different times. Jim Can't Swim did one on this, didn't he? On Chris Watts, Jim Can't Swim did one. So, you know, it had its moment, so to speak, and then when it's died down, it's a bit like a band or like something like that. It's died down, but there's always a core fan base. There's always like a core group now, and like they're not huge numbers, but there's a core group who think certain things. Some people think Nicole Kessinger was involved in this and that. Like, we're talking about a niche now on YouTube, like quite a narrow niche on YouTube. And like, as a content creator in 2023, like, some content creators are actually doing great business, it seems, with this niche. But for me, I don't feel comfortable, so to speak, because of the thing that it revolves around the deaths of the children. Like, if I've got something serious and important to say, and that I can look at this and bring something to it, I will. But how important and serious is it that I've got in 2023 that everyone else hasn't looked at and said? And when I see other streamers who are literally doing feeding frenzy on this, like, you know, I've seen other streamers who are sitting there just watching other people's videos about it, just like, you know, their content is on their stream and now it's all views and it's all clicks, and like, we're all talking. Like, I don't feel like that myself. It makes me feel uncomfortable because of the dead children, so I don't like it. It makes me feel sad. So like, for me to turn this into Scotty Hottie does loads of content about fucking Kessinger and Watts, I might just sit with the rest of you in the peanut gallery and, like, you know, be interested and leave it to the people who really are interested and have gone through it to get the millions of views, and the top people who seem to have. You know, I might just be one of you who's interested in learning. Maybe there might come a time where I do some content on it. Maybe I'm just saying this and then next week I do a video on it. I don't know. But I don't feel that comfortable with it all, really.
Show us your plane ticket for when you arrived. Yeah. When did he arrive? Don't talk to Jim, because you might have to ask him questions he can't answer. Don't talk to Jim. Who says don't talk to my alibi? There's more red flags than there is red flags in China. There's more red flags in this case than there is hanging up on the Great Wall of China.
In China, they say...
I'm tired now. I'm done.
You're tired. You're tired. You're tired. We've had to put up with your bollocks. You're tired.
Supporting me. Without you guys, I wouldn't be on here. Honestly, I don't get... Regardless of what that mad Lizzie says, I haven't got 700 patrons paying me £10 a month. I haven't. Look, there's only 20 of you here. I'm not going to tell you how many I got, but obviously it's nowhere near 700, is it? So that's a 700 by £10 times by 12. He's a millionaire. Stupid old woman. People believe her. I'm not going to tell her what I earn. It's none of her business. But I will tell her she's absolutely miles out. And there's people like her that made young Frank think he could get £100,000 out of me. He's got loads of money, Mr. Cohen. Lizzie told me in 1 month he earns 85,000 in 1 month. Get him. Did he? See how these like rumours spread and make it ridiculous? That's what happened. That's what happened. So, has anybody got somebody that can produce this for me, this documentary? Think about it. If not, I guess I could buy the software to do it myself, but it won't be as good, will it? I mean, there is software out there that could make a documentary, but I don't know how to use it. I don't.
What do you mean software? You mean learn to edit? You've been on YouTube for 5 years and you sat in front of a computer and you're not considering learning to edit. And frankly, I don't think you could handle it, to be honest, Alan. So you probably wouldn't. But you have just shown us your efforts, haven't you? Or is someone else editing your content for you? There's software that can make you a documentary.
No, where to use it.
And he's like laughing about this. Look at he's laughing because...
We're out there that could make a documentary, but I don't know how to use it.
He said earlier that the money that he took for the documentary was spent on software. Yeah? That's what he said. And that's probably gone on his tax form. And the software is the poker on the casino on the internet. Software. It's gone on the internet bank gambling. But he said he bought the software. So if there is software that can help you to make a documentary, you spent $1,500 on it. Where is it?
I don't know where to use it.
They're laughing.
Oh, if only I had like a daughter or son living with me that was into computers, but I haven't.
If only I had a daughter or a son living with me that was into computers. What kind of a weird thing to say is that? Do you want your daughter to move back in, Alan? Why don't you get your daughter to move in? She can help you with the show. She can be part of the show. You'll get a boost in viewing figures. Trust me. Get your daughter on. Why did he bring up his daughter? My daughter. My daughter. That's what he's going to be like when he's really old. My daughter. Well, he's really old. My daughter.
I've done my best anyway.
I've done my best.
Danielle flew in on the Friday as well. Yeah, I know. There's so much to this story. Do you know what? I stopped doing the Watts for 7 months. I couldn't stand the trolling. I stopped, and they trolled me worse.
I started up. Fuck you. You were doing the bully case, weren't you? And then you run into Super Chuffer. AD, BC. AD, BC. BC, AD. AD, Armchair Detective. BC, before Chuffer.
And then I've got this fund raising money for 2.5 years at the price of
He's saying this again.
I thought,
do you know what? This is where he started on today's episode. Like, if you can cast your mind back that far, like, he started with the rant about the trolls, didn't he? I'm being sued and they can't da-da and da-da-da. This is where he started, and he's gone round in a big circle, and now we're back to this one at the end on his Patreon.
Trying to fight back. And then I'm glad I did, because today was brilliant. I mean, today, the new information was unbelievable.
A suitcase was in the room, and it's always been in the room, and it's always been on the body camera, and people have already talked about it till the cows come home. Yeah? And the most likely explanation is that it fits with the narrative that she was going to pack up and leave, and he kicked off, which is the narrative, which is the current, you know, the reason he's in prison and the narrative. So this is like, man, I can't quite get my head around it. This is like the problem with this, like I say, like you have to take into account what you're lucky, right? We're all lucky here, because this is like an example, like you're getting gaslit in a sort of cheerful and friendly way, and we're talking about it and pausing it and stuff, so you're not getting the hardcore. It's like you're getting, like, instead of having to experience full crack, you're just getting someone blow the crack smoke in your face and you're breathing it in and getting a little bit high. Like, you're getting gaslit, but we're tempering it a bit, you know, we're breaking it down a bit. But like, this is what it feels like to be full on gaslit. Like, imagine Alan talking to you for 2 hours in any context, in any situation, just going round and driving these fucking things round in a circle, and like, you're like, oh man, oh Alan, you're so fucking awful. Thank God you're alone. Like, imagine the world without, like, before the internet, Alan would be on, I'll tell you what he'd be on. Do you remember 0898 50 50 50? Do you remember 0898 50 50 50? Do you remember that? Do you remember that? 0891. Is it not 0898? Come on. Fuck off.
Come on, Cole, check back. 50, 50, 50, 50.
Do you remember that? Come on, who remembers that in chat? Snood probably didn't have this out there in the wilds of Canada. But in the UK, this was on the tellis at like 4 in the morning.
Come on, Cole, check back. 50, 50, 50, 50.
And like, the idea would be that you would call it, we used to have phones plugged in at the wall, you know, back then when you had phones plugged in at the wall. Come on, somebody in chat tell me you remember that. You've never seen that. Of course you haven't in Canada. But like, and then like, there was like a phase of it. It wasn't forever. This didn't last forever. There was like a phase of it. And like, there were these chat lines. And the idea was that you'd call up on a chat line, and then it'd be like, press 1 to go in the single men's room. Press 2 to go in the single ladies' room. Press 3 if you're a hunky this one. And like, you know, you like press a button and go in a chat room. Honestly, I have probably called this up at one point, like with the mates, you know, like it was a funny thing. Probably didn't do it myself, like as a kid, to just actually talk to people. You remember Jessica S. Jamie remembers, right? During the who remembers Babe Station? Yeah, this is pre-Babe Station. This is before Babe Station. This is where you had to call up. And so what would be on there is you'd be dumped into like a group conversation, essentially, on a phone line, and you'd be paying through the fucking nose for it, 60p a minute at all times. Yeah, like you'd be paying through the nose for it, and dumped into this. And in that room would be obviously like 8 to 10, or probably not as many as 8 to 10. They probably had smaller little chat rooms, yeah, like, you know, dumped in and out of, and there would be like 4 to 5 single males. A couple of them would be drunk, maybe. A couple of them would be like, you know, never touched a female. Like, you know, it was sold to you as this like wonderful party line, and like people would just be on there, just like being really fucking quiet, like going like, hello. 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 You know, being weird like that. Any beautiful women here? Says, yeah, it was like that. It's that sort of setup. And so, as long as they've got the first call and someone's called it up, to get through the menu was like a minute and a half, pressing 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, it's just a scam to get people. And they'd put the advert on the telly late at night when people are drunk. So.
Come on, Cole, chat back.
People would call that up and they'd be like, you know, and that, I imagine if Alan didn't have the internet, he would be on chatback. I imagine before the internet, which was back then, he was on chatback. What's this? It's a little girl. Alan would like this bit.
Buy me, they whispered. Buy me now. Come to think of it, they've been whispering it on and off for the past.
It was an advert about shoesies, but we don't get to see that because, damn it, you know, that was just, only half of that was caught. Priest chat from Father Ted.
If you want to meet priests your own age, listen in on the latest gossip, or simply have a bit of a laugh, then call Priest Chat back.
Priest chat. Brilliant. 90s adverts. Right, we're going to have a look at those in a minute. Let's just finish this.
We had a little bit of filming done that Bubbles did, but
Bubbles did some filming.
Producers in Hollywood, and,
and
stuff
now
like that,
she's dead.
They wouldn't touch it. We spent too much money messing.
And now she's dead. Fuck you, Alan. Bubbles did some filming for you, and now she's fucking dead. Oh, I can't believe what a scumbag Scotty Hottie is. Oh, I can't believe what a bad person Scotty Hottie is. Laughing at Bubbles being dead. Oh, no. He put his willy in my mouth. I'm only having a laugh. About the fact that she's dead.
There we go. I want to make that into a documentary. I need some help. Somebody needs.
You do need some help.
Surely.
That's true. That's the truest thing you've said.
Is not accurate though. Not when you say I've got 700 pages, but I haven't got anywhere near.
How many have you got? Why don't you just show us? Anyway.
Guys. Oh, what's that, DC? I can help with planning storyboards. Oh, I don't know, DC. Bubbles no longer with us.
Dead.
Bubbles is no longer with us. I need somebody that can make documentaries.
This is the payoff. Did Bubbles die? From what I'm led to believe, she's fucking dead. I don't know why I'm doing it like that. I don't know why I'm making a bit out of it. It's actually quite sad, isn't it? I'm a bit surprised that this man could actually just do this as Patreon content. Like, if anyone's out there, can anyone contact Werner Herzog? Oh, I would love it. In a way, I would hate it because Werner Herzog is like one of my idols, yeah? Like, someone that I respect massively. But could you imagine if Werner Herzog just heard him doing this, like, for some reason was browsing YouTube and just thought, fuck it. And just, like, got on the plane, turned up. I'm here to meet Alan. Alan is telling the world he is an armchair detective, which is the kind of detective who never leaves his house. I'm wondering why Alan thinks he's such a special person. I spent 2 weeks with Alan, traveling, finally, to Colorado. He's turned Welsh. I've turned finally. She never saw. She saw Werner Hurt. She saw. Oh my God! Right, I came up with this concept for a documentary, which now I'm going to say on the internet, and now everyone can steal my idea. But I love him. Like, I love Werner Herzog. So what I thought was I'd call it Chasing Werner, a bit like the Chasing Terrish one I came up with. Chasing Werner, and what I'd do is I'd just go and camp on his lawn, right, with the camera crew, just camp on his lawn, and then be like, I fucking love you, Werner Herzog, make my dreams come true. And he'd be like, what are you doing camping on my lawn? And I'd be like, I'm doing a documentary film called Chasing Werner. Because basically one of your principals, Werner, you said, I remember you saying, I'd put it all on him, make it all about his fault, make it all about him and also his fault. I'd say, Werner, we're here to tell the story of Werner Herzog in whatever terms we can off your front drive. Because you said that if you want to make a documentary, you know, if you have to steal a camera, when Werner Herzog was at film school, he stole a camera because he wanted to make a film. And he said it was okay because he needed to make a film. So if you have to break the rules a bit, you do what you need to do. And I'm here on your drive to make that seeded advice fruit in ways you didn't expect, because I am not leaving until I get to make my dreams come true and make films. Maybe about you, or maybe about Alan. Alan, the armchair detective, is masturbating over children again. I don't know why for me he turns Welsh. Alan, the armchair detective, is masturbating over children again. He's masturbating over children again. Can't even do Welsh and I'm trying now. We need that Welsh Pam.
Done tonight. I've been doing it. I've got it all. I've got it made. I literally have a 2-hour documentary made, but it's not good enough to put out. I'm not happy with it. I'm not going to put it out there as it is and get 10,000 views.
So what are you suggesting you do?
I want it to get 1 million views. I need to up the standards, guys. I don't think you're getting me. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do understand.
It needs to be a lot better.
Yes, that's what we've been saying about your content for a long time. That's one of my big bugbears. When you stole my work, one of the main things that annoyed me about it was you do such shit work. So to just use my ideas as part of your content and for it to then be downgraded to this level was annoying as fuck. Could you imagine, right? Jim Can't Swim, master documentarian of true crime, basically using the interview footage, which I like because it's the interview footage, it's the real raw stuff from the people that were there, and breaking it down bit by bit as it goes, you know, making little interjections, spawned a wave of true crime, and Netflix's growth with it and investment into it, and YouTube's behind the scenes decision that true crime was going to get the thumbs up from the algorithm, you know, birthed this big wave of quality content. Before, there was still true crime, but it was like subversive, like people like Rich D. Hall talking about the Madeleine McCann case and stuff was a bit more subversive. But the rise of true crime on the internet, preceded by Jim Can't Swim's success, I think, in the main. I might be wrong in this, you know, people could critique what I'm saying. Like, Jim Can't Swim did a real good job. Like, I'm losing my train of thought now, right? It birthed all these other channels. Alan is one of them. And like, if he wants to do good content, it's his own obligation to make the content. So he's making shit content, and he's telling us it's not good enough in his $10 patron at the end of making us sit through 2 hours of it. Like, at least in some way, it's weird, because at least there's a chink in this narcissist bubble here. He knows it's not good enough. We should do a JCS inspired video on the Side Scrollers interview. Steve wants to do that, but obviously his editing pile is bigger than like Phil's hemorrhoids. Like, Steve's editing piles are bigger than Phil's hemorrhoids, aren't they? Because but I think, yeah, like, you know, if you put JCS inspired in your video tag as well, and I should probably put it in this. Like, I should just hide my face and go, Alan was. I can't even do his voice. I can't do the voice. Like, I just pause it every now and then and make him go black and white. You know, Alan is lying again. In the Reed technique, detectives will make Alan think that they're his friends. Later on, this will come back to bite him. Click, click, and then it starts playing again, you know.
Too good to be put out as it is.
It's not good, is it, Alan? Not good.
Social Blade.
He's looking at Social Blade.
Okay, I'm going to bed. Thank you for turning up. I'll be back on Sunday. I have a day off tomorrow and get some sleep.
Or he was reading a comment about Social Blade. Day off tomorrow.
I am old. No, I'm not old. People keep telling me, stop saying you're old. I'm not old. I'm young. I'm young.
Back to total denial of facts.
Life begins at 70, evidently. No playing it out. Good night. Thanks for watching. If you do know anybody that can help me with documentary, write to adsubs007@gmail.com. See, I'm not senile at all. Good night.
You want to get together with that Philip Schofield? He's in tennis. And I love that my thumbnail comes up at the top there. So if you did watch Alan's content, I mean, maybe it's biased to me and my views here and stuff like that, isn't it? It is totally biased towards, actually what am I saying? Look, it's totally biased towards the things I watch. You've got Johnny Nelson doing a boxing interview, my thumbnail of us and the twat, I love that. Calm Nintendo music, love it. You've got That Being Said special, love it. We've got DSP Bingo, love it. We've got police body cam footage in chronological order, Chris Watts, don't love it, but now I've been watching it, thanks. 5 hours of duduk music, Egyptian meditation music. 5 hours of Egyptian meditation music, which I did actually put on the other night to try and get to sleep with. That's true. When Dumb Criminals Lie to Experienced Detectives, Red Tree Crime, which is JCS inspired. It's almost like it heard us talking. Zelda and Sleep, don't mind if I do. The Case of Chris Watts, won't know. Stop thinking about, you're getting confused now. Midday Madness with Indrid from Detractor Beam, you see, WPIG, you see, and Andy Clark, a boxing interview, which I probably will watch. So, but before we go, you want some brain cleaning. You want me to like get in those little nooks and crannies and clean your brain. So I think come on, guys. Don't be alone to make new friends. Just pick up the phone.
0891
chat
35
that was quick. We can have it again.
Come on, guys. Don't be alone to make new friends. Just pick up the phone. 0891
They're very well turned out, these gay guys, aren't they? Very well turned out. Second most advert in the world ever after an advert. So a bit weird now to have adverts on adverts, but you can do what you like. I remember this.
Now and make contact with men.
I remember this advert. Do you remember this advert? You do. If you lived in the UK, you do, and you're a certain age, you do remember this advert.
If you want to talk man to man, dial 0891 343434 now and make contact with men you'd like to know better. When you call, you can exchange messages with guys online now, or perhaps you're just curious to know what people are saying. It's fun.
What are they saying?
Fast, friendly and fun, whether you're talking or listening. So call 0891 343434 now and make contact with men you...
That little one in the middle is going to get it. Oh, I think we should do a bit of like something to
So I
clean our
bought
brains.
a $20,000 Australian bike. This is an SL8 S-Works. The bling, all right, 14,000 USD. Cost me $20,000 and I lost my job the next day. Let's start with a story time here. You sort of see people go, oh, you've lost a lot of weight recently. What's going on? I haven't used any tren or tests since about in April-ish, May. So when you get off anabolics, your weight drops. When you start taking anabolics, your weight goes up. That's the deal there, all right? So if you want to lose weight, don't take anabolic medications, okay?
Steroids.
TRT to cut weight. It's like, your weight's going to go up. You jump on that stuff, your weight's going to go up. Great book to read. Check this one out. Air Force.
A book?
Yeah, Captain Paul Watson. She Shepherd Man. The boss. Great book. Anyway, so I lost my job. So I bought a $20,000 bike just for a YouTube video review. And then, boom, next day lost my job. What job was that? Well, that was working with StockX. StockX closed doors. Shut operations in Australia. So all our StockX sellers, the dunk flippers, boom, we were ousted, basically.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's StockX? You mean a website that you were selling shoes on?
It was insane, man. Like structures, Hirachis, the Hyper Grapes, Pepper Punch, these Ivy Park, Clodhopper things. So these were selling up to $400. I was getting them for 40, 41, 45 Aussie dollar. It's insane, man.
Hang on, what?
I was getting them for 40 Ivy Park, Clodhopper things. These were selling up to $400. I was
$400.
getting them for 40,
And you were getting them for 40. I'm not sure.
41, 45 Aussie dollar. It's insane, man. Billy Eilish, Air Force Ones. This is just stuff that's on the floor here. Just crazy. And so StockX is closed down. I'd be going to the outlets. A few of you saw me in Adelaide riding a bike just full of, up to 50 pairs of shoes at a time. I'd be going to the outlets, Adidas, Nike, print out the paperwork at Officeworks. Didn't even have a printer, and I still don't. And then I would just go to the FedEx depot, chuck 12 pairs of shoes in a bicycle box, ship that over to StockX here in Melbourne. It cost me $8 for 12.
What's going on? You're going and buying boxes of shoes and shipping them around?
Now, I live in very affluent areas, and the people, my neighbours and stuff, they don't get excited over this stuff. Right?
No, I'm not excited about it.
I do, because of my upbringing. So parents out there, raise your kids in poverty. If your kids don't appreciate 50 cents, in my opinion, you've raised them wrong. Right? You've made it harder on yourself. Right? Because that's easy for you to say, "How you're not a parent." Well, I'm a parent to many people online, all right? And I had a vasectomy, so I understood what it takes to be a full-time parent, and I was like, I ain't signed up for that. Vasectomy, boom. That's.
So, I'm a parent of many people online, but in reality, I've had a vasectomy.
You've made it harder on yourself, all right? Because that's easy for you to say, "How you're not a parent." Well, I'm a parent to many people online, all right? And I had a vasectomy, so I understood what it takes to be a full-time parent, and I was like, I ain't signed up for that. Vasectomy, boom. That's.
Boom. Boom.
That's why, guys, you always, never, ever let the woman...
Always, never. Always, never. Always, or is it never? Never.
Make the rules, all right?
Let the woman make the rules. That's why you're sitting in the shed with the bike and the boxes of shoes, because you're not allowed in the house. There's a woman in your house. She doesn't let you in. The deal is, you get to use her in the videos. Sometimes, she uses the house. That's the deal, and you've decided to fucking suck it up and enjoy it. You now live in the fucking basement with the boxes of shoes. She probably gets sent shoes as part of it, like influencer deal or something, and you have to just sit in the box in the basement with them and pretend that it's part of your thing. Your girlfriend's got a lot of shoes and you're not allowed in the house.
For your lifestyle, okay? If she says don't drink drive, then obviously that's a good idea.
So listen to her on stuff that makes sense, but don't listen to her on the stuff you don't want to listen to her on. Got it. Log that. It's like listening to that Tristan fellow.
But in terms of your lifestyle...
That Andrew Tate fellow.
The logical stuff, never, because women are run by their emotions and feelings. I want to have a baby. I feel like having a baby. And then,
that's their emotionally feeling about having babies, it seems.
What happens? Anyway, that's another...
What happens is they have a baby, except if you've had your snip, so then you become redundant and they don't want to talk to you anymore.
Yeah. So I'm financially free because I didn't listen to the mainstream system. I didn't listen to guys like Andrew Tate where he says, have kids and get super bling, all right?
Nicorette.
We've got the adverts. We've got the adverts. You see, we've got the adverts. And I don't know about the adverts. I was thinking maybe we just if we're going to watch adverts, let's just watch adverts. How about this? Why don't we just watch some adverts? Let's see how this goes. Should be going. For some reason, the adverts from ages ago don't seem as offensive as watching today's adverts live, do they? It's like, oh, it's nostalgia. Look. I mean, I don't remember these adverts. I don't remember this. Maybe this is American adverts. Nostalgia, no. This is what Dark Side Phil watched on his show, isn't it? Wait, do I have a nostalgia for this? I don't know. Because Phil said, oh, my horrible gouty legs. Maybe I just got nostalgia. Oh, Wash and Go, I remember that. Definitely remember that, right? We'll watch that.
I'm so proud. Dad, this is James.
Is it?
This isn't Wash and Go.
No.
Oh, nice one, Mum. I don't want any.
You're wearing that. Dad, can I borrow the car?
What's going on? I feel like my brain's breaking.
It's so quiet now.
Now the adverts are doing a spooky gaslight on me.
It's been a lovely day.
It's been a lovely day.
Happy birthday, Gran.
You're in safe hands. But you feel fucking scared after that, so...
Ultra is much
Oh.
thinner than conventional towels.
That's always
It's
good.
got a one-way dry weave top sheet.
One-way dry weave top sheet. That's what I'm looking for in a...
Everything is drawn into the towel, and an absorbent lock-away core helps keep it there, so the surface stays fresh and dry.
That's...
I moved house recently, and of course, that's when I had my period. But with Always, I didn't have a moment's problem. Always Ultra. Incredibly thin, yet always fresher, always drier.
It's alright though, isn't it? It's like an old advert, it's fine.
I mean, I've got really dry hair, so
Oh.
a perm like this, it usually does.
Oh, I remember this. A perm like this, it usually does.
I mean, I've got really dry hair, so you bet. A perm like this, it usually does. I need something to give it something. It's just so dry.
New Vidal Sassoon Wash and Go Extra Conditioning. Now with 2 conditioners. The
Two.
first conditions all over. The second gives extra help right where you need it.
Right where you need it. Back in the day, this was the technology. 2 conditioners, one all in the same bottle.
It's so soft and shiny.
So soft and shiny.
All over. The second gives extra help right where you need it.
It's so soft and shiny. It's great. I can't stop feeling it.
I can't stop feeling it.
Oh, I can't believe the difference it's made.
Obviously, they've all had a massive blow dry as well before. Like, it wasn't just the shampoo.
New Vidal Sassoon Wash and Go Extra Conditioning.
But remember those green bottles? They were all the rage. Everyone liked Vidal Sassoon Wash and Go back in the day. They were the ones.
There are 2 ways to ensure a secure future.
Is there?
One of them is to take out a personal pension plan with AXA Equity and Law.
That sounds good.
Unfortunately, I chose the other one.
Being in prison. Oh no, being a criminal.
Express thousands of
Shut
non-progressives
up.
won sunglasses within the hour from Vision Express.
I
had 2 pairs of glasses within the hour from Vision Express. 1 varifocals, 1 bifocals within the hour from Vision Express.
At Vision Express, thousands of real customers are delighted with our 1-hour service.
Delighted.
I had 2 different pairs of glasses, 1 progressives, 1 sunglasses within the hour from Vision Express.
I had photochromatic bifocals within the hour.
Vision Express really did make my bifocals in an hour.
Vision Express really did make my bifocals in an hour. Boom, you're in the advert. Now fuck off. Take your free glasses and fucking run. You've had a fucking total shine tonight, love. Roll up, Vision Express. Tonight we're doing 2 for 1 on the glasses. Get them done within the hour. Get yourself on the advert. Ladies and gentlemen, this lady's got herself in the advert. She's had a pair of glasses made within the hour. Get yourself off, love. You've had a touch. You've had a touch. Don't tell the police. They'll think you've robbed us. Don't tell the police, love. They'll think you've robbed us. You get yourself off. You've had a great touch. Well done. Well done, everyone in chat. Yeah, this has been a hard one. We've all survived. We're getting there now. I'm just going to enjoy myself watching old adverts for a while, being stoned off my nut now. Not off my nut, but, you know, I've been sat here smoking weed for about 4 hours. You can expect me to have a good laugh watching some old adverts with you, can't you? It's okay.
It's not a gimmick.
It's not a gimmick. Although, look at your clothes and your earrings and your hair. That wouldn't pass today, would it? Like, imagine if someone you knew got dressed like that today. You would literally say, "What are you doing? Those glasses with those earrings. Why have you done your hair like that? And what's this shirt that looks like a checkerboard pattern?" Maybe take yourself back off into the bathroom and sort that out. I'm not trying to be mean, but I do have to go out in public with you, and I do worry about you sometimes. Now get back in there and sort that out. Unless I'm saying this to someone in chat who looks exactly like this, and they're looking down at their checkerboard pattern blouse and fingering their bouffant blowout and thinking, "Oh, hang on." But this was, this is the past. People in the past just fucking look different. It was weird like that, wasn't it? It was just weird like that. Back then, you didn't notice it. Everything was fine. It makes you wonder if looking around at people today, maybe they are looking weird. Maybe you don't notice it, and maybe in 20 years' time they'll look back, and the people that are around you today, maybe I will look like a fucking nut job with my hair and my reasonably smart blazer and my t-shirt. Like, oh, it's fucking. Oh, he's got headphones on. Like, oh, people in the past used to have headphones. Now we have the sound directly implanted into my brain through the chip. Like, weird though, isn't it? Is that how you exactly look, Jess? The glasses as well as a choice, because they're selling the glasses. They're the main thing. So I think most of these people have been encouraged to have some quite striking glasses. Like, they're selling the glasses, so you're going to want to see the glasses. Get big ones.
Vision Express
Look at the big ones.
really did make my bifocals in an hour.
It's not a
Big ones. Or were they just all the rage? Big glasses. Is that what everyone wanted? A nice, massive, old, big old... It probably was. This was the 80s, the 90s this was. This is 90s, 93, 94. So late 80s, early 90s. There's still a bit of a hangover. Massive glasses, please.
Come watch us make your glasses in about an hour.
I better get done for copyright on this. This is DSP versus the internet, but my version to cleanse my brain.
And now for a limited period at your Vision Express store, get 2 complete pairs of glasses for the price of 1.
Fucking brilliant. Because I can't always be wearing my glasses, so at all times there will be at least 1 pair sat in a drawer. That's exactly what I need. I never questioned the value proposition till now. Back then I thought it was good because I've got a spare. But no. Now I'm thinking I'm overspending on glasses. I'm buying 2 sets. I don't know if I need 2 sets. How many pairs of eyes do you think I have? Can you calm down? Trying to shove glasses down my throat. Bristol, Cardiff, Swansea. Viewers in Ireland now open in Cork. There was also, I'll tell you what, there was also Redditch Kingfisher Shopping Centre, which my nan took me to. So...
How do you keep getting rid of stains like this?
How do you keep getting rid of stains like this? Which is obviously children shitting their pants. Let's not make any bones about it. That's what all those kids are over there cleaning up in the back corner.
This chocolate.
Chocolate, sorry, chocolate.
Fading colours to this.
Fading.
A real problem with
That's not going to do it. Powder detergent? Get off. That's never going to do it, is it? That's not going to do it. That's going to make it fade like a biatch. I mean, he's just brought up fading, so we're looking at bright colours here. Powder detergent, I don't think that's going to do it, from what I can see.
traditional powders.
No, look, he's pushed that aside. That's gone. That's gone. Forget that. Traditional powders. What's wrong with you using traditional powders? Do you live in a fucking shed in the garden? Are you fucking insane? Traditional powders. What's this coming? Ooh. Ooh. Small box. Do go on. Means they don't have to lug so much shopping home. Do go on. This was a moment in time where washing powder, this was before the capsule. You're thinking at home, you're thinking he's got little capsules in there. You're going to put them in the... No. This was condensed powder. This was... Your ordinary powder is shit, but we've made it into a smaller box. And you're not getting less. Don't get funny ideas about getting less. I just want you to use less in the washing machine. So, smaller box, condensed powder. I don't know how you condense a powder. I'm not sure about that as a scientific process, but this was the game.
Aerial colour. It's got a unique colour plus system. The bleaching agents have been taken out.
Take them out. You don't want them.
And they've put in colour safe
Stain digesters. I mean, it's almost as if you've got the same exact thing and just called it something else. But no, bleaching agents, which essentially digest the stains, they're coming out, and we're going to replace them with newfangled stain digesters. It's green and it's got an arrow. It's much better. It's much better.
To prove it, I was asked to try.
To prove it, I was asked to drink an entire bottle for breakfast, and I'm still here doing the advert now, so there's nothing wrong with it.
After just one wash, Ariel
After just one wash, I'm touching his nipple on the tellis.
colour got the chocolate out.
Unlike this one, fuck you, go home, your parents don't love you.
The more it's cleaned, the more it fades. But with
The more it's cleaned, the more it fades. After 20 washes, so assuming, have we got different shirts? I'm assuming they probably did different shirts, haven't we? They haven't had to stand around in the studio with those 2 boys with their shirts off while the washing machines go round 20 times. Have they? Definitely not that. Definitely not that.
Ariel colour, it's clean and...
But you've got all sorts of shirts of all different colours. I've seen you wearing them in the studio just there. So maybe this is just a shirt with a different colour. But, you know, if they're telling me, I'll believe it. Look how shit your shirt is. Not only do your parents not love you, but they put you in the orphanage.
Still green, even up.
That's it. Elbow him. He's shit. Give him the elbow. Bully him. Bully him because his parents don't use the up-to-date washing powder. Bully him.
20 washes.
This is for parents. This is the psychological twist here. For parents, if you don't love your children properly, they will be bullied at school, and you have to use our washing powder.
So to get your whole wash clean...
Way, what's he doing at the kids' disco, and why are they all dancing in weird unison?
Don't change your colour.
This girl down the bottom right, she does not look happy to be there. On the far right, she looks very unhappy to be there. Whereas over on the left, she wants to be on the tellis. The girl on the left, the blonde girl, she wants to be on the tellis. This camera, she's got her eyes glued to it. Don't look at the camera, kids. Just pretend you're in the room. Just don't look at the camera, kids. Well, she can look at the camera, bearing in mind what we're going to do to her in that black room later, but She doesn't know what's coming. She'll never want to look at a camera again, trust me. Jimmy Savile over here is going to be taking over the next phase of this not documentary, sorry. It's what is it, Alan? What are you trying to make? And that girl over there on the far side, she's not into it. She's been roped in some way. I don't want to say that actually, do I? I'm not trying to make a race joke about rope and anyway.
Don't change your colours, change your washing powder. We did, didn't we?
Yes! Fucking yes, we did. Excited about washing powder. If you can believe that, you'll believe anything. There's no way those kids in that discotheque are excited about washing powder. And back then, it seemed, we had social distancing. Have we got enough kids to make that? I thought... Listen, Gordon. Gordon, I thought you were sending me a busload of kids. Not after the last commercial shoot, we can't. You're lucky we're sending you any, to be honest, after the last commercial shoot. No, honestly, Gordon, I really need a bus full of kids this time for a shoot. It's going to be a packed nightclub scene, and the main character's going to push through a throng of children to announce Ariel washing powder the best. There's going to be throngs of children. You're not going to get throngs. We're not after last time. Throngs of children. This is how it turned out. We'll spread them out. Spread them out. Exactly, Jess. Spread them out. It will have to do. Jimmy Savile's not going to like it. And that Alan Vinnicombe, our new showrunner, Alan Vinnicombe, he's been very busy behind the scenes making these kids look nice. So he's going to have his work cut out for him. He was polishing one of the kids.
To get your whole wash clean, don't change your colours, change your washing powder. We did, didn't we? New Ariel colour, digest stains without bleaching out colours.
Which is good, apparently. It was a smaller box. There was a time when washing powder went into smaller boxes. We lived through it. It's midnight. It's 3 in the fucking morning, Robert. It might be midnight where you are. Where I am, I'm fucking... The neighbours can hear me shouting into a microphone about adverts from the 90s. They think I fucking lost my box. They think I've gone out. They don't know about the tippies. They think I just fucking shout into the internet. They think I'm having a hard time in my life. They come around in the daytime, like, with offers of help, you know.
Always a little bit dry here, you know.
Bit dry.
And my sister...
I hope this doesn't get me done for copyright in the end.
...had a beautiful, fresh complexion, and I often wondered what her secret was. Then I tried...
Angelina Diné. Who is this? I always wondered this. I don't think she's famous, is she? I just think she's someone.
So I was delighted with it. It left my skin with a lovely silk.
She liked the soap. She liked that soap there. The Dove soap is good soap. Make sure you use that good soap. It's nice. It's nice soap. Trust me, I'm real.
I feel now I can boast of the same type of skin, you know. She'd kill me.
Ah, that's Dove. This will get me done copyright music. Miss Ella Fitzgerald, she's good.
From the legendary First Lady of Song, Essential Ella.
It's a song. Oh, they're selling music. This will get me done. Classic songs.
No, more rescue shots.
Shut up.
Clusters of nuts combined with crispy golden wheat flakes and a touch of honey for an utterly delicious taste. If you like nuts, you will love Nestle clusters. I fucked it up. That's why I never got booked for anything. I did one voice job. People said, oh, I like your ASMR and all you're talking. We should do voice jobs. And I put myself on Mandy, and then someone booked me for a voice job. And I sent them the demo reel thing, and they were like, we're probably going to go a different way, so anyway, thanks. And I was like, I think I just did the job, though. I think you asked me to do the voice acting, and I just did it. And then, like, don't care if you go another way. I think I just spent an afternoon reading the thing. I think you need to pay me, but like, I didn't pursue it, because I thought, like, how do I guarantee, like, payment of work? Like, can you just read this into the mic? Yeah. Oh, I don't think we're going to go with you. And then, like, how do I know you didn't go with me in the end? Because you've had my recording of me doing the thing that you wanted. How
How do I follow that up? Person on the internet. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should try more of it. I can't read things out loud, apparently. Nestle clusters, they were nice, though. I fucking love them. I wouldn't promote them now because of vegan reasons, honey, you know, but, ooh, a good box of Nestle clusters. I could sit down and devour the entire box whilst playing video games in one big sitting. Yes, I definitely could.
Nuts, you'll love Nestle clusters.
You read Harriet's story?
No, but I said you would.
What?
Minervois, £2.50.
Safeway, wine. Can't remember that one very well, but...
This is a Christmas.
Oh, the poor children. Skip. Although we do like to give money to charity on this stream. I don't want to see horrible child cruelty in the same context as I'm trying to sanitize my brain after all that horror that we just put ourselves through with Alan. So sorry about that. Make me feel bad now, you chuffers. We'll do charity on the other stream in a minute. Bran flakes, that's much better. On Sunday, we'll try and do the art competition, maybe. I don't know if I can, maybe. I should have been more ready. Maybe try and do it next week. I've got to go away for a little family holiday next week, and we need to get it fucking, you know, dusted and done. So maybe Sunday is the big day. You know, maybe I just book it in and say we're doing it, and we do it. And we'll do a charity giveaway as well on... I feel bad about those children now, but I also can't be bothered with my brain as it is to open up websites and type in details and go through all that faff. And you know we like to give a bit to charity, don't we? So
Kellogg's Bran Flakes are an easy way to get into a healthier lifestyle. They have more fibre than most other cereals, they're low in fat, but taste great.
Masturbating over the women on the tellis in the morning while you're eating your cereal.
Well, I think I'll go for the barn tomorrow. Kellogg's Bran Flakes, a step in the right direction.
People's Postcode Lottery.
Whoa, that's a real advert. You see how shit and obnoxious the real adverts are? The modern adverts. Like today's adverts are awful. Back in the day, oh, I can watch this for hours, fine.
My family got the energy of three, like a mobile zoo. Don't need a mum, need a keeper with a gun. Only one thing to do. I got a light boy.
Ovaltine Light.
When you're feeling in a state, have a molten chocolate.
Ovaltine Light boy. Ovaltine Light. See, that's much better. See, after that, I feel like I might even enjoy a nice glass of Ovaltine Light. And I don't even really like... I remember every time I buy Ovaltine, I'm like, oh, my mum's always like, oh, we used to drink that when we were little. And like, you know, Ovaltine, oh, Ovaltine. And every time I buy it, I'm like, oh, Ovaltine. And then I drink it, and I'm like, the malty part of it kind of like spoils the chocolatey part for me. I prefer just the chocolatey part. Maybe I don't need Ovaltine in the future. You know, maybe things are better now. But like, you know, Ovaltine, where to send the art. We're doing an art competition. You win £100 on the Discord. You go to the Angry Island art space and you upload your picture that you've done. And it can be anything that you want to... What's going on now? Discord. Thank you. Discord is talking to me in my ears. No, it's not. I'll get you a link now. I'll give you a link. And £100. The winner goes on the T-shirt. I start selling T-shirts with the winning design on it. And that means that you have to accept that and you get £100. So you don't get any extra money when I sell a T-shirt. That's all mine. But you get the £100. So you get to be on the T-shirts and the £100. Who's passed now, says Brian James. Is Brian watching this a bit earlier? Britannia Music Club. No, wait, what are you saying, Brian? They've passed now. Who's that? Anyway, Ovaltine was like something nice back in the day, but it's not so nice these days when you've got such nice things. That's my review of it. But the old advert was really nice. It was like really soft and subtle, and she was dancing in the rain, and I think it was designed to appeal to people of a certain generation anyway, emulating the singing in the rain, which like people's grandparents liked. But yeah, it makes me feel kind and happy, and like, you know, that means, okay, I might drink your Ovaltine. But these adverts these days that make me feel angry and cross, I'm like, I don't want to do what you're telling me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Or in a much more British way, I don't really want to do what you're making me do. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. I really would rather not having to do, but if you insist. Now we're watching old adverts to try and rinse our brains off from Alan's rubbish. How long have I been streaming? 5 hours, nearly 6 hours. If it does have copyright on it now, it means I can't edit it out using the YouTube editor because it's gone over 5 hours. So now we're in uncharted territory. Now we're in murky waters. I mean, this was never going to get monetizable anyway, was it? Because Alan was going on about Nicole Kessinger killing children, so... Yeah, but we're trying to forget that now. We're just watching some old adverts, and you remember this, and if you don't remember it, then look, here's something you like. Donkey Kong. This is something I like in Donkey Kong Country. There was an advert on the tellies for it, look. The first computer-modelled video game ever. They were making a big deal out of that. Computer-modelled video game. $111 levels. 32 meg. 32 meg, that game. And can you believe that? 32 meg. I download games now that are fucking gigabytes. This was 32 meg. It's all on 16-bit. Super NES. I mean, that was a bit of a stonker. It was on the Super NES. That was a bit of a stonker, Donkey Kong Country. It was a bit of a stonker of a game. Good. It was fucking good. Back then, under £60, it's quite a lot of money. Like when you add it up to today's standard, I think. But, you know, back then that was £60 a game. And it's I kind of feel like, I still, to this day, feel like £60 a game is acceptable. It's weird that. That was the greatest thing, yeah. SNES is the GOAT, 100%. That was the greatest thing ever. Like that, seeing that in the machine, like getting the games, like there was something so special about like the games were all uniform, like the cartridges were all the same, but each one had its own little different sticker and artwork. And like on the Game Boy, it was the sticker, but it was made really small. And like there was something so unique and special about the uniformity of all the game boxes lined up with the Nintendo seal of approval, but them having the different, and they're all different, like, and they go in the machine and then it's different. The machine is always the machine, but like it can just be something else. Like this magic machine, yeah.
Be all right.
It's a cow.
Oh, that's not good. Coffee would be nice. Don't have none. Could have bought my own then.
Brought his own coffees.
Yes. There's no taste like Nescafe.
Nescafe coffees. They've changed. Nowadays it's George Clooney. Little cartridges that go in the machine. Back then it was some old man and someone's put his hand up a cow's bum and we're having a coffees.
See this here for next time. Next time.
Huh. He's lost his coffees. Don't make me... I've already sat through Alan. Don't make me... This one... They need to hurry it up. Mobile phone?
To avoid slipping up is to go to the specialists, People's Phone, and check which tariff will be cheapest for you.
People's
If
Phone.
The nearest People's Phone showroom, call 0345 10.
I cannot remember People's Phone, where talk is cheaper, but take a look at those handsets. The reason I can't remember it is because back then when the handsets looked like that, they would have been outside of my world, wouldn't they? Like, I don't think I had a mobile phone in 1993. Look at those handsets. What's the one in the middle doing? It's like there's no uniformity about it. No one really knows what... Like, and by the time they figured it out, they've moved on to the next version, haven't they? Like, what's going on here?
1112.
Big up Sheila. What's AD up to? Still nicking other material and grifting. The grifter keeps on grifting. Sorry, Sheila. I called you Sheila. Shirley. Big up Shirley. Yeah, the grifter keeps on grifting 100%. Oh, Nivea.
Have you noticed how beautiful women always look so natural? But sometimes even nature needs a helping hand.
Oh, but look, she pretties.
So we
Oh, look, she took her clothes off. Might get that cream she likes.
New generation of Nivea, Nivea Visage, formulated with today's advanced ingredients, such as the liposomes and vitamins.
Yep, that's cream.
Found in our liposome day cream. For
Liposomes. Oh, look, it's on her face. Oh, creamy face, yum.
Nivea Visage cleansers, toners and moisturizers. Nivea Visage.
Who's this supposed to appeal to?
Some cars
Me.
in the £10,000 range can seem a little flat.
That's a bad car. You don't want that, it's rubbish. Oh, that one has a sunroof, but no. No metallic paint. Look at all these cars as well. They all look fucking rubbish compared to today's cars, obviously, don't they? Which one's going to be the good one? They all look... No. Oh, this one. It looks the same as all the others, you fucking twat. Look.
But no power steering. But the Citroen ZX
That one... That's special. No, that looks the same as all those others. I mean, imagine that on the Telus now. 10 grand. Doesn't even have proper wheel arches. 10 grand. Citroen ZX. I mean, back then it would have been good. People would have had those and thought they were good. Like, not doubting it. It even looks dangerous. It looks like if you crash that, it's going to be dangerous.
has the whole shooting
It's got a sunroof. It's got all those things that all those other cars didn't, I'm assuming.
for only
Airbag. Window.
And a year's free insurance.
And a year's free
Citroen
insurance.
ZX Dimension.
If you crash it.
Discover what Citroen can do for you.
The sad kids. The sad kids again. You're making me want to give money. Not to Amazon. I'm not giving money to Amazon. See, now that's my feelings changed again. You're making me want to give money to the NSPCC now. I've already done that.
I can't believe you could do this to me.
When I say I've already done that, I mean I've already done it once in my life. Or twice, or sometimes. She's cross. Oh, it's a murder one. Oh, he's not going to murder her. He's going to cook her a nice sandwich, look. Steak sandwich. And that's it. Oh, she's alright. She's not cross anymore. In fact, don't worry about making me eat the sandwich. I'm going to eat your fucking dick. What's going on? Is it this easy to... I had a big row. Don't know what it was, but she was quite upset. But now I've made a steak sandwich. It's sexy time. If only if it was that easy in life. Oh. Oh, she only... Oh. Oh, no sexy time. It's not much love in murdering animals and eating them. Trust me on that. No sexy time either. So... This wouldn't pass these days. Words on
If
a...
you're chasing carpets, buying beds or new settees, you can plan a life of ease, course you can. The choice is so diverse, something sure to suit your purse, at savings which are bigger than you thought. Court sale is unsurpassed, these bargains cannot...
Court's biggest ever summer sale starts on Saturday at 9 a.m.
Fucking love it. That was brilliant. That was a Monty Python song, if anyone didn't know, the Wide and Wonderful Universe song thing. And they just did it about carpets and they all looked happy, so I'm happy with that. And now, a real classic for all those in chat that don't know, Britain is real. Britain is real. Okay, Britain is real. Right? This is reality. This is reality. In the 90s, on the tellis, some real nostalgia for those watching. Right? This is real, okay? This is real. Snood won't believe this is real, but this is real.
I was just a nipper when our king come to throne. Me, mum and dad put in some hours that day, baking ovis and getting sandwiches ready for party. Come tea time, they look fair jiggered. So I told me dad to look on bright side. He'd work up an healthy appetite for his ovis. Cheeky monkey.
Cheeky monkey, said I. It's like a fucking cartoon parody of what life was like, really. But this is what Americans think it was like. But it's amazing. Like, Snood's not in America. He's in the great British province of Canada. So he knows all about this as well, being British. Thank you.
Didn't have to dig into them sandwiches.
No, we didn't have to dig into them sandwiches. Them buttered sandwiches with all this bread, cheeky monkey.
A
Aye. Aye. Orvis, best fucking bread. You fucking put down that fucking bread. What kind of bread are you fucking eating there? You fucking slap that bread out your fucking mouth. Get the Orvis down, you fucking love that Orvis. Fucking Orvis. Great British Orvis. We didn't win the war, so you could eat no fucking German bread. Orvis. I don't know, I'm like a Stokey. My accent's a bit more of a Stokey. Orvis, proper good old. It's bread. It's white, and it's sliced, and it's bread, and it's. Look, we're selling it based on the premise that you're nostalgic for some kind of wonderful past. Like back then, children used to die of polio and shit. It wasn't that nice. Bread didn't taste better back then. It might have done, because that might have been all you ate for 2 weeks on the trot. I don't know. It's like a Monty Python version of Britain that was as well, wasn't it? That Hovis advert. I can't believe that used to pass.
It's always been
good old bread. See, this is much more like it. The modern world. The modern world. Oh no. Actually, we're back to the nostalgia again. People don't want all this modern rubbish in the 90s. They're fed up of the 80s and all its modern rubbish. They want some good old English cider.
Gators, old English cider.
The older the better, which is not the way you want to look at bottled alcohol in the shops, really. The older the better. Give me something that's well past its sell-by date, please, barman. Really? I was under the impression you'd want the fresher beverages. No, I want something that's well past its sell-by date. Give me something that, by all good accounts, should have been thrown out years ago. Dust it off from the cellar. Those bottles of something that no one ever wanted to drink. Serve me that. The older the better. This is actually Alan's. This is dating advice that Alan gives his Doda, or he should do. Good old dating advice. Not as well as getting a load of cider down you. The older the better. You just remember that for later, girls.
Andrex Ultra is an advanced new kitchen towel. It comes in a
advanced
pack. Is almost twice as long.
It's not as good as that other stuff I know already. Look.
Andrex Ultra is an advanced.
Andrex Ultra is all colourful, right? And it comes in this pack.
Advanced new kitchen towel. It comes in a 1-roll pack.
It comes in a pack. Whereas, look, these ones coming in a 2-roll pack that say quality kitchen towel. That's bland. They're obviously going to be shit. You don't want them. What kind of person's buying quality? And then it was weird because around about this time and a little bit later, it started off the value movement in the supermarkets where people started saying, hang on, I'm okay if it doesn't say Jazzy Andrex on it. I'm okay with it just being in a simple package. Just give me the basic product, please, thank you. The value proposition came out, didn't it?
Is almost twice as long as
don't buy
other quality kitchen
Look,
rolls.
Who would? What on earth are you doing? What on earth are you doing? Who's gonna? That's wasted. It's a waste of. It's longer. I understand there's more of it. You didn't have to do that. That's wasted it, if anything. Encouraging kids as well to waste it. There's more of it. Okay, there's more of it.
Absorbent, as I'm about to demonstrate.
What, the fishy?
Notice how quickly Andrex Ultra sucks up water compared with the other quality kitchen towel.
Right. Even the fishy doesn't.
New Andrex Ultra. The thirstiest kitchen towel there is.
It's better. You know it's better. Look, they've explained it to you. Don't worry about the price. They didn't talk about the price. The price will come later. You might have to pay more for it being better. Look, I know you're just wiping things up and throwing them in the bin, but you need to have this one. It's going to be better. Have you not learned? Do you not learn from these adverts? Are you not learning what? Some people are spending a lot of money trying to convince you that this is the correct way of thinking, so you should really be paying attention to them. Have you not learned? Fucking normal kitchen roll Andy over here with his normal kitchen roll. You know, this is going to absorb. I mean, how much of me blowing my nose is it going to absorb? I use it up like this, look. And then it's like that's. Calm yourself, Scott. You don't have to worry about Andrex Ultra anymore. That's the past. The fishy's safe.
Every month, McDonald's brings
Don't do
you a
it to
new
me.
flavour of the month. For June, it's the McChicken Sandwich Deluxe.
How did we come down to this?
Tomato, cheese, iceberg lettuce, mayonnaise, and 100%
They don't chop it up with a cleaver at McDonald's. It comes in a bag.
white breast of chicken.
Look at that. Look at that. These days, and I tell you what, oh my God, this is bringing back memories, right? My mum used to get off the market, right? Fucking hell. Right, my mum used to get off the market. Our mum used to go to the market and she'd get these bags. They were blue and they would contain fucking loads of these, all slightly folded. Or like slightly, like it was like all the ones that had been binned off by the factory. Just like, and it'd have marker pen written on it, McChickens or whatever. Like those little chicken burgers, they don't do them like that anymore. Those little chicken burgers, they're completely different now, aren't they? But back then, this was the thing. And like, my mum used to buy these. They were all frozen. They were from the freezer man at the market, and like they'd be like things that you might think were like the chicken burgers at McDonald's, but all misshapen and frozen and stuck together and off. And like you'd have to get them out and you'd have to like cook them in the oven, and like
of chicken. Great food.
Oh, look at you, he's enjoying that.
Value.
My friend Barry,
100% white breast of chicken.
I went to college with, when I was at college, he actually was the person that did the biting of the burger in one of the adverts, and he said they gave him a plastic burger and he wasn't to eat it. It was just a plastic burger he held for the advert.
Great value.
Great food. And you see how they're doing it again. Even back then though, like, he's just being calm and he's being nice about it. He's not like coming around your house to kick your door in to make you buy a McDonald's. He's like, listen, it's great food. There's a little piano. It's calming. There's a Coca-Cola and chips. And I'm not suggesting you have this, but they have vegan options now, so at least they've got that. Nice and calm.
McDonald's McChicken Sandwich Deluxe.
You want a Mackie D's now? Yeah, so do I. Fuck them. Fuck them and their stupid fucking burgers. There you go. Cereal again.
Yes, Martin, it's a tracksuit.
I can see that, Dad, but what's it doing on you?
I can see that, Dad, but what about my acting?
Part of my new, healthier lifestyle.
Part of my new acting?
First step, Kellogg's Bran Flakes.
Kellogg's Bran Flakes?
Yeah, they're high in fibre, low in fat.
They taste great.
They taste great. You could have been Harry Potter if you'd been born 10 years later.
So this new lifestyle of yours means that as well as eating Kellogg's Bran Flakes, you'll be jogging to the newsagents every day?
Yep.
One thing at a time.
One step at a time, Martin. Kellogg's Bran Flakes. A step in the right direction.
That's funny. This is Bradford and Bingley.
If you're looking for investments based on the stock market...
Why do I understand about the advert? When I was a kid, I had no need to worry about what this advert was about. But I know this is Bradford and fucking Bingley.
You can go to most building societies and get a choice as wide as...
Half an inch.
Half an inch. Or you can come and talk to us and discover that because we're not tied to just one insurance company, your choice could be as wide as, Mr. Bingley?
25 feet, Mr. Bradford.
25 feet.
Bradford and Bingley. For a choice of investments at least 24 feet, 11.5 inches wider than most.
It's a little bit of a joke, isn't it? But simply a better choice is quite a nice... I actually quite like that as a slogan. They've underlined it as well. Listen, we're fucking good here, so fuck you. On the tellis, Bradford and Bingley.
The Vauxhall
There's a car. The Astra van. No one's driving around, or maybe some people are driving around on these days, but and I shouldn't be laughing at it. But back then, cars used to look like this, and I just don't think this would cut it today. It almost looks like a three-wheeler.
Style you like in an Astra, or the space you need in a van. Whichever way you look at it, it's the business.
They're talking about feet and inches. Yeah, we do in England. England has the imperial system because we invented the imperium. We are the empire. We talked about this the other day. We are the empire. We are the British Empire. That's why you have feet and inches elsewhere in the world, because we invented it, because we're British and we're the empire, the imperial system. This is a good one.
Delicious pieces of meat.
There you are, and I've done you the best cat food that money can fucking buy. It's like a little pate. Can you please eat this and not turn your nose up at it because I've spent good money on it? I don't want to throw this in the bin like all the other fucking cat foods that we have to unwrap all the fucking time.
And prepared in the way your cat will love.
I dreamt about my old dead cat last night. Oh, but then Alan was also in the dream as well. I dream about Alan like I dream about this cat.
once again.
The recipe of love.
Oh, my cat's so much nicer than fucking humans. Even though she was scratching the furniture. Oh, not this again. I've learned. Listen, I've learned. You don't have to do it to me again. I know. I'm not behind that. I won't. I promise. I won't promise. Listen, I promise I won't buy any generic compact washing powder or fabric softener. I promise. I promise. Don't hurt me again.
Why buy these two?
Oh, they sound stupid. Why would you buy them? No, I wouldn't.
When bold is
Exactly.
all in one.
And you get the extra monies.
Costs less. And our new powder refill bag.
Powder refill bag, look. Refill what? The box that it came in before, right? So you mean you're just selling it being a big bag then with no box? Yeah, but refill your old box. Do I need to, or should I just use it out of the bag? Do what you want with it. Just buy it. Frankly, buy a big bag of it. Did you like the small box? You might be interested in the big bag. It's just an option. That also comes with monies.
You even more.
Or at least these bold adverts, I used to like them for at least just being straightforward. You know, I used to just think, look, that's the premise. Buy it. It's good. Yeah, okay. I can deal with that. Let's wait. Let's last this out for one more good advert, one more good one that I'm happy with. When I'm like, oh, I like that. That's nice. I'm happy with that. And then I'll fucking do it in because it's nearly 4 a.m.
It's a dirty, rotten deal.
But we've got to do one that I like.
Where you lose a woman, a dog, and
There's a dog. Whoa. Can't remember this one. Oh no, I can't. The rain is coming down. What's this for? What's this for? Hang on, wait. In my brain, what's this for? Does anyone remember this? What's this for?
Stop, don't stop. It's gorgeous. My ears want to marry your music. Your singing really moves me, son. You know that? Right here, just in my wallet. I want you to sign this record.
It's the old beer, isn't it? I remember this. It's the old beer.
What's that? Heineken, Schmeineken, champagne.
Heineken, Schweineken, champagne. That was a catchphrase. Heineken, Schmeineken, champagne. We used to say it at school. Big ups. This is the last one, maybe then.
I want you to sign this recording. What's that? Heineken, Schmeineken, champagne, caviar, truffle, silk underwear, fluffy pillows, French.
Shut up, woman. I'm listening.
You like my suit? It's yours. You look like $1 million.
Then he's over there drinking the beer, isn't he? Look.
Talent a mile away, son. You like the limo? It's yours.
He's on the look. He's on the beer. Hey. Oh. Didn't work out for you, but the beer's still good. Trust me. Except, obviously, I don't promote alcohol, so maybe we should go on until I'm not promoting alcohol. Because no. Ooh.
If you think all this is too good to be true, how about this? Walls too good to be true. Rich, smooth taste of walls, but virtually fat-free. So there's no end to your enjoyment.
Wasn't even nearly dry.
Ooh.
And the shopping?
On its way. Too good to be true. All the taste of walls.
And the shopping?
On its way. Too good to be true. All the taste of wars and virtually fat-free.
Ooh. I did an entire react there just by saying the word ooh over and over again. So I think that's an actual win for me. I think that's actually a bit of a pinnacle in my streaming career. I think I managed to do a react there where all I said was the word ooh. So I think maybe my brain might have broken now at this juncture. But part of me wants to see what this horrible sauce is that's on this plate. Part of me.
Look at this dirty plate.
Oh, look at this dirty plate.
Imagine you left it drying in the dishwasher.
Imagine you... Oh, why would you do that, you silly bitch?
For 2 days. Tough cleaning challenge? Not for new Finish Ultra.
Nah, don't worry about it. Got a dishwasher and Finish Plus, so fuck you. Okay.
There's been a lot of these cleaning product adverts. We've done the good one. We've had the good one. I was happy with the ice cream. I've got one fine. Actually, I've found one that I want to finish on. Not Levi's and the sexy people. Look, we know they were sexy in America. We know they're sexy in America. We've got that. What about this? Actually, go on then. I'll give you the sexy Americans and then we'll do this. We'll do both. We know they're sexy in America. This will probably get done for copyright.
Tomorrow on GMTV.
Shut up, GMTV. Northern California, 1921. Sexy Americans. Oh, look, aren't they good looking? No, that wasn't. He's throwing it on the floor. Oh, look, they're having a... He's got the ball. She's got the marshmallow. Oh, look at her bite it. Look at his backside. Sexy Americans. This is how they market jeans to us in the UK. Americans are sexy. Don't you want to buy these jeans? I don't want you to be no slave. I just want you with your sexy jeans. A little bit of comedy with the dog there. We have to have a little bit of banter. We have to have a bit of comedy. But it's about the backside. It's about the ass. Shaking that ass. Let me see that ass. But in a very toned down way. But look, they put his jeans down, look. Ooh, fruity. Look, look, it's his ass. Belt loops. Levi's. Sexy. And then finally, the Grandmaster. The bestest. You know it, I know it, we all know it.
Good morning, Posty. Thank you.
The one that used to give Alan his rod on.
So you ought to relax a while. Here, see how the thick Cadbury's milk chocolate melts into the dreamy caramel.
Ooh.
I love birthdays, don't you?
Everyone wants to have sex with that rabbit.
Take it easy with Cadbury's caramel.
And the sexy rabbit, that's the one. The sexy rabbit, that's the one. That's the one. Everyone wants to have sex with that rabbit. There we go. That's the one. So you've been good. Listen, it's been a massive stream. I can't believe we had to sit through Alan's fucking nonsense. It went where it went. It's been a big week of it. We want to do the Angry Alan art competition. I hope we do that on Sunday. I think we'll try and aim for Sunday. I think we will get that done. I think we'll aim for Sunday. I think we'll try and do that. And yeah, I think Sunday. I kind of feel like I'm committed to it now. I've said it, but I should have hyped it up more. It's coming Sunday. It's coming Sunday. But like, you know, it's been coming. People know it's been coming. They've put their entries in. I think it's time to just do the big reveal and do it on Sunday. It's midnight, says Robert. It's always midnight. It's always midnight. Thank you, Robert. At 3:40 in the morning, though, it fucking feels like I've done a massive long shift on this. I like to do a little overview of what happened, just to make sure it confirm it in my mind that I was here and it happened. Alan promised the Earth. He promised a breakthrough in the case, and there was no breakthrough. There was simply his amalgamation of some minor pointers of evidence that may or may not, and some of them had already been debunked, and then there was the suitcase bit at the end. And it felt like someone just dragging things out for hours. Like, even if you're into it, even if you like that stuff, and you hate Nicole Kessinger, and you were watching it, you would have been thinking, I wish he'd get to the fucking point. Someone gave him $100, so at least he can sleep soundly tonight knowing that he's got $50. Yeah, the daily wrap. Pick up Starks need to flow. Yeah, the daily wrap. I'm doing my own daily wrap. I'm just confirming in my brain what happens. Like, Angry Alan was fucking awful. Case changer. AD. Case changer. Case changer. And it's funny the way he said it, because I made a bit of a joke at the start as well.
But something where,
you know, about suitcase and luggage, and he actually was talking about suitcases and luggage. So that was funny. So that's why he's called it case changer, is it? Because he understands the pun.
Stage.
Maybe it's just a pun. But he's such a bad man, and we don't have to think about him so much. I'm just, you know, he's gone now, and the adverts are here, and they can lull us into a sense of safety and satisfaction instead. Later on, we might buy things, and they might make us feel happy. Oh, what a funny streaming away. Like, what's my life come to? I mean, it's been big. I'll tell you what, it's been gangbusters for me as well. We've had big views. But Alan would have had bigger views than me on it tonight. I fucking guarantee you that as well. Let's just check that out. Armchair Detective, Blue, videos, no, live. It was live, wasn't it? 3.3 thousand. What are we clocking? 2,000. We might get a similar, actually. It might actually, look, it's not been gangbusters like I thought it had. I thought it got a lot more. 3.3k. It will add up. It will go up to about 5,000, but it's not the big thing that he needed it to be, is it really? It's not the internet breaker that he needed it to be. It's not the algorithm surfer that he wanted. Not really. I like those pictures of Nicole Kessinger with the bappies out though. Yeah. I don't know. It's left me feeling kind of like mentally drained actually, and like completely confused in a way. I like to be able to like feel like you know, I was saying about narrative earlier. I like to feel like in my own streams, like at least I can have this a start, beginning and end, and I know what I'm doing with my life. But here I'm left a bit drained and mentally like, I don't think I can like, I say it repeatedly, but I don't think I can in the future always cover Angry Alan's true crime streams. Like, I prefer it if he's going on a nut rant. That's great, but just following him, like the actual nuts and bolts of the true crime stuff, it just like, and him doing it. It's just agony. It reminds me of what people say about, because I don't watch Darkside Phil playing games. Yeah, I have no time and patience to watch Darkside Phil playing a game. It does my fucking nut in, to be honest. Like, it's agony in the same way as that is, isn't it? It's just like a form of torture. Like, you're just having to sort of sit through this, like, absolutely torturous, like, put the music back on while I'm talking, something nicer. It's well, no wonder he's not very successful on YouTube. He did start it. Oh, let's just click this one up as well. He did start it by doing a rant that included the chuffer. Like, he included the chuffer in his rant. Putting the willy in his mouth came into it again. You know, we got the willy in the mouth again. At one point, AD, there was a question in chat there, Brian James, what was AD's big thing then? I thought you were asking, was AD ever big? His big thing was that there was on the body cam footage, there was a suitcase in the bedroom, and other people have noticed as well in the past that the suitcase is in the bedroom, I think. And he said that it meant that Chris Watts had prepared it so he could show Shannon, look, my suitcase is packed, I will leave. And that also in some way proves that Nicole Kessinger was there. But it's more likely that she was preparing to leave him and have a row with him, and he said that she was going to take the kids. So maybe if she's going to take the kids, she was packing a bag to prepare to leave, and then he murdered her. So if anything, it doesn't corroborate the rest of the stuff he was saying. It works against him. New proof. But there was a suitcase on the body cam footage in the bedroom. You could say that in 5 minutes. I hope he feels bad. I think he might feel good tonight, but I think he should feel bad, really. Because let's say, for example, that had gone well, and he'd got like lots of super chats, and it had blown up, and there was loads of Americans in chat all of a sudden, and the true crime world had not really heard of him for some reason, and just wanted to take a look. Like, he doesn't deserve any of that of that positivity and goodwill. And he has literally spent several years talking about this same damn thing. And it's a tragedy, and it's horrid, and it's mean, and it's bad. And he's a clickbaiting knobhead who thinks he knows it all, who sat on his arse in the UK, has never met, talked to, never, like, you know, he's going over the same basic information that most of us have. And when he has something to say, it's somebody else's thing that somebody else has said. Oh, I love this Genshin Impact song. This is better. Let's just dream of leeway. Let's just dream of leeway.
going to be playing Genshin on stream tomorrow. I think I'm a bit late to do my dailies today, but I've got loads of primos built up. Let's just dream of leeway. There you go. I think that's enough for me. I think I need to go and, like, flush my head down the toilet. I will be on Twitch tomorrow, just chilling and playing games on Twitch. And then on Sunday, I think we try and aim for the art competition. I think we aim for that. I might do a thumbnail tomorrow and get it prepared so that people know. Sunday's a good day because most people can probably tune in, I'm hoping. And as long as the mods think that's a good idea and we've got pictures prepared to look at, I think we might go for Sunday. I think we might, although don't quote me on that. But it has to happen sort of next week sometime, if not Sunday. Yeah, you be good. And if you can't be good, you're naughty. I mean, we're all naughty tonight, aren't we? Sorry. I feel like saying, actually, I really feel like saying, sorry I put you through that. But I have to apologise for Alan. I have to apologise for Alan. It was my choice to cover it. I know, it was my choice to cover it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.